Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku ran a cafe while being a vigilante? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku and All for One both stared at the board in some mild shock. I think we should just call the game there, he muttered as Kurogiri reorganized his new letters. I didn't even know Scrabble accepted words like that. An X on a triple word, how in the blazes? All for One had his head in his hands. An X on a triple, brilliant move, but we might as well finish the game now. Did I ruin the game? Kurogiri asked innocently. No, not at all, Kurogiri, but you've put yourself so far ahead of Izuku and I can't catch up. So we're just going to proclaim you've won and start again. Ah, very well, Lord. Shall I shake up the... That should be Nezu. As Izuku got up toward the door, the wall beside it caved in. Smamesh. All Might landed in the rubble of the wall. All for One I have just destroyed a wall that's going to take millions to repair, you titanic oaf. Izuku? I warned you, I fucking warned you. Now not only are your kneecaps mine, but so's your liver. The Greenette rolled up his sleeves. If you could not do anything too permanent, please, Izuku, we'd be much obliged. Nezu opened the door as he, Aizawa, and Tsukachi walked in. Nezu, you were instructed to wait at UA. We could have called if you were needed. B, but it's All for One. He's the villain. Yes, and he also agreed to keep this civilized. I take as Hisashi and Monoma ran? Oh, hours ago now, Nezu. All for One admitted tiredly as he brushed dust from himself. Kurogiri tried to stop them, but unfortunately they chose a time when he was distracted to flee and neither Izuku or I could catch them. However, I suspect they haven't gotten very far. Hisashi's connections have been limited for several weeks. He put his hands forward. I take it you need to cuff Kurogiri and I for the journey to the station? That's it? After all of this, all those people you killed, you're coming quietly? After you killed Nana? All Might stepped forwards, his teeth clenched in rage. Izuku moved between them, both guns pulled. One aimed at All Might's knee, the other at his crotch. Test me, All Might. He may have been the king of the underworld, but he's still my grandpa. You aren't doing anything until Tsukachi verifies his stories, capiche? Izuku, The safety coming off filled the silence, capiche? To answer your question, Tashinori, I'm old, I most likely do not have many years left. I just found out I missed out on the end of my daughter's life along with most of my grandson's childhood. I don't wish to miss any more, not with how little time these bones of mine have. All for One spoke in a quiet voice. I've already lost my wife and daughter. Do not take my grandson too? What about Tenko? Did you think about that before killing Nana? I didn't kill Nana. We both left that brawl alive. I had a dinner reservation to get to. It was the anniversary with my wife. Oh my god, everyone looked over to Tsukachi, who just stared with wide eyes. He's telling the truth. Impossible. He must have a lie detector quirk? He looked at the detective, who nodded slowly. Fascinating, it must work off minor telepathy to know when someone is reciting fact over creating new information. I would love to study it. The room's sweat dropped. Now I know where I get it from. Izuku chuckled. There's no denying the relation now, Aizawa grunted, but before we do anything else, a fist rapped the top of Izuku's head. Problem child, do you have any idea how scared I was? You fucking charge of in the middle of an attack. No, it's fine, sensei, I can play distraction, I'm only the most wanted target. And then Kota comes along and we have to make sure he doesn't shrink back into his shell because you've disappeared. And I've gone through so much stress. Coffee. Izuku remained quiet until rendered speechless when the tired man pulled him into a hug. Thank fuck you're okay. Sorry? His favorite drink is Jack Daniels, Nezu not so subtly hinted. Now, without further ado, we must be going, we have a lot to discuss. Now, All for One, do you have another name to go by? Kiba Shigaraki, whichever you please, Nezu. He nodded as the restraints were applied. Now would you like to talk here or should I wait until we arrive at the station? The station preferably, sir. Tsukachi began leading them to the car. There's not space enough for everyone. I call shotgun. Izuku darted ahead. All Might can make his own way there. You will also be paying to repair the hole you punched in that wall. Nezu put his hands behind his back as they walked. It would make a perfect rooftop cafe for Izuku in the Kamino district. Hi. All Might sighed depressingly before walking out of it and jumping over the city. A large folder was put on the table. So, Mr. Shigaraki, thanks to your cooperation, we've managed to clear you of no less than 17 murder charges, 3 hit and runs, 14 different bank heists and, Tsukachi checked the file, 1 trafficking ring. The villain factory you were suspected to head up has been tied to a Dr. Garaki who took your blood and copied your quirk against your will, meaning you are cleared of being involved there. We do have the death of Shino Haramaki several decades ago, and the killing of your brother's murderers back in the Quirk Civil War before that. Those can be excused, however, due to the state of lawlessness at the time. What does concern me is the attack on the USJ you orchestrated and the attack on the camp yesterday evening. Hisashi Midoriya directed the attack. He merely used my connections to get people down on their luck to join him in the attack. Tsukachi made a note. How long can I expect my sentencing to be? Considering you have 1 count of murder on your entire rep sheet? You're not even looking at jail time. The USJ attack means that your punishment is now up to Nezu since he and Izuku created the rehab program. If they still want you on site, then you'll be put somewhere on the grounds to work off your transgression, already approved by the police chief. Now for our records, we did take some DNA samples and we can confirm you both are related through the deceased Inko Midoriya. Apologies if it seems blunt, but I have to state it as such for the recordings. Understandable, Izuku hummed while his grandfather nodded. Now, the big issue is how we go about with the Nomo facility you kindly told us about. You were unsure if it was Garaki's only location? It is the warehouse he stored the Nomu he forced me to take. I don't know where he is or if he's got a location he operates out of more regularly. Kurojiri may know more. He has previously brought the doctor to me for my treatments. Unlikely, he probably used a different location as a pickup point, but we'll ask him what he knows. Tsukachi nodded, writing more down. All right. Your email gave me some information to work with too. Nezu should be here momentarily to help organize your paperwork for the punishment. Wonderful, thank you for your help, Detective. Kiba nodded slowly with a smile. If you're ever interested, I would love to study your quirk in detail. It's just fascinating. I'm sure Izuku would be happy to give you the notes he's made. Otherwise, we can make an appointment after a few months of your rehab has begun. Thanks for the good word, Tsukachi. I couldn't lose another family member. Not like this. Izuku offered his hand forward, which the man firmly shook. It's no problem, Izuku. I know what you've been through. Honestly, you deserve a little reprieve. Aizawa's told me about the case against the Wild Pussycats too. That one's been streamlined straight through. How'd you get the evidence to Nezu anyway? You were busy the entire night? What? You think I can't multitask? I gave Aizawa transcripts of my conversations with him and Mandalay before I found Momo and the Nomu. Speaking of, has Eri and Chisaki handled it? Another random thug put into witness protection, but I need to be going now. Tsukachi checked his watch. I needed in an interview with Mandalay. Should things come up, Izuku, we'll have Kota in your custody before the day's over. You police are very fast these days. Grandpa nodded his head in respect. When I was a boy, the whole force was just a bunch of bumbling idiots. Well, there's a lot of quirks that help with getting paperwork done quickly these days. I can't disclose much about the case of Kota Izumi, however I can say that most of them on the force have kids. I've even got a nephew. We take child cases very seriously. Izuku has been a very reliable source and aid for us. I trust him, and so the entire force would gladly trust him too. The discount on coffee helps too. Yes, I've had many an officer thank me for directing them to you. I think I should start asking for advertising payments. He joked. Right, I'll be off. Hopefully the next I see you will be in better circumstances. He nodded before leaving the room. Izuku and his grandfather both gave off a sigh of relief. Izuku put his head in his hands. Are you all right, Izuku? Yeah. I'm fine. I just hate paperwork, and it's going to be hours before we're finished with this, and then I've got to go home and handle the paperwork, and then we have to organize living arrangements again, and that's going to be even more paperwork, and then I have to sort out Kota's adoption work, which is even more, and I just wish everything could be done without 4 hand cramps and a forest's worth of paper. He took a deep breath. Welp, no time like the present. Let's get it over with. Putting. On a brave face, he smiled as the door opened again. What did you do to my cafe? Izuku, Grandpa, Nezu and Aizawa stood outside of the building, the very changed building. The cafe remained front and center, but it was now a story taller and several rooms wider. Expanded it, Nezu grinned. You see, the summer camp highlighted how easily your father can target our students, so we've decided to go full board and get our students to live on grounds, rent-free of course, so now all you pay is the cafe rent. There's 2 stories for it. The third is a common room for students who don't work there or don't have a shift. Your previous apartments have been remodeled. All those who weren't in a relationship but sharing a room now have their own room. All students in relationships have their own apartment like dorm spaces with 1 bedroom and a living space. There's a kitchen and indoor gym, along with a garden out the back. The cafe has access to a small portion of it, but the remainder is for things such as a greenhouse for Miss Shiozaki and outdoor sparring rings. Tenko and Tsubasa have their own apartment area at the top that has an extra room should Mr. Kaneki and his partner wish to stay over. Mr. Shigaraki has his own apartment with the faculty. I'm afraid you'll need either an escort or an ankle monitor to make sure you don't try to flee, at least for the first few weeks. It's only a formality. I understand. Both Eri and Kota will have their own rooms in your apartment. Izuku, you alone have a kitchenette should either of them need something when curfew has passed, which is 8 p.m. Chisaki has been made aware of when to get Eri back home from school by. I've taken the liberty of organizing Kota's schooling myself. He'll be joining Eri's class in the beginning of next week, by which time the adoption should be finalized. Thank you. Izuku nearly collapsed to his knees in relief at the amount of paperwork Nezu had freed him from with that one task alone. It is no bother. I tested him when Aizawa brought him back. He seems to be rather intelligent despite the laissez-faire schooling the pussycats had him signed up to. What are the rooms either side of the cafe then? You've just stuck a dorm on top and left the sides empty? No, but your cafe is expanding, is it not? Ishiyama made the call to bring Tamura and Rei in to help set up a Himura herbal corner for students to relax if they are getting increasingly stressed. We also added a small library for students that can be accessed separately or through the cafe. Any books that Kota or Eri may need are already stored on a bookshelf installed in your apartment. This doesn't have anything to do with Eri called you Nezu-Ajisen, would it? Nezu paused. I have no idea what you're talking about. Izuku just smiled before kneeling to hug the small principal with one arm. Thank you, Nezu. This means a lot to me, and it's gonna mean a hell of a lot to them too. It's no skin of my nose to help you, Izuku. Honestly, with you having your staff live on site anyway, I had a damning argument in favor of building the dorms, letting the greenette stand back up. He smirked. However, we couldn't get away with everything. While the police were happy to let us have Mr. Shigaraki in the faculty apartments, it appears they were more chaotic than previously thought. No, Grandpa realized it immediately as Izuku hummed. What? He asked innocently. No, Nezu took a deep breath. It appears that Mr. Shigaraki must have a roommate. That didn't seem too bad. Not this, please, anything but this. One the police force chose. Well, that's just sadistic. Yes, it appears that All Might must be your grandfather's roommate. The elder man remained silent as a tear rolled down his cheek. It's okay, if it's what it takes to see my grandson, I shall bear this cross. It shouldn't be for long, Mr. Shigaraki, just until the probation weeks have passed, then we can move you into your own apartment. That's fine, I won't be teaching, will I? So it's not as if I'll have to spend the entire day by his side. Will he be the escort to and from? Most likely not. The other teachers have put together a rota, which includes me for a reason. Wonderful. Izuku told you were partial to a good game of chess or shogi. Could I challenge you to a game at some point? I'd be more than happy to play you, Mr. Shigaraki. Now, shall we? Papa, /Midoriya, /Izu, /Zuku. For bodies tackled him from nowhere, all piling onto his chest, drawing a sudden huff from him. For voices began talking at once as he laid pined by the owners. Guys, I only have one pair of ears, please. I was so scared, Papa. Mr. Aizawa said you'd gone away for a few days. He said they were trying to find you. You promised you'd come back, Midoriya. You promised. The next time you decide to do something so stupid again, don't do it alone. Both Momo and Itsuka scolded him together. Eri, I'm sorry I scared you. Papa did have to go away but I wasn't going to be long, I'll never be gone very long, no matter what. Kota, I'm here aren't I? I came back, just not the way either of us thought. Girls, I can't promise to not do stupid things on my own, but next time we get attacked I won't go alone, that I can promise. Now, can you let me stand up please? I have a few things to explain to a few people. I should think so. Grandpa raised an eyebrow. Momo, Itsuka, this is my grandpa. From mom's side he's as against father as I am. He's already helped Tsukachi with the cases from the Endeavor incident. Grandpa, these are my partners, Momo Yayorozu and Itsuka Kendo. They work with me in the cafe and are on the hero course too. We've been together since we were 17. Gently he bent over to scoop Eri up. Eri, this is my grandpa, which makes him your great-grandpa? Are you older than Nezu Ajisen? Possibly, he smiled. My name is Kiba Shigaraki. Kiba Super Ajisen. Eri cried with a smile, kicking out in Izuku's hold. Grandpa, this is Eri, our adopted daughter. We've been caring for her for 3 years though we were only able to adopt her after the 3 of us turned 18, she's 5. And she's adorable, Grandpa smiled. God, I remember when you were this small serving lemonade out of your little homemade stand. Gently he put his arms out and Izuku passed her to him. I'm so going to dote on you and spoil you. This rugrat is Kota Izumi, soon to be Kota Izumi Midoriya? What? I can change my name. Well, sort of. Izuku knelt down next to the boy, putting his hands on his shoulders gently. You take my last name because I'm going to be adopting you, Kota. This means you'll be my son, my family. I'm going to be your new parent, new dad. And dad? The boy's eyes began watering. But I won't try replace your real dad, nor will Momo and Itsuka try replace your real mom, but you can call me Papa like Eri does, or Pa, Pops, Ol' Man, whatever works for you, okay? Kota suddenly hugged him tightly as he cried. More softly than a few days ago but also much more joyfully. I take it that it's okay with you then? Why yeah, Kota sniveled as he pulled back. I don't mind Izuku. It's fine Kota. Take your time, it's obviously going to take some adjusting. Now let me get Gramps settled in at his apartment and then the 5 of us are going shopping. Shopping for what? Kota wiped his eyes. Well, I distinctly remember promising someone a race car bed for their own room if they came to see me and we have a whole lot of cheeseburgers to get on our way home. His eyes immediately lit up. We'll also have to get some chicken nuggets. Eri beamed from Grandpa's arms. And if you're both good, we can go get McFlurries as well. Ice cream, Eri squealed. McFlurries? What's that? You haven't had a McFlurry? No, it was just a Happy Meal cheeseburger. They said dessert would take too long. Is it good? It's great. Eri cheered. It's ice cream but with chocolate and sprinkles and you eat it with a spoon and they have cool flavors. Can I have one? Well, only if you behave while we get you a bed and some other things for the apartment, like photo frames, some clothes for you, bedding. Is it our turn for the apartment shop today? Actually, Izuku, Nezu smiled once again. Thanks to the implementation of the dorms, you have a fully stocked kitchen that's restocked at the end of every week. The only fridge that may require filling is the one in your kitchenette, though I do ask you stop charging your employees rent since the other students aren't paying. Unless I change my entire building rent, offer them all a job to cover said rent and then that rent is put forwards as payment for student accommodations, Nezu laughed. And this is why you are my student Izuku. I'll see to the paperwork for you, since you have most the classes under your employ as it is, the others are already tempted to join. Wonderful, thank you Nezu, I'll come and help when I get the time. Now, should we get Grandpa set up? Oh it's fine Izuku, Grandpa smiled, slowly putting Eri down before grunting and putting a hand to his hip. Ooh, these joints aren't as spry as they used to be. Anyway, I'm sure Nezu and I can sort me out. I shall call you if I need any help with the electrics, thank you. You sure you'll be okay? I have Nezu here, even if Toshinori decides to be childish. I doubt the other teachers are capable of such a bias once Aizawa and he explained the full story. Go on, it's fine. He made a shooing gesture with his hands. Go have your first little outing with young Kota here. If you want to bring me back a Cadbury Flurry and a black tea, perhaps just a flurry, we have a selection of teas available. Nezu smiled as he turned on his heel. I would happily show you the range after we sort out your effects. Grandpa chuckled. Alright then Nezu, please lead the way. Bye everybody, it was lovely to meet you all. Izuku, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye Gramps. By Kiba Superajizen. Goodbye sir. The two parties began walking in opposite directions. Eri quickly got between Momo and Itsuka, taking a hand from each and swinging as Izuku put his hands under Kota's armpits and lifted the boy onto his shoulders. Giggling accompanied them in the still air as they walked. Izuku hummed as he leant on the counter of his kitchen, peering into the living area where Kota sat watching cartoons half asleep. His hair was sticking out in all directions after being dried via hairdryer. He'd helped the boy bathe properly after they finished their dinner and talked as he dried him off. Now Momo and Itsuka were bathing with Eri as the boys were locked out of the bathroom. Sipping his cup in thought, Izuku grinned. Hey Kota. Huh. Do you want to go on a quick adventure? Yeah, the boy was barely able to pull his tired eyes away from the colorful screen as Izuku walked over. Alright come on then, don't tell your mothers though, okay? Mokui, he repeated. It took a few seconds to successfully get him away from the TV, but soon he was following Izuku, sneaking out of the apartment. They slowly made their way down the corridor and came to an unsuspecting door. Opening it revealed a ladder leading to a small hatch. You go up first, mind your feet, I'll be right behind you. Helping the small boy up the rungs, Izuku closed the door behind them and climbed up in the darkness too. Reaching around his son, he undid the latch and pushed open the hatch. They climbed out onto the roof and stared up at the night sky. Kota looked up in wonder as Izuku smiled, slowly sitting down. I used to do this all the time. What? Back when Mom died, I had to go live with Katsuki Bakugo, the explodey boy. His parents were close with my mom, to the point where they looked out for me even when she was alive, but then gave me a home until I got the apartments above the cafe and moved out. While I was there, me, Katsuki and our two friends, Kaneki and Tsubasa, would climb onto the rooftop of wherever the four of us were sleeping and just stare up at the stars. Laying down, he watched Kota sit down next to him. They used to tell me that when we look up at the stars all look back. I always thought that if the stars could see me, Mom could see me too, and if I looked hard enough I could see her in the stars? And can you? Sometimes the stars aren't always out. Oh, Kota frowned. But just 'cause you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there, Kota. Izuku smiled, putting a hand on his shoulder. Close your eyes. You can't see the stars but you still know they're in the sky, right? Yeah. So just because I can't see Mom, doesn't mean she's not watching over me. The same goes for your biological parents. As long as you know it, doesn't matter if you can't see them. What does biological mean? It's a bit hard for me to explain right now, but you'll learn it in school. They looked over at the hatch. Opened up. Dikairu, Katsuki climbed out. You forgot a few things. A 6-pack of apple juice cartons were thrown at his face, landing on the ground next to his head. The blonde pulled himself out onto the roof, shortly before being followed by Kaneki. Yo dude, heard you finally met your old man, then you met your ma's old man. Kaneki grinned. Shiketsu's not got dorms installed, so they don't mind if Tuka and I live here with all you. Tenko is psyched to have some roommates. Hey Kaneki, you guys moved in already? Yeah? Kat's hit me up saying you got new rooms, since I was debating about applying anyway, so I went to Tuya, had him sign me on and then transferred over. Nezu was an absolute legend about it. Will pay rent like the actual students. Tuya's gonna email you the schedule Tuka and I can work with since we have to get to Shiketsu and back. That's fine Kaneki, you'll probably be on 3 hours every night except the weekend. The two men lowered themselves onto the roof as a fourth person emerged. The cavalry has arrived. Tsubasa. Izuku grinned. And I bought beers. The trio cursed. Can I have one Izuku, please? Kota looked at him. When you're old enough, we'll come up here and you can have a beer. Alright Kota? Okay, does that mean I get all the apple juices? Yup, you do pipsqueak. Katsuki ruffled his hair, opening a can in his other hand. Izuku grunted as he sat up and opened his own beer. So, is this what it was like when you were smaller? Kota mumbled as he held his juice box in both hands, staring up at the sky and the diamond the men formed. Minus the beers, but yeah, we'd sit up like this and just exist together. Kaneki sipped his own drink. So, Izuku, we heard you got kidnapped this week? Yeah well, what else you gonna do on a Friday night? The men laughed for a moment as Kota opened his first carton of apple juice, before Kaneki continued. Well, Izuku's now got a pair of kids and a pair of ladies. I've got Tuka, Tsubasa, Katsuki. Well, it's funny you mention that, Kaneki. Izuku smirked as Katsuki turned to face him. But Katsuki's got himself a girl now. Okay, I have to be in a simulation. Tsubasa chuckled. Kaneki, I can believe, but Katsuki? I'll have you know Ibara and I are very happy in our relationship. She's Christian, devout and likes to garden. She's the one that makes the salads we sell downstairs. Belg, salad. Kota stuck out his tongue. It's not actually that bad, if you get rid of the tomatoes. No, it's the cucumber you get rid of, Kaneki. Try again, Wings. It's the spinach you take out. Wrong again, it's the spring onion, cats. Izuku chuckled. I say get rid of all of it and have a cheeseburger. Here, here. Tsubasa raised his can. I'll drink to that. Kota smiled, sipping his apple juice. Izuku chuckled. But you need to have salad to grow up big and strong. Like Shoji? The boy gasped, nearly dropping his carton. I gotta eat that to be like Toothy Man? Katsuki barked out a laugh as Izuku sighed. Yes, a McDonald's every now and then it's bad, but you gotta eat healthy, which includes salads and fruits. Okay, Kota pouted as he relaxed. So how are you liking your new home, Kota? Yeah. I got 3 Happy Meals and a race car bed, and some dragons and a poster and some clothes and I met Super Ajizan. Eri calls him Kiba Super Ajizan, but that's too long, and I got apple juice. Plus I got to meet Uncle Chisaki and Pops and Fumi, who Eri call Auntie Fumi, and I got to pick out a storybook to read in bed, and I got to choose the covers and the color will paint the walls and. Breathe, kid, breathe. Katsuki chuckled. Man, it's like a mini you. Don't say that. Kota is his own kid. Just because he talks like any hyperactive 5-year-old does not mean he can come close to my mutter storms. Mutter storms? Kota looked between the men. It's when Izuku would see a quirk. Kaneki shook his head. He'd throw out tons of words in seconds. It sounded like garble to us. We'd barely get a word in, and even then we had to wait until he'd pause for breath. Which happened like once every 3 minutes, Tsubasa added. I wasn't that bad, Izuku grumbled as he sipped his beer. Oh yes, you were a super nerd back then. Nowadays you're a giga-nerd. The winged man laughed. Giga-nerd? Grow up, Tsubasa. We're not in the playground where Giga is cool anymore. That's rich coming from the guy who had a race car bed until he was 13. It was true. I thought you were joking. Kota cried with a grin. Izuku hung his head. You told him? Yup, he needed the laugh. I feel personally attacked. Katsuki put a hand to his chest mockingly. The group descended into general conversation between the guys, all of them offering some advice to Kota for when he got into school. He listened to them all eagerly, chugging his apple juice cartons. Eventually the 5 decided to descend back into the building with plans to do it again in a week, and Izuku re-entered the apartment, supporting Kota with one arm as he slept against his shoulder. Alright, Eri, they're back, time for bed, Itsuka called from the kitchenette as she brewed some cups of tea. Okay, Mama. She began walking to her room as Izuku carried Kota into his. It was a stark contrast to his room with the wild pussycats. The walls were still white, but that would change as soon as they had the free time. A dark green race car bed was parked in the far corner of the room. Like his sister, Kota had picked several dragons to decorate his bed, though instead of white and red like hers, his selection was green and black. A nice shelf unit sat under his window just past the bed, already half filled with boxes of toys, comics and books. Izuku lowered him into the bed and tucked him in again. Welcome to your new home, Kota. Hope you like it. Brushing some of the boy's loose hair, he smiled. Tsubasa had been right, there was a lot of his past self Izuku saw in Kota, but this time, the greenette would be the guide that he'd needed back then. He'd found his way after a lot of struggling and some help. Now he was going to help Kota find his way, hopefully stopping as much of the pain as possible. Good night, buddy. As he reached the door, he could have sworn he heard a quiet, "Night, Dad." Momo and Itsuka left Eri's room, before he shared a look with them and they swapped doors. Good night, Princess. He spoke softly, leaning into the room. Papa? Yeah. Does this mean I can't call you Papa anymore? Or that you won't want me anymore? Quickly crossing the room, he felt his heart break lightly. No, Heavens no Eri, I'll always want and love you, Simir. Hugging her tightly he felt her whimper. Kota is just like your papa was when he lost his mama. Kota lost his mama and papa when he was very young. You know how I always told you your papa can see pain? Why yeah. Kota's in a lot of pain. Before we found him, the people that took care of him told him off for being sad, so he kept it all inside. It's hurt him a lot, so we have to make sure he knows it's okay to cry and be upset. He'll probably get angry and shout at Papa a lot, but that's just because he doesn't know what else to do. Just like Papa doesn't really know how to be a papa, so I do what I think is right. But you're the best papa. Thank you, Eri. It makes me happy that you think that. Letting her step back, he looked into her eyes. Now, Papa's going to be with Kota so that he doesn't yell at anyone else, but that doesn't mean I don't love you. That doesn't mean I don't want you, because I do love you and I do want you. You think I would have let you have all those chicken nuggets if I didn't? A small giggle. There's my girl. I'll be honest, it's going to be a hard few days while Kota adjusts, but the more supportive we are, the easier it'll be for him, and next week when Uncle Kai takes you to school, Kota's going to be going with you. Really? Yeah, and it's gonna be your job to look out for him, okay? Alright. Now as for calling me Papa, like I told Kota, you call me whatever makes you happiest. If you want to call me Papa, call me Papa. If you want to call me something else, you call me something else. As long as it's not something stupid like, I don't know, Poopy Butthead. Eri giggled again as he smiled. One more hug? She squeezed him tightly before laid her back down. Now you get some rest, okay? Tomorrow is Sunday and we're going to go shopping for paint to color the walls of these rooms. Do you want pink again? No, I want green, like Papa's costume. He chuckled. You got it, princess. Now get some sleep because we gotta get up early. He kissed her right temple gently. Sleep well, princess. Night, Papa. He walked to the door and looked back, smiling softly before closing it gently behind him. I can't believe you adopted a boy and didn't tell us. Itsuka teased him. In my defense, it just kinda happened. He raised his arms in surrender. As most things tend to do when it comes to you, Momo raised an eyebrow. Not my fault. No, I suppose it's not, she sighed at him. Come on, it's been a busy week. Let's get some sleep in our own bed. That? Izuku grinned, putting an arm around each woman's waist. Sounds positively heavenly right now. So, you've all be showing great improvement in your hero studies. Nezu believes this is due to something outside of the new full board planning of the school. It's probably cause Midoriya helped us all get a schedule down and with our shifts he's helping us stick to it. Kyoka raised a hand. Yeah, I don't remember the last time studying was fun, but that's to Izuku it's been so much easier to hit the books. Toru cheered, flopping back in her seat. Thanks to him helping me get my ADHD diagnosed, I've have an easier time focusing on lessons too. Denki nodded. And my dyslexia? Rikito gave a thumbs up, not to mention Koji's dyscalculia. Leaning forward, the baker put a hand on Class 1A's resident mute who nodded eagerly. He's also suggested a bunch of us sign up to talk to Hound Dog after having the camp incident, Mishiro added, and he somehow seems to know what job each of us are best suited for and which ones help us branch from our comfort zone. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow have been in much better sync ever since he put them on a set of machines alone. IIVBBB bin. G getting BBB better at talking. To be people, Koji mumbled to a small applause that made him blush. Working stock showed me I needed to work on my physical strength, Kyoka admitted. Tetsu and I haven't skipped a single leg day since we got hired. Ijiro lifted a fist in his signature style. Shinso raised his hand. Hey, so what happened to Iida after the whole thing? I remember the Saturday after Izuku went missing, he tried appealing to rejoin the class again. Something about the sad loss of a student and how the space must be filled. Aizawa sighed and pointed to Shinso. I was hoping I wouldn't have to explain this just yet. That's twice now you've had me explain things before I'm mentally braced for his. The finger drifted towards a certain greenette, schemes and backlash. What did I do? Which time? Touché. Momo just pat his chest and leant into his shoulder as he conceded to the teacher. Continue. Tenya Iida has been put on probation after repeat warnings from the teachers. After Izuku was kidnapped Friday night, word spread, come Saturday, he appeared in the school as we were all returning. He tried bargain with me to get back onto the hero course, trying to use Midoriya's injuries as evidence he should not be on the course. Firstly, the fact he got so hurt during the exams and then as he was kidnapped, ignoring how I told him Midoriya was in fact a target in the attack and sacrificed himself to protect the rest of the students, teachers and Kota Izumi Midoriya, who promptly proceeded to punch Iida in the scrotum for talking bad about Midoriya. Iida attempted to reason with the child by bringing up his quirklessness and how it would only get him killed. Izuku and Momo audibly sucked on their teeth. Yeah. Kota then explained the circumstances of his biological parents' deaths at the hands of Muscular, who Midoriya debilitated in their fight. Iida had no response to this and then got kicked in the knees by Kota, who claimed Midoriya had taught him such tactics. I hadn't taught him that then, I only taught him that yesterday. Aizawa rubbed his temples. Midoriya, please do not teach your son to kneecap anyone, let alone UA students. That being said, after Iida made a quick retreat, it came to light how he's been purposefully skipping his sessions with Hound Dog. He is now on his final warning. If he accosts any of you, please let a teacher know so that he may be expelled. That also counts if you see Iida accost Midoriya, because we all know he won't report it. Just as he was about to cry in indignation, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Pulling it out, his eyes widened. Care to share with homeroom Midoriya? It's Grandpa, most likely All Might appearing and trying to pick a fight, again? That's like the fifth already and it's only been a week. Izuku opened the phone and put it on speaker. Hello. Hey Dad, Kota greeted quietly. Immediately he was on edge. We may have a minor to mediocre problem. He closed his eyes and massaged his temples. So, this problem you called me for? Kota nodded slowly as Eri and Grandpa looked somewhat nervous. Was because Grandpa got you guys to help him do some cooking, more nodding, and you decided it'd be a good prank to get Eri to sniff the pepper. Kota bit his lip, which caused her to sneeze, and use her quirk on Grandpa, putting him back to, I want to say, 65? Try late 50s. Grandpa cheered as he kept hugging Eri. I got nearly 3 entire decades extra to spend with my family. The small girl giggled as he twirled her around, though we aren't letting Kota near the spices for a few weeks. Fair. Izuku nodded as Kota went to cry out in indignation before thinking and relenting. Does Nezu know? His phone buzzed again. Fishing it out of his pocket, he stared at the notification. Always know. Putting aside the shiver down his spine, Izuku put his phone away. All right, Nezu knows. He's not doing anything to intervene. That's fine. Do you guys want me to call in someone else to help? No, we should be fine, Grandpa nodded. I can actually pick my great-grandkids up without creaking. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Consequently, this also means you can take them while we go to the provisional exam in a couple weeks. Am I just a free babysitter to you then? You love them, they love you, you're in good health, neither of them can kill you by accident. Win-win-win. Just don't spoil them too much. Izuku, I was the king of the underworld. I think I can teach 2 toddlers humility, as he put Eri down on the floor. Hey, we're big kids, you know. Kota argued, his sister nodding in argument. Big kids, huh? Big kids who wanted what for lunch? Pancakes, Eri slowly admitted in a small voice. He looked betrayed as he stared at her. Dang it. Huh, is that so? Izuku poked his tongue into his cheek. Well, I guess that means that we can't have the barbecue tonight. What? But why you promised? Kota argued. No, we made a deal. If you had the lunch your moms and I made you today, we could have the barbecue and burgers in the garden with everyone. We didn't make the pancakes though, so it doesn't count. But you were going to. And? We were gonna eat the packed lunch too. Really? He raised an eyebrow. Is that why you left them on the counter in the kitchen this morning? His son wilted under his gaze, a heavy sigh. Look, I've got someone covering the lesson I was supposed to teach. Let's walk to the apartment. Grab your lunches and when we get back you can have lunch and then make pancakes with Grandpa if you're still hungry. Deal? Deal. The duo accepted eagerly, both nodding before joining him. Grandpa picked up his keys with a smile as Izuku pressed his ID to the scanner by the door. It would register he was Grandpa's escort and not set off any alarms when his monitor put him outside the building. Together the quarter took a slow walk across the campus. Since your camp was cancelled, Midoriya, Aizawa shrugged, you'll be working on your super moves in Gym Gamma, Midoriya, and it will be supervised by myself, Cementos and All Might will join us at some point, Midoriya, a heavy sigh, Yairozu, wake your man up please. What's funny is you think I'm asleep, Izuku grumbled, instead of just face-planting into the desk because we both know that you're withholding information about the exam to these guys. It's useless information that will only cause you to become anxious. It's illogical too. Izuku held up a hand as he took a deep breath through his nose and closed his eyes. Bihao, shit. Midori dash. Bullsoski shit. Mid dash. Bullshit. Izuku smirked as Aizawa just glared at them. Fine, we'll play it your way. During the exam there will be a point at the start of the practical combat exam. It's known as the crushing of UA, because the other school unite to take down a common enemy they have information about. The recordings of the sports festival will be their source material. No doubt they will have been assigned to watch it as homework. Therefore they will know the levels you're operating at. The levels we were operating at, sensei? Ijiro raised his hand. We can still improve by the time the exam rolls around. Can we also watch the footage to see where we need to improve? Very W dash. Wait, Momo stood up. You were going to just let us wander into a trap? You knew the students would study us to learn our weaknesses but decided not to tell us. You can't stagnate in the field of heroism. This exam would have shown you that. At the cost of our self-esteem and mental health. She snapped, most of the class looking at Aizawa with faces of annoyance and betrayal. You were seriously going to keep this from us, stop us from having ideas on how to improve, prevent us from studying how to better cover our weaknesses, and then you had the sheer gall to be ready to blame us? Momo, Izuku reached for her hand to calm her down. No, Izuku. Pulling away from him, she looked at the sitting greenette. It's this type of manipulation that gave you those self-esteem and self-worth issues in high school. You had it, Suka and I double-checking every piece of maths you did because your teachers made you think you were stupid by failing you on purpose and blaming you. It doesn't ma-dash. It does matter because I was going to tell them all anyway, he argued. Regardless of what Aizawa said, I was going to use my position as Nezu's student and a part-time teacher to do it at the dorms tonight. It's why I invited everyone to a barbecue, so we could go over it with 1B as well. But you shouldn't have to do that. Aizawa is our teacher, you shouldn't have to do his job for him so he can be lazy. As I said before, Yaoyorozu, UA prides itself on its unorthodox teach-dash. You have to actually teach us something for that excuse to work. The whole class stared wide-eyed. Several oaths were heard as the Onyx woman faced the scraggly man. Have you actually done anything in homeroom apart from take attendance and sleep? I mean, aside from reaffirming we aren't good enough every morning? I told you all you did good work last week. Yeah, last week, when we stopped trusting you and didn't have to slog our way through a forest and then be told the pros could do it faster. But they could. Izuku waved his hands. All right, Aizawa, I highly advise you stop digging yourself further into this hole. Momo, please stop throwing him shovels to help him dig. I think we all know by now that Aizawa doesn't really help us much, thanks to the study groups and the exercise. None of us really need his help, so just calm down, love. Aizawa, I think I speak for all of us when I say you've lost our trust, like 100% of it. I figured maybe you could put the videos on during homeroom and ask us to deconstruct the strengths and weaknesses without being forced to. But your little trick at the beginning of camp where we saw through your logical ruse and you still tired forcing us to do it, that cost you this class's trust. Not to mention you thought it best to lie to 3 of your students in order to get them to try their best in the exam, like they'd just sit around with a thumb up their arse if you didn't. Denki and Siro nodded. He's right, sensei. Mina folded her arms. You were going to blame us for not using information we didn't know we had. You should always be improving. You knew the festival was televised. True, but we can't learn from just watching them. Hitoshi raised his hand. Mineta didn't even get to the fighting stage. How was he gonna learn from them? Aoyama doesn't know how to throw a real punch. Reviewing the footage of him doing it wrong would only make his style worse. You see, we need someone to tell us what we're doing wrong to improve, instead of just let us be crushed by the world. Failure is a hardship many heroes face. You have to learn that and how to face it. By blaming ourselves, right? Like you did. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Like you are, even though he's back. Don't throw that in my face, Aizawa warned. Who are you? Oboro Shirakumo, Izuku informed the class. He was in Aizawa's class when he went to UA, died in their second year. On the work studies, he's prepping us for that. Then how's he back? Mineta asked. Simple really, he didn't die. Remember the guy called Kurojiri? He was a Nomu, one made from Oboro. He's currently in hospital as the doctors try to figure out how his quirk was warped from his cloud quirk to the warp gate he uses. Aizawa never found the body, so assumed he'd lost his friend in a fight. Wait, so, Kyoka shook her head, he's manipulating us, giving us these complexes and issues because he can't get over his own trauma? He's traumatizing us now so we don't get traumatized later? What kind of bullcrap is that? I use logical ruses to make sure you are trying your hardest? Maybe just tell us to try our hardest, man. What the fuck? Shoto stood up, slamming his hands on his desk. You threatened us with expulsion on the first day. We've been afraid of asking for help ever since. We keep asking our other teachers if they'd expel us like you threatened to. Ochako shouted. I've been up so late I forget to sleep. Several nods and noises of agreement. You're all going to see Hound Dog. Aizawa's face fell flat. No, we're not falling for that trick. Ejiro barked. 'Cause we'll got to Hound Dog and you'll be there grinning, just waiting to punish us, because heroes can't afford to get civilians involved or whatever. The door slid open, preventing any remark Aizawa had ready. Christ Aizawa, what did you do to them? Midnight was stood there, most likely ready to enter and teach first period. I am going to personally sign them all up for Hound. How do we know this isn't part of the ruse, Ribbit? And that's why I'm doing it. Midnight gestured to the greenette. We are not having a group of heroes only able to trust each other be put out into the world. That is cruel and will only end badly. Lies, deception. Shoji pointed with 3 hands. Midnight just balked, her mouth agape. Guys, I think it's probably for the best we all go see Hound Dog. Izuku sighed. I've been seeing him for a while now to help with some lingering issues from Aldera and previous schooling in general. As if a switch was flipped, the students looked at him. I'll go talk to him about setting up sessions around your shifts. I'll send out an email to you each privately unless you're all happy for me to post it in the 1A group chat. A few looks were swapped. On the group chat should be fine, boss. Ejiro nodded. It's not like we can mock each other for it. You sure, guys? Kyoka raised an eyebrow. It could be part of the... I trust Izuku, Shinso interrupted. He wouldn't take part in it. He did save us from the forest last week, Mineta added. I trust him. Me too. Denki gave a thumbs up. I trust Dikairu with my fucking life. He'd never dare do something behind our backs, Katsuki grumbled, cracking his knuckles. Slowly his older hires all murmured agreements as the new hires relaxed. I'll do the same for 1B. Thinking about it, the camp was traumatic for everyone. Izuku rubbed his chin. Talk to Itsuka about it, she can mention it to the others and if they want to you can do it. Momo nudged him gently with a grin. Good idea. Midnight stared in shock while Aizawa remained silent. I ask again, what did you do to them? The whole class looked at her suddenly. They trust Nezu's student more than their own teacher. Is there a problem with him being Nezu's student? Katsuki growled. Nezu is a high-functioning sociopath. He doesn't often bother with things like emotions. Eri and Kota argue otherwise. Be that as it may, he's known for being sadistic and good at double bluffs and making everyone question every step they take. And why would I be like that, Midnight? I'm just his student, not him, he smiled. Well, at least not to those I care about. The whole of UA collectively gulped for no reason while both Nezu and Kiba felt a surge of pride. The door to the lift opened as people screamed running past it. Izuku had Kota on his back and Eri on his hip as he went to step into the common area. Watch out, boss. Izuku turned to see Aways crying out the warning. It's coming straight for your ankles. Following the bandana man's finger, he looked to see a Roomba with a knife strapped to its top. Face-palming with his free hand, he looked towards the crowd of students gathered at one side of the room. Who's the genius behind this? Nobody said anything. Well, cool, Kota whispered as the small device wheeled past the doorway. No, not cool. Izuku pinched his nose. That's going to sever someone's ankle if they're not careful. So I ask again, who's the genius behind this? The classes both inched back against the wall as the Roomba got closer. When did we even get a Roomba anyway? It was supposed help with cleaning, Katsuki shrieked. Here it comes. They all yelled and fell apart, screeching as they dashed for cover. Whose room was it in last? I saw it go into Siro's room last. Denki yelped as he jumped onto the sofa. The Roomba passed safely under it as Izuku put Kota and Eri back in the lift. Okay kids, I've got to deal with this lot, then we can go see Grandpa alright? Can we stay please? Kota put his hands together. Sorry bud, but I'm going to use some adult language I'd rather you not learn yet, plus it's a very large kitchen knife and I don't want you getting hurt, okay? Fine, but can we get Roomba for the apartment? Sure, I'll have Moma look into it, as long as you promise not to stick anything dangerous on top of it. You got it Dad. Come on Eri, while the sweets are unguarded. The two gaining a mischievous glint in their eyes that he didn't link as the doors closed again. Izuku felt something tap his ankle and looked to see the Roomba, decidedly unarmed, pushing against his leg. Okay, now who let Katsuki grab the knife? Hey, I didn't do shit. It's the rodent. Izuku looked to the stairwell door and saw Nezu, his legs spread in a power squat and one arm holding up the knife. Who's the rodent now, biatch? His unhinged smile as he faced the students was enough to make even Izuku yelp and begin running away. They kept running, long after Nezu put the knife away in place of a rubber stand-in. Everyone was giggling as they charged around, screaming in mock terror. The door to the stairwell burst open as Aizawa rolled in. Present Mike moved in next to him, hands together in a finger gun, pointing out to the left. A man with white hair came through and stood on the right, one leg lifted in the crane stance. Midnight stood behind them both, arms raised pointing up and out with her hands flat. What's the sitch? The white-haired man yelled with a grin. They all paused to see Nezu with a rubber knife grinning madly. Never mind. Get your asses over here. Izuku yelped as Nezu turned back to the group. A white cloudy portal opened up and the four stepped through it to join the classes. Oboro Shirakumo, I presume? That's me, you are? The group ran to all collect on the couch. Midoriya, Izuku, I'm sure Aizawa told me about you. Oh, nice Tami-cha. You're the fella that got the people in to help me get my body back. They all screamed as Nezu poked their ankles. You run the cafe, right? That I. Izuku. The door slammed open again. Yagi and I were. Both of the older men froze as they took in the scene. You're a bit busy, will be. No, it's okay, Nezu sighed. We've had our fun. Besides, it is only a toy. The toy knife was put away as the class dissolved into giggles and climbed off the seating. What can I help you with, Grandpa? We were hoping you'd help us with a small disagreement. Go for it. We wish to find Nana. Tashinori spoke hurriedly, however all Kiba, he corrected himself firmly, suggests he use the tracking quirk he uses to locate the previous users in order to find her. I've said we should utilize my connections to Tsukachi and David in order to use technology to aid us, which seems highly inefficient and also could wind up leading us in the wrong direction entirely since technology is so complicated these days. Grandpa, I watched you tape up the TV remote to cover the buttons except channel changing, power on and volume. There's just too many of them. However, using technology and my connections is the more legal route which we should use because otherwise it breaches Kiba's parole. What parole? Nezu asked as Izuku raised an eyebrow. He's part of our rehab program, meaning he's free to use his quirk with our permission. Really? All Might blinked. The officer I spoke to when I was told he was my roommate said it was because he was out on parole. That implies a course case, which there isn't. Izuku shook his head. Did he say parole or probation? There's a difference? 3 face palms and a heavy sigh. Parole is reducing a sentence. Normally for things like good behavior, it lets you out early. Probation can be used in lieu of jail time, which we technically classify the program as. We play hard and fast with our rules, in order for the other former villains currently in some self-help programs to feel at most ease. Magna is already seeing Chisaki about her surgery too. Hound Dog says Bubajiwara has come on in leaps and bounds after we discovered the source of the identity disorder. Nezu nodded. So which one should we use? Tashinori looked between the two employers. Both? Izuku shrugged. Use the technology to give you some locations to search, then use the quirk to narrow it down before using facial recognition software to get it down to a few people and chase the dregs of it with the quirk. Both men stared at him. That's, Tashinori gaped. Genius. Grandpa grinned, hugging Izuku. You absolute genius. Come Yagi. We must call your friend and Tsukachi, time waits for no man. The duo left as suddenly as they'd appeared. Damn it, he could have taken Kota and Eri with him. Now I gotta walk all the way to the faculty dorms and back. Who are Kota and Eri? Shirakumo asked. My adopted kids. Izuku waved a hand. Both come from broken homes. One is still grieving, the other is too young to remember. Anyway, I'm guessing you came for a reason? Oh. Yeah, we did. Hi everyone, my name is Oboro Shirakumo, but y'all can call me Oboro now. His hand grabbed the back of Aizawa's head and forced him into a bow. Sorry about this knucklehead, he's not the best at talking about his problems, so he bottled it up and ended up hurting you guys, ain't that right Aizawa? I am sorry for my actions, I understand that I will have to work to regain your trust and will do my best to do so. That being said, I have a reputation to uphold, so excuse me if I'm a hard ass. We don't mind if you're a hard ass sensei, Mizo shook his head. Just as long as you aren't a logically deceptive hard ass, Kyoka grinned. Now that's dealt with, does anyone know where to get a decent cup of coffee? Oboro laughed. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Say Oboro, you currently don't have a job do you? Most of the room knew where this was going. No, not at the moment, Nezu's got me studying for a teaching license but I don't have a job. Well, we could always use more hands to help at Green Tea Coffee, your quirk is Warp Gate now isn't it? Yeah, even after all the work the doctors did, my genetics had become too warped. Trying to reform my quirk was impossible without taking it all away and putting the right combo back in, so I just got some nice white cloudy gates. Wait, why does that come into play? Well, to justify getting you a private quirk use license, you could use it on the job for us, we'd be able to pay for shipping to the high street store and have you warp the stock we need in, not to mention you'd make Ejiro's and Tetsutetsu's job a damn sight easier. Hell yeah it would. Both men cried out, activating their quirks to fist bump. Getting them off UA campus would be a cinch thanks to your quirk, but ultimately it's up to you if you want the job or not. Are you kidding? Obviously I want in. It sounds like a lot of fun. It is, came the chorused reply of the students in the room. Alright, I'm in. Yet another person burst into the room, wailing. Midoriya. Hatsum groaned, am I allowed to touch the machines yet? Tenko keeps telling me off. Well, are you going to use them or upgrade them? Upgrade them obviously. They're so. Then no, you can't Hatsum, go back down to the stockroom please. But Midoriya? Hatsum, stockroom or I'll stick you on a table with a book. Fine. But I'm not happy about it. The door slammed again. Everyone stared at it for a solid few seconds. She's the exception, Izuku pointed slowly, before everyone broke down into giggles. After a minute of laughing the elevator door opened up and Kota ran out. Help! He yelped, jumping up into Izuku and climbing for the high ground on his shoulders. Eri came thundering down the stairs after him. What did you do Kota? He ate my last strawberry Haribo. She frowned, running over and trying to climb Izuku as well. He ate my last sweets 'cause he finished all of his. What were either of you doing eating the sweets? I told you those were for after dinner. Both of them froze, mouths sealed shut, right? Well, I guess you guys can't join us at the barbecue tonight. But you said? We made a promise and you broke it, so no barbecue? Moma? Mama? Eri turned to her mothers with pleading eyes, please? You father already said no. Momo folded her arms. So why are you looking at us? Itsuka put a hand on her hip. Because he's not the boss of you, Kota tried, both of them sucked on their teeth. Oh hell no, Kyoka rolled up her sleeves, ew. Technically I am the boss because they do work for my company, Izuku chuckled, however raising you two is a team effort, they knew I made the deal and agreed that if you didn't behave, you'd have to go to bed early and not enjoy the barbecue, Kyoka once again. Don't jump to conclusions about our relationship, I would never use my position as CEO as leverage for decisions around parenting. Sorry Izuku, the purplet stepped backwards, her head bowed. Izuku nodded his head before looking down at his kids. A heavy sigh before relenting. Alright look, you can have dinner out in the barbecue, but you know dessert and after you're finished you're going straight to bed? Okay, they both agreed sullenly, their heads bowing. Now, let's go see Grandpa before getting everything ready. I'm sure he's going to be very busy soon, so we'll have to see him now a lot to make up for it, okay? All right. They both cheered, each taking a finger in their hands and walking either side of him. Momo and Itsuka quickly joined them. Itsuka holding Kota's hand as Momo took Aries. The quintet left the cafe and began enjoying the small moment of peace and harmony the walk gave them, unawares of the trouble readying on the horizon. Look alive, Rugrats. The course so far may have been easy and fun, but now we get serious. Aizawa addressed the group stood outside the bus. This exam is the real deal. You'll be pitted against second and third years of different schools. They will know your names, your faces and the basics of your quirks and slash or skills. Izuku lifted his chin that much higher in pride. What they don't know is how you work now, just how hard you've trained, nor how determined you are to pass this exam first try. I'd tell you to stick together, but you're gonna do that anyway. But the Razor. Long time no see. You actually kept a couple students this time? He noted the slight change in Aizawa's posture and face as they looked to the approaching hero. Ms. Joke. Oh wow, looks like a full class too. You sure you didn't get a head injury or something before school started? This lot had potential. You guys are the first years, right? An excited black-haired lookalike of Izuku grinned falsely. It's awesome to... Save your words, man-child. Izuku pulled his hand away as his doppelganger went to shake it. They are cheap and easy to spout. Don't pretend to be starstruck when you're only searching for weaknesses. It'll take more than a smile and a handshake to make fools of us. The class all nodded behind him. So cold, are you sure you don't want to be an investigator? So comedic, are you sure you don't want to be a clown? Izuku shot back as the stare from the taller boy narrowed. You got a lot of nerve, quirkless, just 'cause you got? I think that's enough out of you. Aizawa stepped in, pushing the man back. I nearly expelled a kid just for finishing that sentence. You sure you want to go through with this? You sure you want a liability like it on the battlefield? I can assure you, whoever you think you are, of two things, Shoto interrupted coldly. Number one, my friend here is more than capable on the battlefield, saving many lives already. Number two, no matter how great you think you are, history will forget you in favor of him. The boy laughed. This'll be easier than I thought then, if you need that thing to save you. I bet then, Izuku grinned. If I pass this test, you quit being a hero, no more hero course, no nothing, you go to Gen Ed and maybe try for a police job, but if I fail this test, if I fail, I'll drop out of UA, completely, no support course, no hero course, nothing. You sure you want to take that bet? He smirked. I mean you're only first years. The condescending tone irked Izuku, but he didn't let it show. It'd be a waste to crush your dreams so quickly instead of watching it fall apart in front of you. Joke, are you gonna call off your pet or not? What's the harm, Eraser? It's just a bit of fun, she chuckled, rubbing the back of her head. Funny, I didn't realize fun for heroes meant harassing someone trying their best because you think less of them, Momofo realized, putting a finger to her chin as she looked off in mock thought. Trust me, once he's gone, you'll all realize you're better off without him. Fat chance you 2-bit Dikairu ripoff looking small dick extra. Katsuki barked. We're class 1 motherfucking and this man here? He's Nezu's personal student? So if you really wish to not fall into this darkness, Fumikage glared as dark shadow grew from his back, we suggest walking away. This pipsqueak, Nezu's student? Don't make me laugh. A pity title is just that, a title, it means nothing just like it's worth. Funny, Ochako checked her nails, rubbing them against her blazer. I don't see you worth over 3 billion yen. Can't see you running a multi-million cafe chain that boasts most of UA's students as a workforce. Kaminari swiped his phone. And it's funny because I don't think UA or I-Island have invited you onto their sites either. Mineta adjusted his sleeves. The purple-haired man now stood at head height with his classmates, able to look most of them in the eye now instead of craning his neck. But I mean sure, keep telling us how our best man is worthless. If this is your best, then UA's in more trouble than I thought. That's enough, boy, Aizawa warned. It's quite all right, Aizawa, honestly. Izuku waved a hand. He thinks that his words are even remotely cutting. Acting tough, are you? Please, spend 5 years amongst those who tell you to kill yourself every minute of the day. His eyes narrowed at the man, who took a step back. spend time organizing the funeral of your mother who was murdered because of you and being reminded how it will forever be your fault, due to a genetic lottery, and then tell me if your little playground insults can hurt anyone. Okay, let's all just calm down here. This is when you step in joke? When my student responds in kind? Aizawa growled. Maybe if you reminded him of the precarious nature of his position? I'm well aware of his position, the erasure hero spat, alongside the other students at you, above and beyond wherever you try and place him. He is one of the best students I've ever had the honor of teaching, so don't you dare act as if one piece of information tells you everything about him. Joke actually seemed frightened for a brief moment. Maybe I should remind you that this boy here? This greenette, he talked down the boogeyman, reformed the king of the underground into a barista that makes a damn good coffee. Not to mention he got All Might to become the man's new drinking buddy during teacher's night at the bar he runs on UA campus. Whatever, come on guys, we need to go get ready, Joke called out to her class, who all followed her silently, glaring at the UA class. Izuku was the main target for these glares but remained unaffected, yawning and stretching his arms to prove a point. Don't mind them guys, just remember to do your best, alright? The class nodded. Now I'm going to say this once, so you better join in. Plus ultra. The class cried together, an unfamiliar voice joining them. It is rude to just barge into other people's huddles. Inesa, a lilac-haired student, scolded the bulky buzzcut-haired man that had joined in with the wrong school motto. Immediately Inesa slammed his hands to his hips and bowed his head into the concrete. I'm so very sorry. Izuku caught the hat that had flown from his head and dusted it off. Recognizing the badge, he held it out to the larger man. Shiketsu, huh? Second years? Try again, hot stuff. A blonde woman winked at him. We're first years, just like you. Izuku looked at the taller man. Oh, I recognize you. You tried for the recommended exam, right? You passed with flying colors. What gives? Inesa took his hat back politely before fixing it onto his head. I saw him and knew then and there I couldn't go to a school with the son of Endeavor. You think I'm like that? Shoto stepped forwards with a growl as Izuku put a hand up to stop him. The greenette stared with contempt and anger. See? Even now he lashes out in anger, not an ounce of passion in his eyes. Izuku sighed before putting a hand on the man's shoulder. No, see, Shoto Himura here is a brilliant man. You won't believe what he can do or his drive. You saw who his father was and handed down a legacy of cruelty to him. You didn't think at all what he could have possibly gone through, did you? Making the son burden the sins of the father? Police, grow up, you narrow-minded brat. You would defend the son of a villain? Newsflash, fucker, my dad's a villain Yakuza at that, and my grandpa? Just the boogeyman. So should I be typecast because of them? Or should my mother be typecast as well? His leg moved before he got an answer, kicking Inesa in the groin. As he bent over, Izuku grabbed his head and leant into his shoulder, whispering gently, insult my brother again and your kneecaps, mine. I don't care what you say about quirkless ol' me, but he went through shit, so don't you dare act like you know him because you saw his daddy dearest finally get what was coming to him. You get me? Just say yes or no. Yes, I understand. Izuku let him go and smiled brightly, a sinister undertone not so subtly hidden underneath. Awesome, well, see you in there. Come on guys, let's rock it. Your new suit's up to scratch, guys? Hells yeah. Denki grinned, holding his thumb up. His suit redesign had come from an idea Mineta had given when they'd been talking about his redesign. The blonde didn't change much, but his costume now had more padding, a utility belt full of tricks and gadgets as well as few slots for weapons. Aizawa had agreed to teach a group of students bladed combat, much like the skills Izuku had used to fight Stain, while Snipe had eagerly agreed to give them basic firearm training after the exam. Denki also carried 2 metal rods capable of storing and releasing extra charge. Effectively, he had his own chargeable stun batons that he could power up with his quirk. Alongside the bars were small battery-like applicators that were dubbed sticky tasers by Hatsum. Passively feeding off his quirk, they could be used as handheld tasers, thrown to a target to stun them, or Denki could overcharge them and create an EMP capable of plunging the entire UA campus into a blackout. The biggest edit, however, came in the form of his shoes. Tiny metal rods were now sat in the soles of his shoes connected to the metal outer plating on the bottom. Minoru had come to the conclusion that Kaminari was more of a close combatant than a ranged fighter, like himself. Because Electric D is always looking to be grounded, it doesn't like traveling at all. So grounding Kaminari meant he could really go all out. They tested it between thinking of the upgrade and the exam. He could now not only keep his wits about him after an indiscriminate 2 gigavolts but chain them together, and the surge of Electric D meant he could give his mind and muscles a boost of power. He also had a small capsule of edible battery-like objects, once again designed and built by Hatsum, that would help him recharge his electric buildup. His ADHD also spiked when faced with both, but what is hyperactivity in a battle if not instincts keeping you alive? Minoru's costume had changed completely. The whole Café family had joined him and Power Loader in burning the item in the garden. Izuku even got gasoline, and Cementos made a fire pit specially for the event. His new costume took the theme of berries instead of grapes. Specifically blackberries, since the underground hero Thistle would be operating in the shadows and his dark purple would appear black. With his head as the berry, his body became the stem, dark green with black highlights. It was form-fitting but contained hidden armor. In each arm, he had a whip hidden. With Kai's help, Hatsum had been able to restructure the smaller balls behind his ears into the long adhesive whips if he ever needed to fight close range or restrain a villain. On his back was a crossbow, designed by him when he'd first thought of being a hero and brought to life by the combined efforts of Mei, Power Loader, Kai, and Izuku. He could feed the balls from the top of his head into it and fire them further than he could throw, giving him even more range for captures. Unable to actually use his hair like many other hero core suits, Kai had to take small skin grafts to get the right genetic components. Those parts were then placed on the body of the crossbow to avoid the ball getting stuck and jamming the mechanism. Thanks to Power Loader, they were also able to cultivate the cells to create a deposit of his DNA to keep upgrading his equipment. His shoes were also able to repel or stick to his balls, meaning he could now make his way up a wall without having to trampoline up an alley. Even his yellow gloves had gone, now replaced with black fingerless gloves, complete with a touchscreen sleeve he could use for recon, signal for help, or alert authorities to a criminal's location. Minoru Mineta had undergone a complete metamorphosis after that job offer in the training rooms. Limelight hero Grap Juice was dead and gone. Underground hero Thistle was here to stay. It's awesome, boss. Hatsum really outdid herself with this. He held the crossbow like a holy grail before clipping it onto his back. Do you think she's like a thank you gift? Just tell people who does your gear and she'll consider that thanks enough. Izuku chuckled as he pulled his own costume on. Actually, that reminds me, Bakugo? Yeah. Would you and Shoizaki mind if I joined you gardening in the fruit garden at all? No, why? Well, if I'm gonna be a fruit-themed hero, I'd like to know my stuff. Plus, I've never actually had a blackberry before, or a raspberry for that matter. I'm sure Ibara would be more than pleased to have another set of hands, plus it means she can make the vegetable salads while you make the fruit ones. The blonde adjusted his headpiece. I'll talk to her when the exam's over. Sound good? Yeah, thank you. Alright, remember guys, we're a team here. We act as a signal unit, either everyone passes or none of us pass, right? Right? Class 1A yelled in response to him. Play to your strengths and the weaknesses of your partners. Shinso's group, never stop yelling to each other. The more he can hide among your noise, the better. Momo's group, listen, think. You plan together and work together. Nobody's looking for their own spotlight here. Cat's team, you guys need to break off and go buck wild. Demolition isn't a factor in the exam, but try stay away from the urban areas. Shoto's group, you all balance each other. Keep it that way. I don't want to hear a whisper of someone slacking off. My group, we work hard, we work fast. They shouldn't even see our shadows. We all got our roles? Yes, sir. Then let's do this shit. The class cried out with determination as the other classes began coming in for an assault. Move, V. Everyone jumped as Ochako took the class's gravity. Siro handed off the tape tether to Denki as he also floated away. Shoto tried to keep closest to the ground. The ground began to shake under them as Ketsubetsu students, including the black-haired faker Izuku, approached. Plus ultra indiscriminate release. Denki yelled, putting his hands to the floor. 3 gigavolts. Class 1A watched as the floor became yellow, lightning spreading around him in a gigantic radius. Most of Ketsubetsu was caught in the shock, all forcibly paralyzed. Release! Izuku grinned as they began to fall. Shoto hit the ground first. Capture in flurry of snow, Ice Palace. Ice raced out to meet the lightning, the ground becoming a DOS sling white and bright blue. Now Ketsubetsu and the other hero schools were all trapped in his ice, unable to escape. Spikes deployed from Izuku's shoes as he landed. What? You didn't think we'd go down easy, did ya? With a smirk, he drew both of his guns, loaded with special rounds that would count as points if they hit the targets. It's open season, but this time, it's UA's, everyone. Get hunting. Electric Rock, you're with me. Katsuki called out. Ejiro and Denki ran off with him. Sugarman, Anima, Ultraviolet, Sparkling, let's get going, Momo called out. Koji, Rikido, Yuga and Toru fell into a formation. Tsukuyami, Pinky, Uravity, Cellophane, I've got Froppy, move it. Shoto picked up the frog girl in a piggyback as the four fell in line and ran away. Tentacle, Earphone Jack on me. Shinso charged off, letting Mizo and Kyoka catch up. That leaves Tailman and Thistle, let's go kick ass. The greenette took off as Minoru and Ojiro followed him. You got it, forward slash right? Yo Deku. He looked over to see Ochako running over. I got separate from the others. Fine, stick with us, don't take your eyes off me. Turning his back for a second, he heard her footsteps get closer. You got it. Her movement stopped and he whipped around, one hand grabbing her wrist as she reached to put a ball against one of the targets, his gun in his other hand, pressed against hers. Uravity didn't put a target on her ribs, and she knows to call me Jade. Man, totes uncool, her body fell away into pink mist. Sucks to suck, he grinned before pulling the trigger. Her target flashed green. Nice idea, using your quirk to disguise yourself as a teammate. You just didn't have enough info to pull one over on me. You say you're Jade? Like the Vigilante. The one and only, first quirkless student in a hero course too. Oh dude, sick, you should so follow me on Twitter, I wanna know what it's like being you cutie. Sorry Utsushimi, but I'm taken, and there's nothing interesting to know about me. How do you? Kaneki Sumashi, friend of mine, told me you were tricky by trade, only guy to notice the difference between your illusion and his real girl. You know him? Small world, we should totes hang out though. Tuka and me are bestie babes. Where do you guys crash? Maybe talk to Kaneki about coming over. I'd get some ice on there if I were you. It's gonna bruise. Thanks bruh. Didn't get your name, did I, hot stuff? Tagging her other two targets with a grin, he began moving away. Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, Sia around Utsushimi. Climbing up the rocky terrain, he met Ojiro and Minoru. Come on man, how come all the hot babes come after you? The purplet let the smallest bit of jealousy leak out. I don't know Thistle, but play your cards right and she might give you a shot. Oh, I'm not interested in her, just wondering if you were gonna leave any ladies for the rest of us. They chuckled. I'm sure you'll find her Thistle, come on we gotta keep moving. The trio quickly ran over the terrain. Minoru kept throwing his balls and creating a trampoline path. Ojiro swung and bounced using his tail to keep pace. Izuku just didn't pause, he rebounded from wall to wall and the floor, vaulting, sliding and dodging obstructions. He used his gear to cover the more difficult paths, yet the three kept pace together. Taking a moment to survey their surroundings, they searched for any targets. Got 'em, 5 o'clock, closing fast, group of 4, Minoru spoke as he kept a hand flat above his eyes to block the sun. Think we can take them? I think the question is, Ojiro adjusted his belt and gloves, think they have a chance against us? Sharing a grin they moved off, ready to pass the exam. Our final examinees have passed. Mara's voice rattled over the intercom. Please hold on while we prep the next stage of your exam, thank you. Class 1A grouped together as they all waited. Everyone had passed in the first half of the time limit for the exam. Izuku sat in the middle chair while the class formed a ring to relax together. Momo had made herself comfy on his lap while everyone else grabbed a chair. His hand rested on her back as they all discussed about their opponents. Hey Izuku. Yeah. He turned to Ojiro, who had been talking about their surprise attack on some Ketsubetsu students that had broken off at the start. How are you able to move so fast? You were like a shadow, I couldn't even see you? It's a combination of stealth tactics and pure speed. He shrugged. Since I'm quirkless, I have to push my body harder than you guys. Thanks to evolution, my limits are much higher than the limits before quirks. Olympians used to be the pinnacle of human physique in one or two categories. I'd say I can roughly match their very best capabilities right now. I'm no ingenium, but I can move pretty fast. Usain Bolt was considered the fastest man alive at almost 45 kilometers an hour, recorded between 60 and 80 meters in his 100-meter sprint. My average running speed without sprinting is about 39, 40-ish, so I still have room to grow. How fast is that compared to a car? Ejiro wondered. My speed? About 24 miles per hour. That's running, remember, not jogging. I'm about 18 miles per hour if I do a serious jog. There are roads with speed limits lower than that. Denki cried in shock. Hell, I remember Ingenium once said in an interview he couldn't go faster than 10 miles per hour without using his quirk. What kind of juice are you drinking? Carrot, Momo replied seriously, and pineapple, banana, orange, strawberry? All at once? Must be disgusting. No, actually, Izuku chuckled. I got the idea from a juice at the store, has 32 vitamins and minerals in it, plus I use the carrot to override the other flavors, so, he shrugged, you've all seen me drink it? That is the orange liquid you chug 2 pints of when we work out in the morning? Minoru stared dumbfounded. Dude, I'd hate to see your pre-drinks and meals. I have a strict breakfast and lunch plan, so that I can enjoy things for dinner, like taking Kota and Eri to McDonald's. My metabolism combined with the routine means I can afford a day off without losing too much muscle mass. Of which there's is plenty. Momo squeezed his bicep, however it took a lot of pain for him to finally get it right. There were days at Suka and I had to tie him down so he'd let his body rest, and the time we locked him out of the gym and had Kai scramble the lock so he couldn't pick it. I remember back before he had the cafe, Katsuki chuckled. He'd joined the old man on a run, nothing serious, came back 5 minutes earlier. Turns out he was so fast Dad gave him a longer route and he still beat him home. Man was covered in sweat, barely on his own feet, cursing enough to make the hag blush when he saw Dikairu. Really? Mina leant forward, invested. Yup, Dikairu had done a regular run across the longer route. Dad took a dead sprint over the shorter one and somehow still lost. In fairness, it was only an extra kilometer. It was for when Uncle Masaru wanted to push himself, not me. Raising his free hand placatingly he grinned, though I did have to make my own route after then since he'd try and beat me back every time. I remember that. Katsuki barked. The first time he beat you back he was so proud of himself. Then you told him the route you took and he looked like a kicked puppy. I felt so dash. Would all examinees please make their way back into the testing area, please? That's all examinees to the testing area, please, thank you. A disembodied voice cut him off. Right, I suppose that's the final curtain call. Put your best face on, everybody. Pretend you know this job, everybody, Katsuki added. Come on, let's go out with a bang. Izuku lifted his fist as the class cheered together before getting ready to leave. So the 15 minutes they'd been given to breath were to destroy the testing site. Building were collapsed and burning. Professional actors had got into place to be victims in the mock scenario. The class looked to each other as the other schools quickly devolved into discourse. Izuku sighed and pulled out his gun, turning the silencer off. Kyoka, he whispered, getting the violet-haired girl to cover her ears as he pulled the trigger. Bang. Silence as all heads turned to him. He stepped up onto a chunk of rubble to break out above the sea of people. Right, now that I have your attention, we need to work as a group here, got it? Good. Giving nobody time to respond or argue, he continued. All of those with speed-enhancing quirks, come over to Kriati. She will give you a series of small locators. You mark out all civilians in danger. Anything you can handle, go ahead, but don't try to be a show-off. People's lives are at stake here. Strength enhancers, also come over. You'll be given a tracker. It will guide you to each locator within your vicinity. Group up. I want 3 strengths to a speedster, anyone with a healing quirk. You're going to be helping us set up a triage and emergency relief shelter. Pyrokinetics. Your job is obvious. Get those fires away from the people. Hold on to the heat in case we get a villain attack. Ice guys, you're going to be with heat freeze, producing as much ice as you can to aid the healers. You aren't done until the medics say you are. If you start cooling too much, come see heat freeze, he'll warm you up. Telekinetics. Move with the strengths, you'll be acting support, anything. They need help lifting or can't reach, you'll get. Telepaths. Stay here, you're going to help organize and keep everyone updated. Anyone that can make plants grow, see if you can assist the moving of rubble, otherwise start making a defensive barrier around the medical tents in case villains attack. Flyers, you're our sky view. Keep the telepaths in the know of what you see, get speedsters to the busier areas. Remember, this isn't a place for pride. Any questions? Yeah, who put you in charge? Someone barked. You did, all of you, because instead of coordinating and doing something, you sat here with your thumbs up your arses waiting for someone to tell you what to do. He snapped back. Well, here I am, telling you what to do, so move. After using the same tone he'd used on the rampaging UA students, everybody scrambled to follow his orders. What are you going to do? Momo asked him as he stepped back onto the ground. He smiled and pulled out a roll of bandage. Well, I've got extensive knowledge on treating wounds, he grinned, so I'll take the lead. He dash. The ground began shaking. Let's see how you handle this, heroes. A voice called out across the area. Shit, all right everyone, catching their attention again, he continued. Change of plans, strengths, you're our first line of defense, take the fight to them and don't let them give it back. Telekinetics, come get a tracker, 3 telepaths to a speedsters, and I want 2 strengths to a zone. Plant-based, your first priority is now making a defensive wall here and then going to aid in rubble clearance. Non-combative, if you know how to fight, your strength back up, if you don't then you better. No first aid, let's get moving people. He let a proud smirk come to his face as over 4 hero school classes all yelled. Sir, yes sir. Back at him before they got stuck in, not even hesitating to group and begin moving. Ultraviolet. Yes sir. You're our ace in the hole. I want you to try and find the boss, whoever looks like they're in charge, get the info to the telepaths and tell them to try coordinate a strength or 2 to take M out. We're most likely looking at a thug, group boss, Godfather situation. Anyone without a dime a dozen look you highlight, the one that stands out the most you tell a telepath to let me know directly. On it, sir. Her glove moved into a salute before she turned and ran away into the crowd. Thistle, see who you can save, since I know your skill set better. You've got Froppy with you. The 2 of you should be good enough to get any injured out of their predicaments. Everyone else, your roles are there. Ground 0, Minoru and Tsu only nodded before turning and running alongside each other. Get the fuckers coming for us. Stay as far away from Jax as I can to make sure I don't fuck with her searches. Come on Sparky, you and I got some heads to bust. Alright, let's go. Sharing a high five, the duo charged away. Red Riot, you're on pathing. I want a straight route from every zone. If there's a building in the way, there's no building in the way. If there's a gap, you put the building in it. Take Sugarman with you. Right? Both men turned and charged into the nearest wall, putting a decently sized hole in it. Tentacle earphone jack, you 2 up high. You're looking for the ones stuck inside buildings. You keep talking to the telepaths. You get any other searching quirks, you get them to help you. They nodded before Kyoka began using her jacks to scale a wall and Mizo simply punched his way up. Tailman, you're going to be with me? What are we doing, sir? We're going after Head Honcho. He grinned as he put his mask back into place. Let's go kick some ass. He and Ojiro leapt from a building, sliding down some rubble to the ground. The flying heroes had notified the telepaths that Gang Orca was in the area, seemingly leading the many ectoplasm clones acting as mock grunts. Izuku had everyone give the villainless-looking hero a wide berth. He and Ojiro were going to handle the guy, everyone else as to focus on rescuing civilians. Shoto was now also on his way gathering the pyrokinetics and any fire they had spare. Remember Tailman, keep from in front of him, his sonar blast can knock you out clean. Luckily he has to stay still to use it, so if we keep him moving, he won't have a chance. Alright Jade, let's do this. The duo ran towards the Orca hero, taking out any ectoclones that tried stopping them. Ojiro moved his tail to give Izuku a footstool and launched him over the head of the mock villain leader. You have one chance, we can resolve this peacefully. Call your guys off, let us help rescue civilians and we'll sit and have a nice conversation. Hard chance, hero. I'm here to show you what fools you really are. Why? His eyes narrowed. What do you gain? Dodging a punch, he rolled along the floor and turned to face Gang Orca. I gain everything. Once I show the world that heroes are bumbling idiots, it'll just be the police in the way of my schemes. So you're just doing this because you want to? Why else would I? Akika barely avoided before getting caught by the large tail. Unresolved trauma is the leading cause of villainy in Japan. I figured if you had something driving you, we could talk about it, I could help you. After getting to his feet, he glared at one of the beady red eyes fixed on him. I don't need help, you pathetic hero. Why would I need help from the likes of you when I can help myself to all the riches of the world? Fine, Tailman, how long? A few minutes. Think we can take him? Obviously. The two began attacking in tandem, but Gang Orca's defense was too strong, neither of them could land a hit. Luckily it also meant he couldn't attack them, which is what they wanted. Clear, forwards, I'll blow you away. The team jumped back as a raging inferno came from under them. Londig behind the pyrokinetics, Shodo was waiting for them. At the same time a gale came from the side, snuffing out the fires before they could reach their target. Everyone looked over to see Inesa floating in the air. Gale force? Izuku roared, your job is surveillance. What the fuck are you doing? I saw the son of a villain collecting fire quirks. Even you should see he was planning on betraying us. I won't let Ish. He was silenced as a rubber bullet cracked his kneecap. He yelped in pain as he lost control of his quirk and dropped to the ground like a stone. You're going to behave at what you're going to do. Pride has no place here, asshole. Izuku shouted as he cracked one of the man's ribs with a shot. Now lay down, shut up and don't fucking move. I'll deal with you later. Turning back to Gang Orca he growled, dry him out, heat freeze, create all the fire you can, rest of you, move it, make a ring, tornado or whatever you call a circle of fire, we need him to get the water out. Alright, let's do it, fireman. A team name, really? Sue us. A Ketsubetsu student smirked. Shodo threw a titanic blaze towards the villain, only for the other heroes to pull it left and right, splitting it up and creating two opposing rings of fire. Izuku quickly scaled a wall, looking at Gang Orca as he pulled out a bottle of water. A massive roar extinguished the flames before the water was tipped over his head, rehydrating him. Tailman, fastball? Dropping onto Ojiro's tail, he was launched at Gang Orca again. Courtesy of Charge Bolt, Stunner Web. Throwing out a few metal spheres, they hovered around the villain. Izuku landed behind Gang Orca and turned around, pulling out a taser and stabbing the nearest sphere. Yellow lightning crackled around it before it fired out 3 beams to other spheres. They glowed before firing their own beams until there was a constant stream of lightning making a spiderweb-like structure. Gang Orca was unfortunately in the middle of it. His taser smoked as he ejected the battery. A special design by Hatsum, one of his weapon chargers. During the break, he'd asked the blonde to supercharge one with his 2 gigavolts so he could borrow it for an event like this. The lightning stopped as both the spheres and Gang Orca dropped to the ground. The second portion of the exam is now over. Please make your way back to the break room where class charts will tell you if you passed. Izuku was last to reach the room, everyone else charging ahead in excitement. He saw the whole class cheering together with words of a party being thrown around. Even Katsuki was in higher spirits than normal as willingly took part in a celebration dance with Denki, Ejiro and Siro. The greenette moved over to the group to see Aizawa stood in front of them, a grin on his face. Since you guys took so long to get here, I took the liberty of grabbing your results for you. The bedraggled man held the chart up as he explained to Izuku. The greenette momentarily panicked as his name wasn't obvious in the center, until Aizawa coughed and pointed at first place. Izuku got the top marks. Seeing his confusion, the homeroom teacher laughed and pulled an envelope out of his pocket. As he handed it to Izuku, the class fell silent, looking on in awe. Has no one else opened theirs yet? We wanted you to go first, Mina grinned. You're the reason we all got here, boss. Ejirp held up a thumb. We wouldn't be here without you leading us, Minoru nodded. So we decided to wait for you to open yours first, lead us into the next stage. Momo smiled, putting a hand on his shoulder. Izuku wiped his eyes as he took the envelope, opening it gingerly. A letter on congratulations he quickly scanned before reaching the bottom of the page. There, stuck on with a weak adhesive, was a small piece of plastic. A piece of plastic that made him official. It even included the bad photo he'd taken on school picture day for his student ID. With trembling hands he gently prized the small plastic off and stared. In bold cursive writing at the very top, it said, "Provisional Hero License." "Congratulations, Jade." Aizawa put a hand on his shoulder. "You're an official hero. Go make me even more proud than you already do." Izuku cut the man off, hugging him tightly, trying to hide the tears streaming down his face. Do you think she's proud of me? Proud I finally did it?" The normally tired man pat his back. Without a doubt, he didn't even need to specify who for the man to understand. "She's probably gushing worse than you right now, showing off to everyone that will listen." Izuku sniffed, "Not to make things worse or anything, but I'm also incredibly proud of you, Midoriya. I don't know how you did it, but somehow you've shown me what it's like to have a son. I wish you were my dad," he whispered in a moment of weakness. "I wish I coulda had a dad like you." The hug someone became more visceral, more real in that second as Aizawa moved a hand to stroke the back of his head. "You couldn't have said something sooner?" A wet chuckle. "God damn it, Midoriya, you've got me started now." Both men laughed as they let a few tears shed, over the joy of what just happened and sorrow at what could have been. The class all quietly took their own envelopes and letters, letting the two recover themselves. A harsh laugh as both men had finally calmed down. "Did you fail so hard even your teacher had to cry for you?" The black-haired lookalike from the entrance strode over, getting the attention of the room. "Well, a bet's a bet, so see you in dash." Izuku Midoriya passed the exam with the highest marks of all the examinees. Aizawa interrupted harshly. He led his class through the combat stage, making sure everyone would pass together, and then led the entire student body present in relief efforts before leading a strike team to beat the head villain. Despite one of their own going AWOL, attention turned to Inesa for a second, who had the decency to look down in shame. He is crying because he's unsure of how his deceased mother would be proud of him for coming so far despite misfits and living disappointment like you, dragging him through the mud. The student took a step back as eyes were now fixed on him, eyes not of sympathy but of rage, disappointment that he dare mock a man about his deceased family. "Yo, Shindo, correct?" The student nodded. "You're lucky you aren't in UA because I would have expelled you for a fraction of what you did this morning. As it stands I can save you some time though. Don't bother moving with your class. I watched you act so carelessly that it took Katsuki Bakugo, one of my students, intervening when you actually endangered someone's life. Even if that didn't happen you were so inept you would have failed anyway. As it stands endangering the actor was an automatic fail and a mandatory course on environmental awareness." "Era dash," Joke began, but was silenced as Class 1A glared at her, daring her to interact. "That being said, we have records of a bet being made this morning, between you and my student, who you insulted and mocked. You're moving to Gen Ed in Ketsubetsu, right? You are going to stick to your word, aren't you? Or is there some way it doesn't count?" "No, sir," came the numb reply. "Good, now get lost, brat. My class and I are going to celebrate their success." Momo hugged Izuku as the class followed Aizawa out of the building. There was silence for a few seconds before everyone shared a look. A cheer that was heard all the way down to the coast rang out as they yelled, "We did it!" Two men sat beside each other in the bar. One a white short-haired man, shallow wrinkle lines already forming on his forehead and around his green eyes. His partner was blonde, with long hair. His blue eyes seemed less sunken than they had ever before. Both sat leaning with a pint glass in their right hand. "I mean, what was I even doing?" The white-haired man shook his head. "I was there, next to him. I could have done anything to save his life and give him those few years to help me smooth things over, to finally find love, but I didn't. I just held his hand as his heart stopped." The blonde rested a hand on his shoulder. In the beginning, the two hadn't been very happy with each other's company at all. For the blonde to initiate physical contact was a major step in their mending relationship. "He told you he was happy, that life had given him many things. The only reason he listened to you was because his mentor had told him the wrong information. They were all biased against you from the start because of a simple misunderstanding, including me. The only reason I listened was because of the boy that changed my worldview, reminded me of who I was before I became a hero. He insisted I listen, and so I did. You didn't kill them. You can't blame yourself for it. Even our fight, you were acting out of anger since I was admittedly testing your patience with my refusal to calm down." Still, I can't blame you for it, what with Sorahiko not being willing to listen either. From what Izuku told me, his damning attitude of Nana being the pinnacle of heroism stoked the fire too much, but ultimately the blame falls on the bastard my brother was forced to bring into the fold. Without him stirring up the reputation I had killed Yoichi, we would never be in this mess. I suppose second is to blame in all this. I just wish there was a way we could talk to them all. I can see them, sometimes, when you're not using it. Daigoro really likes you, Yoichi tries to be as close to me as possible, and likes to just pretend he's sitting in the most annoying places. Hikage likes to breath around random strangers and play with their electronics. Why you can see them? Not all the time. If you're using it in any capacity, even 1%, they're all pulled back so you can use the power. Second is always sulking in a corner, which is good because I don't like him either. Did you think I could see them? If you were more in touch with your quirk, in all the time you've had it, hey, you ever really explored it? It's not just a power-up, it's a legacy, it's something bigger than a quirk. Have you ever considered it as such? And no, what do you suggest? Meditation, try and feel the power, don't use it, just feel it. Do you ever see when I'm not using it? No, not yet I haven't, which I can only take to mean she's alive, somewhere. And we'll find her together. The blonde lifted his drink. Together, his partner raised his own glass, clinking them together before the two took lengthy gulps. Looking out the corner of their eyes, they non-verbally entered a drinking contest, both trying to outdrink the other. The Witet won as he was less out of breath. Ugh, I should take it easy on the drinking, I'm still adjusting to having a stomach again, this is going to go right through me if I don't eat something. Oh, I know. Izuku put an app on my phone, we can order kebabs and have them back in the apartment. A kebab sounds divine right now. Speaking of Izuku, how'd he do with the exam today? Aizawa came into the staff room and never said a word. He passed. They had a class celebration this evening, we're having a family meal tomorrow night to celebrate. Apparently he also got a brat to bet his place on the Ketsubetsu hero course on the results. Miss Yayorozu told me more about it, how the little shit was so confident Izuku would lose. I expect it to make the news in a few days. I suppose it would, a student being that arrogant. Now, should we head back and order those kebabs? Tashinori, you have never said words that appealed to me more. Well, let's be going. The Kiba. The two used each other for support as the alcohol began taking effect, stumbling their way across the university grounds. Do you ever miss it? Kota asked as they laid on the rooftop. The four guys had helped him climb up again and now they sat with actual snacks and drinks instead of just beers. Miss what? Izuku leant on his arms to look at his son. Being my age? I keep hearing the others all say they miss being so small. Sometimes, yeah, the greenette admitted. It was a lot simpler back then, Kaneki agreed. It was all about who had the coolest lunchbox and what Pokemon cards were in your deck. Tsubasa shrugged. There were a lot of extras trying to get between me and your pops here, Katsuki grunted. But yeah, when we weren't at school it was fun, stick fights, playing with action figures, heroes and villains was just a game back then. Now it's the real deal for you too, huh? Kaneki smirked. Kami has been on my ass about visiting the place, but I'm concerned she'd be a bad influence on the Tykes. Police, Bakugo is already here. The heck you say to me, Wings? The group chuckled together before falling back into silence. But if I were to go back there, who knows how differently things could turn out. As it is, I face the paperwork I have now so I can have moments like this. Sighing wistfully he shook his head. Was it fun? Yeah, will I forever cherish the time I had? Obviously, but I wouldn't go back. I've got my business, my close friends, an expansive family, even my own kids now. Ruffling Kota's hair, he grinned. Even if I didn't have the best role model, I'm going to be the best dad I can be. A gentle pause. Speaking of, your mothers are downstairs having a girls' night with Eri, Ibara and Tuka, which means, gently he pulled a small can out of his pocket. You can have this. Beer? For chuckles? No, we'll work up to that all right, little man. This is just a Coke, bubbles without alcohol, only a small can and you can never tell your moms, all right? Okay. Kota took the can gingerly before Katsuki made an evil smirk. Wanna know how to make it really good, Tiny? Waiting until the boy faced him, he continued, shake it, really hard, it'll taste like the real thing. Izuku's eyes widened as he watched his son innocently shake the can. No. Grabbing the can before he could open it, Izuku stared at Katsuki. Since you gave him the hint, you should open it, make sure it's perfect. Alright, fine. Picking up Kota as the two other men rolled away, Izuku took several steps back. The blonde glared as he held the can, tilting it away from his body. With a crack he thumb-gunned the side of the can, quickly putting it to his mouth before it could spray everywhere. Once it was finished, he threw the empty can on the ground and burped. The three guys shared a cheer while Kota looked on in horror. Sorry, Tiny. It's fine, I figured something like this would happen. Izuku shook his head, reaching into his pocket again. So I brought a second one for Kota, one he's not shaking up, alright? Okay, there was a subtle tap at the hatch they all turned to. Tenko peered back at them. Room for one more? I've wondered where you two go. Do you come bearing offerings? Kaneki asked, deadly serious. Offerings? No Doritos? 3 bags of chili heatwave? You may enter. Sick. The man climbed up, revealing the shopping bag full of crisps. Got some tangy. Cheese too. Tsubasa moved over to let Tenko sit next to him at the front of the group. A beer was passed to him as the snacks were opened and added to the loop. So what's this group called then, huh? There's 2 of you that aren't damaged. Damaged? What he means is hurt, in some way that doesn't go away, Izuku explained to his son slowly. Tsubasa was turned into a Nomu, Tenko was hurt a lot over and over again. You lost your birth parents, I lost my mom and was ditched by my dad, along with a few other things, but those don't matter right now. Oh, Kota spoke in a small voice. It doesn't mean you're worth less than anyone else, he smiled. I've learned that it's human nature to become damaged, some it happens sooner than others. The thing that makes us different is how we face it. Do we build ourselves up again, or do we just stay broken? Like a jigsaw? Yeah, pretty much, but it's all one color, so you don't know what piece goes where. It's very hard to put it together again. The boy shook his head. Eri and me play with jigsaws all the time. If I can't do it, she helps me. He held up a thumb. It's a lot easier when she does. It was easier for you, Dad, to piece himself back together when I was on his ass about it. Katsuki grunted. True, it's always easier when someone helps you. Izuku chuckled gently. I'm glad you know to accept help now, Kota. Don't tell her I said that. She only does it because she thinks it annoys me. The 5 men gave out small laughs. All right, Kota, your secret is safe with us. The greenette pat his son's head. No. Izuku slammed his hands down as he stood. No way, no, nope. Not again, you bastard. Aizawa stared at him dumbfounded. But there's no. Not you, Aizawa. No, you're fine. I'm on about those 3. He eyed the 3rd years currently stood in front of the class. You left me bruises on my shoulder blades you all might rip off. These are the big 3? Denki looked at the blonde, periwinkle and blue-haired trio. I mean, they seem pretty cool. I'm not fighting them, any of them, particularly Mr. Bone Smasher. He felt his eyebrow twitch at Mirio's smiling face. All might rip off? That hurts, Midoriya. I thought Kohai were meant to be nice. Any chance of being nice went out the window when you cracked all 24 of my ribs. It can't have been that bad, Mirio laughed, waving a hand gently. Can't have been that bad? Izuku screeched in response. You slammed me into a building roof at almost terminal velocity and then let me fall 3 stories. You dislocated my shoulder by trying to force a tug-o-war. Shoto suddenly stood up and bowed. Thank you for your offer, but I believe none of the class wish to fight against you anymore, Mirio laughed. Come on, we'll only be in a gym, it won't be like Midoriya's term exam, swear it? Not buying it. Mina crossed her arms. Izuku can fold any of us in a spar, even if it's 3-on-1. If you not only landed a powerful blow but also fought him in such a way he refuses to fight you again, none of us are going near the mat against you. Who even approved this anyway? Denki groaned. We're 1st years. These guys aren't just 3rd years, they're the best 3rd years. We wouldn't even learn anything from it. I have a feeling I know who did it, Izuku grunted as the class heard a faint cackling. Oh come on guys, Mirio smiled. I promise, it's just to show you the benefits of the work studies. Sir taught me most of what I... Sir as in Sir Nighteye? Midoriya? No. Aizawa warned as Izuku grew a feral grin. I take back what I said, it's fucking on. The class subtly moved away as Mirio's smile faltered for the first time since he entered the room. Tamaki actually moved behind the larger blonde as Nighteye resisted the urge to take a step back. Izuku was emitting an aura and nobody liked it. Aizawa grumbled before pulling out a bottle of Jack Daniels from under the desk and pouring it into his coffee. It didn't take Nezu-level brains to know he'd need it. Midoriya, please, stay down this time, Mirio pleaded as Izuku got back up. Both men were bruised and hurting, floored each other almost same amount of time, but Izuku's pride wouldn't let him leave until there was a clear victor. Wincing as he chuckled, the Greenette simply adopted another fighting stance. I must have cracked a 6th rib with that slam. Bah, I got 18 left, come on you coward, just 'cause I cracked your leg, show me what Nighteye taught you about being a hero. Always smile. Mirio dived with a right hook, Izuku stumbled out of the way, launching a kick into the blonde's gut. He'd gotten to the point of mental exhaustion that he'd just stopped using his quirk. Wrong. Izuku planted his foot to not fall over as Mirio rolled away. That's All Might, not being a hero. A hero wins the fight to save the day. He got up. No. A hero wins by saving people. Victory is subjective in this fight. The Greenette ducked under another punch, turning it into a vicious uppercut that silenced Mirio for a moment before he began again. A hero stops the world from being plunged into darkness. They hold the underworld at bay. Incorrect. The world's already a fucked up place. Heroes fight to make it better, to save people from that darkness. He rolled to the side to avoid a kick. Being a hero comes above all else. They are human first, they have families, friends, lives to lead. You can't shut out Nighteye and Tamaki just because you can't leave something alone. His words did more damage to Mirio's resolve than the entire fight so far. A hero saves everybody. His head snapped back as Izuku delivered a direct jab to his face. Some people are beyond saving. It was a quiet admission, something even he didn't want to truly believe, but it was a simple fact. Hisashi Midoriya couldn't be saved, and there was undoubtedly more like him. Nito Monoma proved as much. Then I'll go beyond and save them too. A kick in the gut made him stumble back and fall to his knees. Even if they're a villain? His bloodied knuckle tensed. Mirio stood in silence for a moment. Even if they're being falsely accused of something? Well, because Sir Nighteye never said a thing about helping the Nomu, nor saving Tenko Shimura. No, he was content with killing the creatures and locking Tenko up. He's definitely against my grandfather's mere existence because of lies whispered into his ear that he takes to be gospel. So tell me, would you save someone people call a villain? I don't know. Not an answer. Meaning your answer is no, you wouldn't? Don't put words in my mouth. Well, Lemillion, here's another question for you. Would you save someone if they're quirkless? The gym froze. His classmates sat with a shocking silence as they waited for Mirio's answer. When one didn't come, there was a sharp intake of breath. Oh hell to the no. Katsuki was being restrained by Ajiro and Denki. You better kick his SSD Kairu or I'll come fucking fry it. Sometimes actions speak louder than words. Lemillion, your silence? It just told me that if it came down to it, you wouldn't save me. The feeling of dread that emanated from Mirio's face spoke volumes for his character. Of course I would save you, Midoriya. I'm what? One of the good ones? A hero? Your kohai? Is that the only reason you'd save me? Again silence was his answer. There was a heavy sigh. Mirio, I'm a fairly patient man. You and I are going to have a few long conversations, even once you graduate, because what Nighteye has done, it isn't teaching you, it's indoctrinating you into a globally toxic mindset, one I have been poisoned by for a very long time. A hand was lowered. I'd happily talk about it over a coffee sometime. Hound Dog too. I'll see if he's got a slot for you, alright? Nighteye and Tamaki can come as well. Nighteye isn't teaching you to be a hero, he's teaching you to be All Might, for reasons I can only theorize, a few of them ending with my foot up his ass. The important thing is, even All Might knows another him isn't what the world needs. It doesn't need a new All Might and those other heroes. It needs the top 3 and classes A and B of such and such year. It needs more pillars now more than ever, not another single one. A gentle smile. And I want to help turn you into one such pillar. I just admitted I wouldn't save you if it came down to it. Why offer me a hand? Because Mirio, Lemillion is going to save 1 million people, but before all of that, who's going to save him? What Nighteye is doing is wrong on so many more than just fundamental levels. He's slowly building you a cage you'll forever trap yourself in, so I'm here to try and stop it. Before the lock is clicked, now are you going to accept it? The blonde laughed heartily. You have a funny way of doing things, Midoriya, but man, you have a way with words. The hand was taken, Mirio hauled to his feet. Ack. You really broke my nose with that punch? Think of it as payback for the cracked sternum. Come on, we need to go see Kai. I'm not doing it alone this time. Together they made their way back to the stands, Momo handing him a wad of tissues for Mirio's nose. Thank you, he smiled, wiping his face before pinching the bridge of his nose. Let us go Ishuku, Kaius gonna kill us. Never have more truer words been spoken, let's go. Before that, Washa Konkashun tashed like? Metal mostly, Izuku grunted, had enough to know by now. Okay, lead the way. A loud groan as both men smiled dumbly, hoping for some mercy from the angry doctor before them. I've half a mind to sick Chio on the pair of you. Do not send those walking disaster zones near me. The old woman yelled with volume all three thought impossible for such a small person. We can't withhold medical treatment, Chio, it's illegal. The hell I can't. Those two need to stay out of here for a month or no quirk from me. Kai said. It's not like you treat them anyway. And I ain't gonna. Izuku gulped as the brunette fixed him under his gaze. I somehow know that it's your fault this time. HM? No, this was Aizawa letting them come sauntering into our classroom and challenging us to a fight. You didn't want it thorough, Mirio gurgled, ignoring Izuku's attempts at shutting him up. You shade their wash no way you fight me again, then I shade I worked under sure night. Night, the blonde promptly passed out, his full weight dropping onto the brunette, who suddenly panicked under the new stress. Shirt night? Is that a new hero or? Sir Knight, Izuku grunted at Kai helped him put the blonde on the bed. I gave him a nice crack to the face, broke his nose. How long will he be down? An hour, maybe 2 if he's tired. I'll get painkillers lined up for him. You however can get yourself in a bed before Inui and I try to get to the bottom of what the hell you were thinking? A hand clapped around the back of his head. He winced before rubbing the impact. Is that all it takes to get a fight out of you anymore? Just mention the name of a guy that doesn't like you? Should I warn the other staff about mentioning your dad or Monoma? Sir Nighteye doesn't just not like me, it's deep-rooted, a quirkist attitude he normally hides under a cold facade, coupled with the fact I convinced All Might that he was making a mistake creating another him, which the fucker was already trying to do with Mirio. Sir Nighteye doesn't just hate my guts, he thinks we would have been better off without him. And you know this how? He shrugged. Intuition, you learn to recognize patterns. Nighteye airs his grievances with Nezu or Toshinori, never to me directly. Mark 1, many of his issues are with me. Mark 2, he only put in offers after the quirks of the students were discussed during the festival. Mark 3, even the tone and wording he used in his offer for an internship was condescending. Mark 4, he was one of the last ones to put in an offer for me. Even heroes that worked with Sliden go put in offers before he could. Mark 5, red flag, lifting himself onto a hospital bed, he laid down. Do you think you could start teaching Eri how to heal people with her quirk? Last night at dinner she stared at her sushi like she was trying to set it on fire with her mind. Why you want me to teach her? Yeah, well, you and Aizawa would be there, but she wants to make people feel better like her cool Uncle Kai. She also wants to help me when I get hurt so her moms don't worry as much. He got a chop to his forehead. Hey, if I didn't think of you as a little brother, I'd do a lot worse than that. You've now got your own daughter worrying about your health and how it affects your partners. No, she just saw me burn myself pouring tea in Momo and Itsuka thought I'd got a bit rough in a spar against Shodo. A raised eyebrow. Shut up. Whatever, just try and stay out of here for a week. Kai reached for something. You got a few cracked ribs, heavy bruising and some minor muscle damage. A small stick was lifted over his face. Bite? No anesthetic? His teeth clamped over the wood as Kai took of his gloves. Not enough damage to warrant it. That's not a challenge either. The doctor added the last part quickly. I want you in here if Ares tripped over or something, not because you've picked another fight and snapped a bone or 3. Try 16. Recovery girl added from wherever she was. Or 16, his friend amended. Ready? On 3, 1. Izuku screamed as everything below his neck was pulled apart and reconstructed in the span of a second. Not even a drop of blood had time to escape. Kai stepped away and washed his hands before slipping his gloves back on. "And you're good to go. Email me when Eri has a free evening and I'll let her sit in while I treat students. It won't be much, but it'll be enough of a start to stop her from being squeamish." As he pulled his shirt back on, Izuku poked his gut lightly. "I'll never get used to that feeling." Staring at his reconstructed hand, the previous cuts and blood had disappeared. "You shouldn't be here enough to do so anyway, but if I can pry, what does it feel like?" "Like needles, a couple trillion of them, piping hot. Why?" "Just wondered. I've never had to use it on myself before." "I pray you never have to either." Izuku rolled his shoulders. "I'll be off. Tell Mirio to head to the cafe whenever he wakes up. Nigire and Tamaki can come along if they want to, but he can under no circumstance tell Nighteye what he's doing or what happens in the meeting. I'm sure Nezu won't mind whipping up some endis for you while you organize the meeting." Izuku snapped his fingers. "That's a good call actually. Thanks Kai. See you at dinner?" "I'll be there." Izuku sat calmly as the trio handed him the papers. Collecting them together, he sighed. "You know, this means you cannot tell anyone else, not family, friends, no partners. You can talk about it amongst yourselves and those who already know, but this is a top-tier state secret, one even the government aren't even aware of. You understand the ramifications if you idly chit-chat about it, right?" 3 nods. "Wonderful, now you've signed the waivers, we can get the others in here." On cue, the door to his office opened and Grandpa walked in, followed by Toshinori. "I'm sure all 3 of you know All Might, or Toshinori as you will refer to him during this meeting." The number 1 smiled warmly and held up a thumb. "The other man here is my grandfather on my mother's side. I think I'll let him introduce himself." "Hello younguns, my name is Kiba Shigaraki. Due to long-standing misunderstanding I was labeled as All Might's worst enemy, framed for many murders and called the kind of the underworld. You've most likely never heard of me, but my name is All for One." Mirio audibly and visibly gulped. "So you do know of me?" "A little bit," Mirio admitted. "I was told that you were the reason All Might has a limit to his hero time." "Oh please, I'm not Benjamin Tennyson," Toshinori chuckled. "No, Sir Nighteye I'm afraid has given you some faulty information as of the beginning of this school year. I am no longer injured. Dr. Chisaki is to thank for that." Mirio nodded numbly. "While yes, Kiba was the cause of my injury, I had also severely injured him, so much so that he relied on several healing quirks to aid his recovery. Thanks to Izuku in front of you, I was finally able to have a conversation with Kiba, instead of just jumping into a fight. It stems from something that happened before your parents were even born." Grandpa waved a hand. "Maybe one day I shall tell you the entire story, but for now, there's been a series of heroes that mentor the next in the chain in order to fight me. They did so because of a misunderstanding with my brother, one we have now resolved. After our fight, things went awry with Nighteye and me. He foresaw my death if I continued, yet I continued on regardless. This caused him to leave his position as my sidekick and form his own agency. His has also cut off contact with me entirely unless he initiates it. Even then he barely gives me more than 5 words. His most recent messages are 'I found you a successor,' followed by your name, young Togata." "I don't follow?" "Those heroes Kiba mentioned? They all share a thing in common, something passed down between them all, a quirk passed down the line." "A quirk?" "Yes, a quirk, known as One for All." Grandpa nodded. "It was my brother's quirk initially. Well, part of it was, I gave him a stockpiling quirk alongside his own inheritor quirk. After he trained his body, he became immensely strong and we fought against both the MLF and the quirk suppressor groups in the quirk war. After that we fell out, and a series of events caused him to pass on his power. All Might is the 8th wielder of the quirk. Due to his originally quirkless nature, we believe that he may also be able to use the quirks of his predecessors, however that remains to be seen." "And you want me to be the 9th? Mirio spoke in wonder. "Nighteye recommended me to be your successor." "He did," Toshinori sighed. "However, young Togata, I decided not to have a successor due to various reasons, including the amount of stress it would put onto your shoulders." "I'll do it." "Mirio," Izuku cut in, "how many people depend on All Might right now?" Trick question, everyone depends on him, even the heroes in the area do less work when he's around, letting him do their job because why should they try if he's here? Mirio's smile fell. All Might is single pillar, as I told you earlier, while it helped get the world into gear and start improving. There's only so much one man can do. The effect I had on the world has long since stopped being positive. If anything, my presence in the hero scene is causing a plateau, or worse such as Endeavor's case, that is going to suffocate the heroes for generations after I retire. If I were to have a successor, the country of Japan, if not the wider continent of Asia, would come to depend on them until they retire and have a successor, who would then have Asia and the Middle East depending on them. Their successor has more of Europe and so on and so forth until the world depends on a single hero to act as a worldwide nuclear deterrent. That's not what I want and it's not what anyone needs. Young Togata, you will be a magnificent hero without one for all. You hardly even need it with how impressive your skills are. I'll admit, Grandpa nodded, intangibility is pretty much a winning hand no matter who you fight, and would have been envious of your evasion skills, and his smokescreen quirk made him invisible. Even I could not take the quirk if I wanted to, considering you could just allow my hand to phase through you at any given time. As it stands, he's Kai's worst enemy since he just phases as an involuntary reaction to the healing process. Izuku smirked. So I don't get to be your successor? Not because you don't fit the criteria. Toshinori shook his head. You fit them as well as Izuku over there does, but simply because I no longer need a successor, nor does the world need me to have one. The successors were only to fight me. Grandpa shrugged. Now that there is no longer a fight, successors aren't needed, but if he were to pass it on anyway, it would simply just get stronger, until the power corrupted one of the users and the world was suddenly held hostage by a single villain. Does Sir know this? Any of this? He knows I am no longer looking for a successor, but he believes it is because I have found one myself, which originally I had. The older blonde nodded to Izuku. However, what he's done is still not fair and maybe not even ethical. What do you mean by that? Nighteye believes that in order for you to be my successor, you must, because like me in my prime, he is not training you to be the first Lemillion, he is training you to be the second All Might. In fact, I'd argue that he's not making you All Might's successor. Grandpa frowned. Rather, he's training you to be All Might's replacement, with a few more biases here and there. Mirio looked down as he remembered the fight earlier in the day. He doesn't care about me, does he? Of that we are unsure. Izuku rocked his hands side to side. He may care about you. In fact, after only 2 interactions with you, your infectious cheer has me caring for you, but he may also see you as a means to an end, saying and doing all the right things to turn you into his perfect version of All Might. After all, even the god of heroes, Toshinori cringed at the title, can have his flaws. It's just that Sir Nighteye decided that there were some more political flaws than anything else, and is taking it upon himself to rectify that by instilling it in you. Mirio swallowed thickly. I'm beginning to feel rather sick. His skin was starting to pale as beads of sweat dripping down the sides of his face. Do you think it's too late to apply for a work-study somewhere else? Possibly. Izuku tensed his neck. However, once I get my work placement there in the coming weeks, it's highly likely that you'll have to find a new one anyway. Toshinori simply frowned as Kiba raised an eyebrow. You aren't actually considering it? If he puts in an offer, I'd be inclined to accept. However, it's more than likely he'll just forget to send me an invitation. So I'm trapped? Not entirely, no. Izuku shook his head. I've already brought Nezu up to speed. He's launching a secret investigation into Nighteye's person and agency. And Hound Dog will be available after every shift. You have to discuss what Nighteye has tried to tell you about being a hero. Toshinori will also be there to disprove anything Nighteye lies to you about. Oh. Okay, can I ask his question? Sure. Why did he choose me? What made me so special? Tell me, Mirio. How many visual similarities are there between you and Toshinori? We both have blonde hair and blue eyes, and we're both rather bulky builds. You are of similar height I was when I was in you. You have all the same makings to have a figure like mine when you become a full-time pro. Just another way I fit the mold then? Mirio's voice wobbled, his eyes were damp and fists clench. All I ever was just a tool to him. Is that all he could ever see me as? We don't know, Mirio. Izuku tried to soothe him. However, if you feel like leaving Nighteye's agency, Nezu has several agencies we've vetted lined up ready to take you on. Thank you, Midoriya. What are friends for Mirio? Earlier today you asked if I'd leave you in the dust, but I wasn't sure how to answer that. He gave a wet laugh. Who could have guessed that not even a day later, you'd be here helping me out of it? It's what I do, Mirio. Now come on. We'll make a hero of you yet. You have permission to use absolute lethal force? Good, 'cause I was using it anyway. The week had started off so well. So, you're not planning on going with him, even if he accepts you? It's highly unlikely he'll accept me. Izuku shook his head. I'm sorry, Mirio, but this workplace is toxic. They all put it down to his eccentricities as All Might's former sidekick, but he's quirkist and displays an unhealthy obsession with All Might, especially in his Silver Age. What he's doing is trying to create a second All Might. Every failure is relegated to a sidekick and prevented from growing. Nezu agrees that it's very likely, but we need proof before we can do anything. That's what this interview is. Afraid so, Mirio. I know you like him. Nah, Mirio waved a hand. Sir's been a good teacher and all, but you're right, comparing all my sessions with him, a lot of it is similar to how All Might used to act before the partnership broke off. I'm surprised I didn't see it sooner. Yes, well, that's the ticket, isn't it? You can only ever see it from the outside. It's how manipulation works. So who would you go with instead? Aizawa. He's underground, sure, but he has a lot of styles that'd help me, plus someone has to teach him how to use the gadgets Hatsum's designed for him. Neat. Mirio grinned before the two came to a stop. This is your door. The smile dropped. Good luck, Izuku, and remember, no matter what he says, you are worth something. Thanks, Mirio. See you later. Opening the office, Izuku steeled his face and his nerves. The prophetic man finally arrives. Nighteye stared. You're late. 5 minutes so. He pointed over his shoulder to a wall-mounted clock and turned the computer screen on his desk to show a digital clock. Odd. Izuku shrugged, checking his own watch and phone. Because every other clock I've seen tells me I'm 10 minutes early? Let's get one thing clear, you know wannabe motherfucker. He lifted a hand. I don't want to be here and you don't want me here. Then why are you? I want to hear you say it. His eyes narrowed at the Oracle hero. So tell me exactly what you think you're doing with this little indoctrination agency? Indoctrination agency? You mean my agency that has the most sidekicks because you never let them go full pro by manipulating them into believing they are incapable of going solo because they can't be All Might? Do you have any evidence for these allegations? None, Izuku shrugged, except for the messages you've sent to All Might trying to make Mirio Togata sound better than I am. He is. Yes, and do you know what else he is? 2 years older than I am, with less experience than me and less of a network than I have. What network could a quirkless? The green tea coffee business is my network. I know everyone in the stores. I have Melissa Shield running the I-Island store and plan on inviting her and her dad David Shield to a Christmas dinner. I have the Shimura family ready and willing to work with me, including Tuya Shimura, who is currently in a relationship with number 5 hero Miruko. I have Toshinori Yagi working for the same store along with Crawler and Pop Step and a semi-retired knuckle duster. I'm partners with UA and Nezu's personal student in terms of education. I also have my grandfather Kiba Shigaraki working for me and babysitting my 2 adopted children, one of whom I took custody of after learning how the wild pussycats mistreated him. I have Tenko Shimura, who is the grandson of All Might's predecessor, working in my UA shop. Kai Chisaki, the former head of the Shy Hisaki, and Pops the head before him working for me too. What else am I missing? Oh, yes. Izuku snapped his fingers. The Nomu, biological monsters created by a mad doctor who perfected the process by using my grandfather's DNA. One of my friends was turned into one against his will. Chisaki and my daughter were able to work together to save him along with the other victims, including Oboro Shirakumo, a teen thought dead but forced to serve as a self-aware Nomu. Not to mention I've also begun the collapse of an underground quirk supremacy group that several heroes were a part of or influenced by, such as Endeavor. I've also pioneered a rehab program for the people forced into villainy like the ones that were in the League of Villains. Anything else, or at least something that actually matters in the world of heroics? Such as a quirk? Yes, that, your file said not applicable. Does it Oh, Nighteye paused, smirking mirthlessly. You don't have one, do you? Professionally, I think you need to stop now before you get yourself killed. Heroing is a dangerous profession and you need a quirk to help you. And when was the last time you used your quirk? Izuku countered. I mean seeing a culp seconds into the future, but only when you look into your opponent's eyes. All I'd need to beat you is a pair of shades. He smiled. But what's your personal opinion? Personally? Keep going so that when you get killed, you serve as an example of why people should conform so social control. It is for their good. No, it's so you can appease your inferiority complex by squashing the people who can actually do something instead of being little Yandra bitches. Nighteye twitched. I've had enough people tell me I can't do anything, Night. Your words don't mean anything to me. I can do as I please, and I'll do it better than you. A test then, he sighed. In my hand I have a stamp. If you can get it from me and stamp your form, I'll allow you to intern here. The hero revealed the object, squeezing the small handle between his thumb and forefinger. If you can't, bang. Nighteye's eyes widened as Izuku lifted his own hand, catching the stamp easily. His other hand put his gun back in the holster. Walking over to the desk, he gently lifted the stamp as the sheet was swiped away. We had a deal. Deal's off. I could never allow the child who stole All Might's legacy from someone who actually deserved it to become a hero, even more so since they were quirkless. See, the funny thing is that you think I even have the quirk. All Might still has it, along with no plans to pass it on. Simply put, the one for all dies with him. I don't want it. Mirio doesn't need it. You sure as hell don't get a say in who does and doesn't get it. I was All Might's sidekick. I'm the only one that truly understands. Even more than All Might himself? Izuku snarled. Because All Might, Toshinori Yagi, had 2 conversations with me and came to the conclusion himself that he should keep one for all. His eyes narrowed. You act as if you control everything. If that's true, then learn to control your mouth before I glue your teeth together and wire your mouth closed. Nighteye stood up. Tread very carefully, boy. Izuku didn't move. I'm not afraid of you, Yumi, so don't expect me to roll over like a dog. Baring his fangs, he stared as Nighteye moved around the desk and stalked towards him. You? The muzzle of his gun tapped the underside of the hero's chin. Your entire plan today was to bully a young adult with severe self-esteem and self-worth issues into giving away a generational power entrusted to him by the previous wielder into a boy you are brainwashing to be a perfect clone of the user. You can't accept things not going your way and lash out with tantrums and childish games as a retort. You are nothing but a brat, Mirai, and that is why I do not fear you, because I've dealt with plenty of brats before now. You aren't worthy. Oh, shut up. Acting like you're the good guy in this situation, you indoctrinate students into thinking they have to be like All Might or else they are worthless, and then you prevent them from growing on their own because they fail to meet your expectations, which by the way are impossibly high. You treat All Might like a god. He's an old man, Nighteye. He's going to have to retire soon, just like the rest of M, and he's not going to allow a newly minted hero to be crushed by the weight he put on himself willingly. The world will fall into chaos. Except it won't. For all you quirk does, you do suffer from tunnel vision a lot, don't you? Look around, Nighteye. He's inspired more heroes to work hard, more students to study hard. He's prepping it for when he inevitably does retire, and with the all-for-one situation now finally sorted out. That mad. Watch your tone when speaking of my family, Izuku warned, brooking no argument. I've got fast enough reflexes to dodge point-blank bullets. You can't even dodge Mirio. Think you could get out of the way in time? Nighteye stared at him, a bead of sweat dripping down the side of his face. As I thought. Now, feel free to reject my application. I've already found somewhere else to be. Turning on his heel, he began to leave the room. And if I hear that you've dropped Mirio because there's no more one for all, well, you don't need foresight to know what comes next. The door slammed behind him. You what? Itsuka nearly screamed at him. I put it. Oh, I heard you, she snapped. I just didn't believe you were capable of such a more dash. Itsuka, dear, do you really believe it's outside the realm of possibility for Izuku to put a gun to a well-known hero's chin? Momo calmly interrupted, putting a soothing hand over hers. I mean, of course, expecting it doesn't excuse the fact you did it. In fact, I'd argue it makes the point so much worse because we knew to expect such behavior. I got impatient. He was rude. You stuck a gun in his face, Izuku. Itsuka countered. Yeah, and he shat all over my life, so I think I'm justified in putting a little bit of fear into him. Yes, a little bit, Itsuka agreed, but he came out of there ready to have Nezu expel you. For completely unrelated reasons, Izuku folded his arms. But he had enough valid reasons. Like what? Having a gun put in his face maybe? I didn't put it in his face, I put it against his lower jaw, he countered. Itsuka's eye twitched. Too. Leaping at him, she put her hands on his collar and shook him wildly. Momo tried to get between them but was unable to pull the ginger off. Of all the stupid, irresponsible, at least it got results. Grabbing her wrists, he stopped the shaking and stared at her. If I hadn't antagonized him, he never would have been so honest nor admitted to what he's been doing. Nezu's got all the evidence to get his license revoked now. What? Momo lifted a hand to her mouth as she softly gasped. I was wearing a hidden body cam the entire time. Even if he goes to Nezu and tries to spin some cockamamie bull about me threatening him, the principal's got all he needs to disprove and humiliate the bastard into never working again. The ginger frowned at him. Fine, alright, cool, go to your internship with Aizawa, just don't get yourself killed or piss of any more high rankers, please? Babe, I've pissed them off just being here, sighed as she glared. He raised his hands in surrender. Fine, I won't actively antagonize them if they leave me alone. Does that work? I'll accept it, but I'm still angry with you. I know, but I'll make it up to you, I swear. Hugging them both tightly, he smiled. I promise I'll do my level best to stay alive these 2 weeks, alright? Then we can order in to celebrate surviving. Sound good? Better get Domino's and the Chinese place across from it. Momo pouted. At least we're not with Uwabami again, which was true. Momo had decided to go with Fat Gum and Itsuka had been accepted by Ryuku. True, you're both so much more than sexy bodies and pretty faces. Kissing them both, he smirked as they playfully shoved him back. Alright, Casanova, go take Kota on your guys' night again. Eri's been dying to braid Ibarra's hair since the last girls' night. Itsuka smiled. And be grateful Tuka got the others to let us use their apartment this time. Another set of cuddles and kisses before the parents parted ways for their separate events. Hey Dad. Yeah, Kota? What's it like learning to be a hero? Well, it's odd, wouldn't you say, Katsuki? A little bit, yeah, the blonde agreed. Heroes, the real heroes, are the ones that rush in to help people without thinking in a situation, the ones that sit and help someone out of a tough spot no matter who they are. Heroism is an intrinsic thing we all have. What does intrinsic mean? Just part of human nature, I guess. Izuku waved a hand. Everyone has the chance and the opportunity to be a hero when they're young, but some face back circumstances, like being bullied or having things taken away from them for no reason, or being hurt by someone just because, so people lose that want to help other people, but some just use it as reason to help others more. Then why do you have to go to school? Well, one reason is to get a license so we can actually do it legally. Well, so cats can do it legally. I've been a gray area for a long while now. There's also the fact that yeah, you can rush to help, but then what? You have to know what's going on, who's in danger. If it's a setup, there's plenty of things going on around an event that could be causing it, like Super Ajisen. He's had to fight a lot of heroes because they thought he was a bad guy, because a lot of people told them he was, when he just wanted his family back, or Tenko here, who people thought was going to destroy everything because he was forced to attack us a while back. There's people all over the world that don't have a choice, and a real hero gets to the bottom of it to help everyone and stop the real bad guy. Just jumping into a fight doesn't make you a hero, kid, Katsuki grunted. Sometimes it makes you the bad guy. Let's say you see this group of 3, fighting this pair of guys, who would you go to help? The 2, because 3 against 2 isn't fair. But what if those 3 were cops? And the 2 guys were really dangerous bad guys? Would you help them then? Well, no, but I didn't know they were bad guys. And that's why we're learning how to be heroes, so we know who the bad guys really are, Izuku nodded. It's also why Kaneki is learning to be a detective. What's a detective? It's the guy that finds out information. Kaneki responded as he sipped his drink. A detective handles things like where bad guys get their money from, who's been taken by what bad guy and where they're being hidden. Do you remember Detective Tsukachi? Lie detector man? He was so mad at Auntie Mandalay. She doesn't have to be your aunt anymore if you don't want her to be bud. Izuku rubbed his shoulder as Kota sat in contemplative silence. He was in charge of finding out why Izuku thought the wild pussycats weren't being a real family for you. He's also the guy that is in charge of finding the man turning people into Nomu, like Tsubasa was. Yeah, Tsukachi and his detective friends are always working to help the heroes because even All Might can't solve everything alone. In fact, most detectives work with police. And heroes, Kaneki added. They get the information from police, but it's like a jigsaw puzzle. Using a metaphor from their previous boys' night, Kota nodded in understanding. The detective organizes it as best he can. Before giving it to the heroes and the police, it's up to them to then catch the baddies and save everyone. So, a detective is like the manager for the store? Not quite, Izuku hummed. Think of him more as the computer. We give the computer times when people can work and it puts them together to make sure we have enough people to work efficiently. That's what a detective does. They make sure that heroes and police can work as best they can. Kota's eyes widened in awe. I want to be a detective, he declared, and I can work with Eri and solve the puzzles for her so she can be a hero. All right, buddy, if that's what you want to do, we'll give you all the help you need. Izuku ruffled his hair. Izuku tapped his finger against his arm. As most of you are aware, Nighteye began, we are here to make a final move against the Shy Hasaikai. We believe it may be the last leg of the underground Yakuza group, and once we take this out, the Yakuza as an entirety should crumble easily. But why us? A hero opposite him and Aizawa asked, why not get All Might and the like in? Because most in this room are either underground heroes, such as Eraserhead, or more localized heroes, such as Fat Gum. They won't expect a group of heroes such as us to be the strike force, which is the advantage we need. Izuku bit back a groan as a picture was put up. Now, we don't know much about this safe house, so we must proceed with… Actually I do. He raised a hand. Kai Chisaki and his pops both defected from the group a few years back. They offered Nezu assistance if the group ever became a threat. UA's head currently has detailed blueprints readily available for study in events such as this. Another question, the same hero asked, why do we have the school kids here? They aren't kids Rocklock. They've already proven themselves capable of acting as professionals. Aizawa lifted a hand from his folded arms. But I must agree with my student. Why are we going in blind when Nezu has told several of us in the room that such blueprints exist, yourself included, Nighteye? I was not aware they were the same building. The hero adjusted his glasses. Of course, had I known I would have used said blueprints without hesitation. Izuku coughed into his hand. Bullshit. But the fact remains, we don't have time to study them now. Time is of the essence. Or what exactly? Fatgum asked. I mean, Nezu did make us aware that the Hasaikai are struggling without Chisaki or Pops at the helm. Strangely, it was Izuku to answer the question. Hisashi Midoriya is currently the head of the Shy Hisaiki. He's known as the Yakuza's Jade Dragon. Went missing 18 years ago. He's very dangerous and very slippery. I almost caught him when I was kidnapped on the school trip, but he and his accomplice managed to escape the three of us. He's been after my head ever since he heard about my success with my cafe. Why? Ryuko asked, her visible eye narrowed. Both Itsuka and Momo looked at him in worry. Because Hisashi is a deadbeat fuck who wants to leech of his son's hard-earned success. Ijiro stood up, putting his hands on the table. He and Monoma threatened Bossman in a bookstore when we were prepping for camp. We all saw it. Bastard wants nothing more than to live off Easy Street, and he'll do anything to get what he wants. Tetsu added. Hisashi is nothing but a corrupt, despiteful, cowardly piece of shit. Himiko growled from next to Vlad King. He's come back and threatened everything Midoriya holds dear to try and get what he wants. Not to mention he's behind every attack on our class so far. Hitoshi added between Himiko and Aizawa, having also gone with the Erasure hero for his internship. Every student here hates Hisashi, because he's the one after the guy that's helped all of us. Izuku Midoriya, the Greenette nodded. So it's a unanimous agreement between both classes that both Nito Monoma and Hisashi Midoriya are public enemies number 2 and 1 respectively. His pocket buzzed as the group turned to chatter. Fishing his phone from it, he quickly answered. Kai. Izuku, Fuyumi cried from the other side. His mind immediately launched into overtime. What happened? It's awful. Clearly she was still in tears. It was so fast, they'd barely left the apartment. Kota was so excited to have the picnic day with his class, he even showed me the bento box Itsuka helped him make. Fuyumi, calm down, what happened? His gut was sinking with each passing word. They just came out of nowhere. Kota was in tears before he passed out. Oh my god, Fuyumi began breaking down on the other end. Izuku stood up, uncaring of the people now looking. Fuyumi, what happened to my family? Kai protected them, he tried. They don't know when he's gonna. If he's gonna, he's in the ICU. His heart stopped. Kota's in surgery, his arms. They think he might lose his ability to walk without Kai and Eri. Izuku, I'm so sorry. They took Eri. The world shrank as those words registered in his mind. Without even a second he realized just who Fuyumi was talking about. His phone pinged as he got another email. Izuku, I tried doing this civilly. Now you know the punishment for being such a rebellious phase, Monoma, and I hope this is enough to convince you to behave from now on. Your friend certainly seemed determined to die, shielding the pair of them as he did. Unfortunately your son is as misbehaved as you are and was able to run. Not that it matters, little Eri is all the shy Hsaikai needs to complete their plans and make sure that you along with the rest of the world behaves like it should. If you try and get anyone else involved you won't see her again. Behave like a good son and we'll give her back when our plans are done. Your father. Fuyumi, I'm gonna need to call you back. His voice was completely detached as he hung the phone up before crushing it in his hand. Turning on his heel he began walking to the door. Deku, where are you? Change of plans, Nighteye. I'm doing this thing. I'm doing it now and you aren't going to stop me. His guns clicked into life as he flipped the safeties off. What on earth gives you the idea? Let me level with you, you quirkist, manipulative fuck. My shit-stain absentee father just put my best friend in intensive care, my son in hospital and has kidnapped my daughter. Do you think you have the slightest chance of stopping me? Because you're more likely to get away with licking Satan's arse. I will warn you once and once alone, stay out of my way, because he just made this personal. Aizawa opened his mouth but someone else beat him to it. I Rocklock will accept any and all responsibility of whatever you do next. You are able to act how you see fit and you have permission to use absolute lethal force? Good, because I was using it anyway. The door was kicked open. Momo, Itsuka, get to the hospital. Kota's going to need you there when he wakes up. And just what do you think you're going to do on your own? Izuku looked over his shoulder at Nighteye, his eye containing enough rage to silence the older hero. I'm going to show Daddy Dearest just how bad he just fucked up. The words barely got past his grit teeth. I'll get the search warrant from Tsukachi and meet you there, Aizawa nodded as he and Shinso also got up. Hurry up because you might be too late. The gate was unlocked as he walked in. What do you think you're doing, fucker? A grunt charged at him. Think you can take on the 8? Bang. Arg. The man screamed, clutching his knee as he slid to a stop by Izuku's feet. Where is my daughter? Where is my daughter? I don't know. Then you're useless to me. Shooting out the other knee, he left the man writhing in agony as he made his way further into the compound. A red mist had long since settled over his vision as he forced every grunt to their knees. None of them were able to tell him anything, not even the newer 8 bullets could tell him a direction. It was conversely helpful to him as their ignorance told him Eri was underground. Kai had told him how to get underground. He also told Izuku there was only one exit. And all routes led to it. Izuku did the math, taking out another grunt and kicking them through the shrine, acting as a door into the depths. Not stopping to reload his guns, he kept moving down the stairs. Well, looky here, we got a suicidal. Out of my way, he growled to the trio ahead of him. Or what, buddy? There's 3 of us and one. His gun was taken from his right hand and pointed back at him. Of you? Without a moment of thought, Izuku calmly pulled out his second gun and kneecapped the one responsible for taking his gun. 2 now, out of my way, or I'll step over your screaming bodies. A grunt with a bag over his face charged open-mouthed. Bang bang. He slid across the floor, his garbled words now screams of pain. Izuku kicked him onto his back and stepped on his gut as he moved over him. The third transformed his body into some crystal material and grinned. What can you do now, fucker? He laughed, charging forwards. Not even giving a response, he lifted his hand and pistol whipped the man in the temple, causing him to crumple in moments. As his quirk faded, Izuku shot his knees out too. Why you ss sick? Fuck, the first man wailed, WW will kill you. Picking up his dropped gun, Izuku looked down at the man. Why you hear me too? Tough guy will hunt you? Bang 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 bang. The man screamed as Izuku shot his elbows and hands out, leaving him much like he had muscular. I doubt it. Kicking the man aside, Izuku continued further into the underground labyrinth. Several bullets and a few crying bodies later, Izuku was at the one exit to the area, looking up into the sky through the open manhole cover. Scaling it, he got to the street to see Monoma hauling Eri away. Papa! She screamed, managing to break out of Monoma's hold and sprint towards him. Going to one knee, he held the quivering girl tightly. I was so scared, and Kota and Uncle Kai. They'll be okay, honey. He noticed her sleeve had been torn and there were marks up her arm. A cold white fury settled throughout his system as he looked to Monoma. I'm gonna need you to go to the front, okay? I need you to be really brave and wait for Grandpa Aizawa and Uncle Shinso to get here, okay? Can you do that for me? Okay, Papa. Good girl, Eri. Papa's just gotta deal with this butt munch and he'll be right with you, okay? She nodded. All right, run ahead and don't look back, okay? Papa's going to do something he probably won't be proud of tomorrow. Not taking his eyes away from Monoma, he waited until her footsteps faded out. The blonde pulled out a gun and fired. Izuku grunted as it struck his new bulletproof waistcoat. He was not about to let this fucker see him show pain. It worked too as Monoma quickly turned and began running. Bang. What? Out of words, Monoma? He snarled as the man screamed his way to the floor. Huh. Slowly he made his way over as Monoma pulled himself with his hands across the gravel. Blood trailed from his knees. I warned you, I fucking warned you. 2 more shots and his elbows were beyond repair. Another 2 put holes in his hands. He began crying as Izuku kicked his ribs and forced him onto his back. I told you, keep going after the people I care about and it'd end badly, didn't I say that? Straddling Monoma's chest, a heavy jab sent his head back into the pavement. That is for putting Kai in ICU. A right cross sent his teeth across the road. That is for putting my son in surgery. Putting his hands together over his head, he slammed them down onto Monoma's face, feeling his nose break under the force. And that is for even thinking you'd get away with torturing my daughter for your sick plans. Now tell me where Hisashi is and I might let you leave this conversation with your skull intact. Like, you could do anything. Monoma grinned through his bloody face. You're gonna lose no matter what. Because they'll all realize how useless you are, quirkless freak. He spat into Izuku's face and something inside the greenette snapped. Some winding coil broke. A string stopping him from crossing a line finally gave out. Then you asked for this. Lifting his right hand back, he unloaded a punch into Monoma's head and a second time. And a third time. And a fourth. He didn't stop. Not after the pavement under Monoma's head cracked or began to turn red. Not when his fist was covered in blood, nor when his uniform was getting stained from said blood. His left fist was clenching the man's shirt, keeping his chest on the floor and head just high enough to be sent reeling into the concrete with each punch. Didn't stop. Monoma had long since blacked out as Izuku kept launching punch after punch into the pulp his face was becoming. Impact after impact, Izuku didn't care if his knuckles were breaking. Some burning. Primal rage just kept his arm moving. Until a hand grabbed it. I think you've made your point, Midoriya. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts with a cool levelness to it. Stay out of it, Iida. You did the same thing in my place. Wrenching his arm free, he let it drop to his side. Yes, I did, and I know now that it was wrong of me to do, which is why I'm here to help you, as you were for me. Turning the face the bespectacled student with impatience in his eye, he was met with a flat, unamused face. Don't you dare act like you have the moral high ground here. You were planning to murder a man. His chin jutted to redirect the attention back to Monoma. And looking at Monoma, I'd say between the two of us, you've come a damn sight closer than I ever did that night. Why are you here, Iida? Because Nezu told me what happened. He thought I was the best one to handle this situation. You can't handle your own biases, Iida. What hope do you have of accomplishing anything here? I don't know, but what I do know is this: that night, when I was blinded by rage and hatred, you were the one to forcibly snap me out of it. Remind me what a hero does. But I can't be a hero, can I? Izuku spat. No, Midoriya, you're going to be the best hero out of all of us. A hand rested on his shoulder. What I have said, what I have done was wrong, is wrong, on so many levels, and I can never truly repent for them. There's little I can ever do to make it right. However, what I can do is repay you the help you gave to me that night, stop you from going down a road that will only result in you hating yourself. He stared at the beaten form of Monoma. I won't say I am any better, because if you had not been there that night, who knows what I would have become, but this isn't the Midoriya that showed up to save me that night. This isn't the Midoriya that beat a three-man team on his own while I sat with my thumb up my arse. So, that Midoriya is dead. He died after one too many people told him he wouldn't amount to anything. And what about the people that said he could? What about Yaoyorozu? Kendo? What about Bakugo and Himura? About Kirishima, Ashido, Tokoyami? Why do you get to cast them aside and just give up? Because maybe I want to do something for myself for once? Izuku yelled, maybe for once I want to be able to say I did something, not to show that I can or make someone proud, but to just be able to sit back and say I fucking did that. And beating a man to death with your bare hands is what you want to do? Iida responded, still calm and collected. Izuku realized that he'd begun crying at some point and wiped his face with his blood-stained sleeve. Well, is it? No, it's not. Then stand up, let him be treated and face trial. Izuku slowly stood up and Iida kept his hands on his shoulders. That's it, we need to just walk away. He didn't fight as the Bluenet guided him back to the front of the building, first responders already rushing past to help Monoma remain alive. Aizawa was there, holding Eri on his hip as Shinso kept a radio in his hand. Found him, all units stand down, we found Deku and Monoma, the tired student spoke before rushing over. Midoriya, you alright? Fine, he echoed quietly, how are they all? Well, Kota's woken up, Kai's doesn't need life support and we can't find any dangerous injuries on Eri. The EMTs checked her over and gave her the all clear. What happened to your fist? I punched Monoma. For the first time since leaving Monoma on the floor, Izuku looked up. I punched him and I didn't stop. Oh god, Izuku. Shinso quickly pulled him into a hug. Let's get you cleaned up, then we can all go see Kota and Kai. Sound good? Yeah, Izuku was still flat. Sounds fine, he just wanted this week to be over. Momo and Itsuka were next to him for some reason. They were rubbing his back and soothing him gently. It won't come off, he whispered. It's not coming off. His hand was burning to hurt from how hard he scrubbed. It won't go away. I thought it'd go after the shower, but it's still there. Izuku, it's okay, it's gone. There's nothing there, I promise. Momo kissed the side of his cheek. You've washed all the blood off now, just look. But it's still there. He realized now that he was crying as he cleaned his hand with a sponge. The blood stains were still there, complete whenever he closed his fist. I can't wash it off. Because it's already gone, Aizu. Itsuka put a hand on his wrist, slowly getting him to stop scrubbing. You're just seeing things because of the PTSD. I don't have PTSD, he quickly corrected her. I'm fine, totally fine. You've been cleaning your hand for 15 minutes. Momo rubbed his back. You're scrubbing so hard you're about to take your own skin off. Izuku, just look. Itsuka gently put her hand next to his. Look at our hands, okay baby? Taking his in hers, she held his hand tightly. The blood isn't real, see? If it were, it'd be on my hand now too. It's not real? No, Momo hugged him gently. It's just a hallucination brought on by stress because you're going through a bout of PTSD. But it was only 5 minutes ago. PTSD doesn't have a schedule, hun. It'll just show up whenever it wants to because you've been stressed and gone through something. Izuku remained silently, staring at his decidedly clean hand. The skin had gone bright red, but there was very clearly no blood on his hand anymore. Come on, let's get Eri and go and see the others. Yeah, okay. Letting himself be guided by his lovers, they took him from the bathroom whispering encouragements in his ears. Is Uncle Kai going to be okay, Papa? I don't know, Eri, Izuku answered honestly. What they did really hurt him, so he might need to sleep for a while. The white-haired girl didn't seem happy with this and pouted. They sat together starting at the bed Kai laid in, listening to the rhythmic beat of his heart monitor. Is it? No, Eri, it's not your fault. It's not Kota's fault either. The fault lies with Monoma and Hisashi, alright? She nodded to him glumly. Hear that, Kai? Nobody blames you either, no response. Come on, Eri, we need to go see your brother. Letting her climb off his lap and hold one of his fingers, he walked with her to the door. No, Eri let go of his digit and turned on her heel. Eri, what are you? She began climbing the bed. Eri, no. There was a yellow glow that encompassed both of them, causing Izuku to look away. Machines suddenly began beeping as doctors rushed into the room. Eri was back by his side, clutching his finger in her hand. A doctor practically had to rip the breathing tube from Kai's throat as he choked on it. IVs were stopped immediately and his bed sheet thrown to the side. They checked his heartbeat, breathing, vision. After a few seconds they were able to calm down. Well, I'll be damned, one of them muttered. It's like the attack never happened. Izuku bit back his sigh. But, you alright? HM? Oh, Natsako, yeah, I'm okay, Kai grunted as he sat up. Uncle Kai. Eri cheered, once again rushing to his bedside. Eri? But, you, the brunette snapped his head up to Izuku. Izuku, I'm so. Nobody blames you, Kai. Trust me on that. How long? It happened this morning. You got her back in a day? More than that, Monoma is currently awaiting trial. He's been locked up in a room in the hospital. What room? They can't tell me, security reasons. I mean, I am the reason he's currently undergoing facial reconstruction surgery and CAT scans, MRIs. I'm not proud of what I did to him, but he pushed me too far, putting you in ICU, hurting Kota so bad he needed surgery, gloating about how he was going to use Eri for their plans even after I'd torn my way through his force. You didn't kill him? Crouching down, he turned to Eri. Can you give Papa and Uncle Kai a few minutes please, honey? We've just got to talk about grown-up stuff. Okay, Papa. She moved to stand outside the door, holding the handle down so they knew she was there. Once she was gone, Izuku sucked in his breath. You didn't kill him? Kai repeated. You have some serious restradash. I didn't kill him. No, I didn't want to kill him, Izuku let out gently, and I didn't want to kill him because it felt too easy, too merciful for what he's done, what he was going to do, so I didn't want to kill him. You wanted him to hurt. I shot out his joints and his hands, I walked over as he crawled away, I broke his ribs kicking him onto his back and damn near beat him to death punching him in his fucking smug face. A small laugh. It felt really good, I won't lie. Good, don't, but you should probably go see a therapist for PTSD. I've got a session with Hound Dog once the dust settles. Already had an attack getting out of the shower. Don't talk about it, you might trigger another attack, Kai interrupted. How's Kota? Out of surgery, they repaired his spine as best they could but without your help, they weren't able to repair 100% of the damage. Did they have to remove any bone? No, the man stood up, startling the doctors around him. Natsako, book me in and get Kota Izumi Midoriya in it 5 minutes ago. On it, the doctor nodded before the group left. Shouldn't they, you know? Have you take off time to recover? Izuku, I'm the most renowned surgeon in all of Japan, there's nobody that would tell me to take time off even if they could say it to my face. Kai grinned as he stretched himself out. Eri rewound me to just before the attack from what I can guess, meaning I won't have any bruises, phantom pains or lacerations, all I have to worry about is healing my nephew. I'll go let them all know, you're going to be getting ready to scrub in, aren't you? Naturally, but if you could do me a favor and grab me some food, I'd greatly appreciate it. 1 McDonald's double quarter pounder. I'll grab it when I get everyone else's comfort order. Kai laughed. Something tells me you're going to be a while then. Walking into the hospital room, he hellied up several bags. Alrighty, we have. Placing them on the table beside Kota's bed, he rummaged through them. 1 Happy Meal cheeseburger with a plain flurry, 1 Happy Meal nuggets, ketchup and a plain flurry, 1 order of sweet and sour chicken with 2 orders of egg fried rice, 1 Domino's small meat feast, a double quarter and my KFC bucket for 1. Everyone gratefully took their orders and began eating. Thanks Dad, / thank you Papa, / thank you babe, / thanks kindly Izuku. He smiled before tucking into his own meal. They had just begun when there was a knock at the door. Come in. He looked to the others, who all seemed as confused as he did. Tashinori, Nezu, Aizawa, Rocklock and Nighteye all entered the room. Ah, you're all here, wonderful, Nezu chirped. Are we interrupting something? No, just our comfort food after the whole ordeal. Itsuka smiled at him. What are you guys here for? We're actually here to debrief Izuku, since he did the whole mission himself. Aizawa shook his head. And then some, Rocklock added. By the time we got there, he'd torn through the place and revealed every illegal thing the Yakuza were doing and planning. We have already begun organizing more teams using this information along with. Anything Pops can tell us, Nezu continued. However, there are a few more things to be said and done. First and least pleasant, the matter of Nito Monoma. Now, his list of crimes is long but repetitive, Eri. I'm afraid we're going to need you to tell us what they did or said to you. Not now, obviously. He quickly added at the end, whenever you're... No, Izuku bit back a groan as Nighteye interrupted. It is of utmost importance you tell us everything before. Nighteye, I've had a long day, so know that when I ask this, I'm not so much asking as more warning. Do you want to end up like Monoma did? UW-. Nighteye, behave, Eraser grunted. She is but a child that has gone through something traumatic. Allow her time to process it. Unfortunately for you, not everyone is as clinical as you are. I must. Night, the Rocklock growled, save it? Thank you, Nezu nodded. Now as I was saying, Kota, we will also need your statements of the incidents as to how it occurred. Well, let's just say Mr. Brave is on a road to recovery. Kai stood up. You can help him once we are done here. Please, I wish to only go through this once. With a subtle flick of his head to Nighteye, Nezu lifted his eyebrows. Kai quickly understood and slowly eased himself to sit down again. Izuku, we will also need to speak to you again about your meeting with your grandfather and more importantly how Monoma played a part in it, as well as the time he and your father met you in the bookstore and of course the times you had to deal with him before UA began. Momo, Itsuka, your statements will also need to be revisited when possible. Both nodded in understanding. With this comes another case, his various libel, slander and smear campaigns against green tea coffee. How would you like to go about these? Press all charges. I want Monoma Corp admitting that they either aided him or knowingly allowed him to do this. I want everyone to know his parents were willing to falsify evidence to prove his claims. Izuku answered immediately, as hypocritical as it may seem, I want his name to be mud. He thought he could do as he pleased, where he pleased, when he pleased. Because his family name was known for the right reasons, I want it to be known for the wrong ones from now on. I want him hiding his name from everyone, dyeing his hair and wearing contacts just to walk down the street. Was it a bit sadistic? Yes. Vindictive? Maybe also yes, but did it feel gratifying to finally get it out? More than beating the smug prick's face in. And that was saying something. Once his injuries are treated, by others than Dr. Chisakai, Nezu added with an eye roll accurately predicting the brunette's interruption, a court date will be settled where he is tried for all charges pressed. A clap of his small paws. Next up on the agenda, mission accomplished. Just now we have been discussing the charges and the punishment involved as this group are the victims in the situation. Aizawa nodded, the parents of the children and close friends to the adult, including the employer of said adult. This group wraps all the roles up in a pretty bow. The last person needed to be spoken to is Fuyumi Himura as a victim's partner, but I am capable of doing that on my own. Nighteye came today as it was technically his mission and thus is his jurisdiction, though. He can't argue with a job done well. I came because I'm also a father, recent though it may be. Rocklock raised a hand, and though it is mildly embarrassing, I was also hoping to network with some more experienced parents. Of course, Rocklock, we'd be happy to talk once this is all over. Momo beamed. Now we must talk as heroes, to heroes that took part in the operation. Aizawa waved his hand. In other words, me, Izuku sighed, what are we doing? Your heavy-handed massacre was an irrational, unplanned and frankly suicidal course of action, and what you did has made months of planning and meticulous calculation completely useless and otherwise time wasted. You have left several men unable to walk again, along with giving all of them cases of PTSD. You committed property damage in the thousands with all the paper walls you tore down. I didn't tear down any walls. Izuku cut it as he stared at Nighteye. Most certainly not paper. There was a single shrine in a corridor valued at about 500 yen, used as a hidden door. It was the only thing I broke, and even then I broke it because the mission called for it. You also destroyed part of the sidewalk by repeatedly having Monoma's head rebound from it. Cementos, or I can repair that in a couple seconds. Kai waved it off. Let's go back to these mysteriously ripped walls, shall we? Well, if we were to return to the safe house, we'd find many of the paper walls inside of the house were torn, either from someone trying to find something or a body falling through them. Odd, because I was first to arrive on scene, myself along with Brainjack didn't find anything like that. Vlad King and Akasha were part of the group that were the primary searchers for Deku and Minoma. None of them reported torn walls either. A discrepancy we will have to have Tsukachi look into at a later date. Nezu sighed. Izuku could sympathize with how much paperwork was going to be. Perhaps he could spare an hour this evening to help? Yes, he, Aizawa and Nezu were always good and burning through paperwork together, literally when it came to the redundant or ill-intentioned works. Our last topic is one that requires I ask you all to remain patient and civil. Come in please. The door opened once more and everybody welcomed Tenya Iida into the room. As you may well know, it was I who authorized Iida to come and prevent Izuku from making any regrettable decisions. In his moment of anger, it was a risk, I will admit. It was either going to fix the problem or pour gasoline onto the forest fire. Fortunately, it ended peacefully for all parties. Iida has been attending his therapy sessions recently and shows signs of improvement. Along with his community service hours being fulfilled, we are giving him a probatory period on the hero course. Again, as a chance to redeem himself and his seat, he will not be a hero student, but he will be permitted to take part in a weekly lesson to decide if he is capable of rejoining the course. He is aware that if another incident such as this occurs, he will be left in general education permanently or otherwise expelled from UA as per the Iida family's request. I know that I did not give the best impression, nor did I act in a way acceptable to anyone. For this I am sorry. Moving forward, I do wish to build a working relation with you all. What I said to you was unwarranted. To you in particular, Midoriya, what I did was reprehensible and I truly apologize for it. I know that I have pushed my luck previously, but after serious therapy and talking with my parents, I am hopeful that the toxic mindset ingrained by Sumii can be completely undone. My brother already has an open case against them. The Bluenet bowed before standing again. Though if I am reinstated, how will I be able to afford accommodations, Nezu, sir? The Prinikbal simply grinned. It is fine, Iida, that will be sorted out should the need arise. It is best to heed it no mind right now and focus on your studies. Understood, sir. He nodded before leaving the room. Now, I feel that we must reiterate the mission was a success. Izuku, you took down a vital cornerstone of the Yakuza in an afternoon, contrary to Nighteye's breakdown. You knew the capabilities of your opponents and yourself, you used previous knowledge of the area to your advantage, ended the mission with no fatalities. Dr. Chisakai will be able to treat most if not all of the criminals injured. They will also be given counseling as per the rehab program we are spearheading. All in all, the mission was a resounding success. Apart from the fact you took over and did in one afternoon what took Nighteye a couple months, Aizawa smirked. Seriously, Izuku, you did good today. Sir Nighteye is simply being ill-mannered, right? The bespectacled hero hummed. I suppose your actions, at the very least, were adequate. Aizawa seemed to flash with anger before nodding. We'll leave you now to rest and recover. Good day all. Nezu began herding Nighteye out as Rock Lock not so subtly Frog marched him out of the room. Aizawa opened the door to quickly force the hero to leave. Do you think I could give him some imaginary issue that means I need to rewrite his whole nervous system, without the painkillers? Kai hummed. Of all the self-entitled, spoon up your butt, Itsuka grumbled before lifting another slice of pizza. You'd think you'd taken away his favorite playtime toy with how pouty he looks, Momo muttered, pouring the sweet and sour sauce of her second helping of rice. Kota and Eri were too enraptured by their food to even pay attention as Izuku just sighed. Doesn't matter, with all of that done, Nezu's going straight onto the psychological abuse of his sidekicks, tampering with evidence, discrimination, murder via purposeful negligence. Honestly, half his cases and a whole heap of the casualties are going to need to be revisited. At least he doesn't have a kid this time, Kai sighed. I mean, Fumi still can't sleep if we haven't locked all the doors in the apartment. I don't know how Tuya, Natsuo, or even Shoto cope anymore. Tuya's got Rumi with him, Natsuo. I think he's a firefighter to help him get over the fear, and Shoto has counseling with Hound Dog regularly. Izuku shook his head. But even if Nighteye doesn't have his own kid, He's had 1,000 sidekicks go into his agency and not one of them feels good enough to grow. He's the one perpetuating the all-might dependency. Mirio is a prime example of the toxic mindset he's pushing onto anyone and everyone he can get his hands on. Personally, I'm just glad he wasn't part of the Deternat web, because if he was, it would be so much bigger than it is, a hand to his temple, and it's already enough of a headache with Grandpa and Tsukachi working on it. How is your grandfather? Last I heard they were gallivanting around the country looking for Tashinori's predecessor. They are, somehow the two are solving mysteries along the coast trying to find out where Nana Shimura is, but every time he phones they've just had another massive mystery bust wide open and he'd redeemed himself that little bit more and they're getting along so much better and ugh. I'm this close to just telling him to write a book, Izuku groaned. Honestly he'd do it if he could figure out how word works. You think he'd known how to do all that stuff since computers were old by the time he was born? I think it's just a prerequisite for being grandparents. You have to relearn how to use technology, Kai chuckled. Itsu, and I think it's a ploy just to talk to you longer. Momo nudged him gently, so he has an excuse to come visit, even if he doesn't need one. The greenette shook his head. Now come on, let's just eat this and then talk about Kota being discharged. The courtroom was completely silent as the verdict was passed. No one dared to even breath as Monoma went catatonic. Not only had he just ruined his reputation permanently, but he'd dragged his parents down with him. Their company was going to tank in less than a day, and with how much he'd been fined, they'd be lucky to have enough to reinvest and rebrand. Then the compensation was added on and the Monoma family grew paler and paler. Of course Nito truly broke down at the amount of jail time he'd be serving. 2 kidnappings, corporate espionage, threat of bodily harm, attempted bodily harm, 2 counts of grievous bodily harm, one of which was against a minor, conspiracy to murder, attempted murder, conspiracy for biological weapons. His list went on and on. He'd covered the whole 9 yards of drug-related offenses, unlicensed weapons, carrying said weapons. Honestly, Izuku was concerned the judge would run out of breath when they were being listed. None of it added up well for him. Tuya was currently keeping track of the stock prices of the Monoma Corporation and Green Tea Coffee, even though the latter was private. He'd even mentioned keeping an eye on Yaoyorozu Industries as well, since it was the main competitor and it gave Momo peace of mind that her parents were still doing all right. The punishments and sentencing were passed and the jury was first to rise and leave. Momo and Itsuka guided Eri and Kota out as Kai led the way. Izuku brought up the rear, getting ready to leave when "This is your fault, you useless, quirkless freak." Monoma jumped at him, getting restrained by the security in the room. Monoma tried to claw his way through them, his unstable eyes boring into Izuku. "I'll kill you when I get out of here." "Mr. Monoma." The judge sternly spoke over him. "I advise we not add attempted murder to your list, otherwise your sentence will be that much longer." The blonde fell silent. "Get him out of here before he can embarrass himself or his family any further." Izuku sighed in relief and nodded in thanks before quickly leaving the room. Everyone else was waiting for him past the door. Tuya just rang. Itsuka waved her phone slightly. Monoma Corp has just lost over 6/8 of its original share price. Everybody is jumping ship. Deternat seems to still be on the decline too. In fact, it's just sold another location to Yaoyorozu Industries. Monoma Corp has begun liquidating almost all of its assets and selling some low-profile locations. As if rehearsed, his phone began ringing. "He wants to talk to you." With a grin, the greenette fished it from his pocket and answered. "Go for Midoriya." "Yo, boss man." He could hear Tuya swiveling in his seat. "So, I've got 5 or 6 screens in front of me right now. We got a nice seaside storefront, not far from Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Figured with a little bit of work it'd be looking ship-shape and crispy white sands. You want to turn an illegal dump into a prime venue? How are you going to do that?" 2 words, community, service. Oh God, he could feel the grin on Tuya's face. "I have my darling Lola Bunny with me right now and we've seen the state that place is in. They'd be lucky to sell it for a quarter of the price you'd ask for further down the beach. I say we snatch it up and with some good PR work we'd have the community helping the beach look good again. An eco-drive type of deal? Fill a certain amount of trash bags and get a coffee free." "Yes indeedy, you think it'd work?" "Go ahead, any other." His phone beeped. "Hang on, got another call. have to put you on hold? That's fine, boss man, we're going to go looking for good locations. Tapping a few buttons, Izuku put the phone back to his ear. Hello. Ah, Izuku, glad I could catch you. Nezu sighed with relief. As you are a student of UA, I currently handle all of your PR. I've got media outlets chomping at the bit to get interviews, a press release, there's studios looking to make documentaries, action movies, books. I've had several people call to confirm you're the victim of the Bakugo vs. Deternak case and those affiliated cases. Obviously I've said no to the more outlandish requests, such as the action movie. However, I was hoping you'd at least agree to an interview or maybe make a statement and answer a couple questions. Whatever makes the least amount of paperwork for you, Nezu. I have some time this evening spare if you want me to drop by and help. I'd greatly appreciate Izuku. I'll see if I can wrangle Aizawa at the same time. I'll prepare some drinks and snacks then, if it's going to need all three of us. You're a godsend, Izuku, because it's beginning to look like it'll take a while even with the three of us. Anyway, that's all I was calling to discuss. Congratulations on the ruling. We'll need to organize a celebration. That sounds good, Nezu. I'll see you this evening. A quick exchange of goodbyes before Izuku was back to Tuya. What we got? Oh ho oh, you won't believe it, boss man. Audible clicking. There's a metric ton of locations suddenly cropping up around the country. Give me another few minutes and Rumi and I'll have narrowed it down to some of the most promising ones. That's good because I've got another call. Shrugging to the confused group, he changed line again. Who is this? Izuku? Finally, it's Melissa. I heard about the court case. We were able to catch the tail of it here on Island, but it seemed pretty hard. Is everything all right? Everything is golden, Melissa. Don't worry, Izuku smiled. Green tea coffee has been growing steadily, and with the Monoma Corp giving us those payouts, we've just spiked in profits. The case has given us a ton of positive media. Tuya's already looking at locations to expand. Speaking of expand, I was hoping we could maybe get a few of the bells and whistles here. The Shimura Herbal Corner seems like a resounding success. Could we possibly fly Ray out to set one up over here? Obviously Fuyumi and Kai would come too. It shouldn't take longer than a week. He wouldn't be able to, can't take a day off until mandated unfortunately, but Natsuo would happily go with Ray to help instead? Of course, that'd be great. Now Island itself has faced another expansion too. There's a location in the housing sector, along with local corner stores and the like, along with a second available location in the tourist sector. Still nothing in the education sector though, too focused on labs and such. Sounds good. Shoot off an email to Tuya as well. He's going to be in charge of getting the new locations. Alrighty boss, I'll keep you up to date with progress. Bye. See to it. Bye. The call dropped, but before he could go back to Tuya's line, a hand grabbed his wrist. You did not just set up Natsuo and Melissa? Kai narrowed his eyes. So what if I did? He's only 2 years older than her. Izuku laughed lightly. Tuya, go. Second rooftop location, small place just outside of a park, no less than 3 beachfront properties, all on different beaches, including Takoba. For city buildings we can convert. Living areas? Possible. They're all nice office-looking buildings. We could easily convert the first 2 or 3 floors into indoor seating. There's enough street space on the property to have outdoor seating. It's converting the apartments we'd have a problem with. Just sick Ishiyama and Higuri on it for a weekend. Get a good company to make the doors. Takagi knows a decent locksmith. Takagi? Rocklock? His wife's just given birth. Just after Kota was discharged actually. We've been helping them cope and prep. He added, realizing that he hadn't told Tuya just yet. He was part of the original raid team, you know, until this all went down. Ah, I follow you. Know that'd work quite well. Plus we don't need to give the apartments to the employees if they don't want it. Izuku blew a raspberry. What am I saying? Who'd pass up on a free apartment? Or we could rent out the office space to other companies. Networking? Monopolizing, Tuya corrected. If green tea coffee diversified into offices and housing, it'd be like putting a gold mine in a diamond mine. You have one of those buildings to try it with, either make it work and get another building by the financial year, or we convert to apartments. I'll have a block of apartments and 2 buildings before Christmas. See to it. Anything else you need me for? Rumi's wondering how long until we can actually serve her. Hopefully not too long, Izuku laughed. I'll get a license to serve heroes by the end of this academic year. Anything business related? Koichi and Kazuho want some time off for their wedding. Everyone that lived above the street store is invited, Katsuki and Kaneki too. Tsubasa is as well, they all get +1s. Tenko's invited as well. Yeah, we've got enough guys spare. Izuku checked his watch. So anything about it we should prep for? Embarrassing stories? Funny photos? There is one thing. Tuya seemed slightly nervous. Koichi asked me to tell you, but even I'm not sure how you'll react to it. A light pause. Koichi knows that I'll do my best to support him. Yeah, but this is a bit different than his usual questions. A bit of shuffling. He's just entered the office now actually. Give me a second. Izuku had a brief flashback as they bickered quietly. Hey bossman? Koichi? Tuya said you had a question to ask me. What's up? Well, it's about the wedding you see. Don't rush me Tuya, I'm nervous. Izuku sighed. Well? Koichi, please you know whatever you ask. I'd like you to be my best man. What? My best man, I want you to be it. There aren't a ton of stories I share with Koichi. Izuku grinned as he stood beside the groom. He faced an entire room of people dressed to the nines. Even Kota had agreed to wearing a suit and tie. Obviously, it meant he had to be the ring bearer while Eri got to be a flower girl in a dress like her mom's. But in the time I've known Koichi, he's been an outstanding man. Why, he's part of the reasons so many of us here know each other. If it weren't for Koichi's social attitude, I fear that many of us wouldn't have had the chance to mesh together the way we have. He rubbed his chin, but I must say I'm surprised he picked me of all people for this role. I surely would have thought he'd have Tuya as best man. The two have honestly been like brothers, to each other and me, controlling his voice to avoid it wobbling he continued. However, in being brothers, we also behave like brothers, with pranks and goofing and what have you. In fact, I remember a time when Tuya and he tried to glitter bomb me when I was 16. Unfortunately, neither of them knew how to make a glitter bomb and promptly blew it up in their own faces. Kazuho was not happy with how long it took them to get glitter out of the sofa cushions, nor the fact they'd managed to get some on the ceiling. The crowd gave a few low chuckles. Took him 7 tries to clean that up. In the end, he asked me for help moving the mattress from their bed so he wouldn't damage the floor when he hit it. Koichi is a very special type of man. He's hardworking but also not. What I mean by that is, he can goof off really well, but heaven forbid you ask him to write out a list of groceries. You've more luck getting him to clean the bathroom, which I've seen him do. He's also really brave but oh so gullible. In fact, Tuya and I once managed to convince him going downstairs on a mattress with his slip and slide quirk on was a good idea. Spoiler, it was not a good idea. They've now put a plaque under the dent in the wall specifically for him. The crowd laughed again. Now, I'm not a married man, but I can already tell with how well I've seen these two just exist together, that they were made for each other. Oh sure, there's an argument here and there, but who's counting? Me. There's been 9. He won 1 and victoriously slept on the couch that night. Even the newlyweds laughed at that. But I think I've taken enough spotlight for now. Today is about Koichi and Kazuho Himawari, one of the best couples I've ever had the blessing to meet and honor getting to know. Koichi, you are and always will be my brother. Kazuho, thank you for your sacrifice. Nodding, he got one last laugh from the room. But seriously, I wish you both nothing but the best and I will always help you whenever you need it. Congratulations. Sitting back down, he took a deep breath and stopped his eyes from watering. As best man, he got to sit at the head table while everyone else sat around the circular tables in the room. Itsuka and Momo were bridesmaids and sat on Kazuho's side of the head table. Kai and Pops sat with Eri and Kota. Iwao sat amongst the various staff the couple had invited. Aizawa was also there. Izuku had snapped several photos to prove as much. It was also to prove that the man did indeed own a suit. But he didn't need to know that. Kai was once again scolding the kids for not putting their napkins on before even trying to subtly eat during the speeches. Poor Kota looked ready to eat a small farm since he'd adamantly skipped breakfast to make sure he had room for the banquet. Eri had been smart enough to listen to her parents when they told her to eat something, but apparently since a cereal bar had cereal in it, it counted as a breakfast meal. Holding his sigh in, Izuku watched Kai help his son remove the black blazer. Most of the groomsmen were wearing the same black and white suit, however they each got a different color tie. Kota's was a vibrant red. Kai's was more maroon, reminiscent of his plague mask, while Izuku had settled on a forest green. Koichi stood out because his suit was inverted to the groomsman, a black shirt, white tie, waistcoat and blazer along with a white pair of suit pants. Jokingly, Izuku has said the couple had matched his tie to her dress. The bridesmaids all wore matching silk cream dresses. Given free choice of color on their shoes and accessories, the women had matched it to their partner or otherwise matched as a group. Momo and Itsuka both wore forest green heels and nail polish. Fuyumi had maroon nails and shoes while Rumi had gone for sapphire blue, much like Tuya's tie color. Once all of the tables had been served, everyone began eating and breaking into quiet chatter. Izuku was midway through his steak when Koichi nudged him lightly. "Yeah. Thank you." The now married man smiled. "I expected you to make something a bit more drawn out to my expense, but you've always been direct." "Koichi, you're talking to the guy that hired a guy to order to stay alive and be helped you and your wife beat those con men with a wooden spoon until they stopped trying to extort you. You're also the guy that's helped us buy over half the stuff we're using today. Hell, you helped us find the venue and covered the deposit for us. Consider it part of my wedding gift." "Part? Koichi, I'm in the top 100 most influential businessmen in Japan and I'm on course to be in the top 50 before I finish my first year of university. I'm barely even scratching the surface of Monoma's payout. Of course this is only part of the things I get you, but just quickly, the real stuff I'll give when everyone else is gone." "Don't want to flash the cash?" "No, not particularly," Izuku nodded. "However, if we do this subtly," reaching into a pocket of his blazer, he pulled out a small gift-wrapped box. "You and Kazuho need to open this together, as discreetly as possible, understand?" "Boss, I swear to God." Koichi turned away for a moment, whispering to his now wife. He watched them use their years of vigilante and hero experience to scan the room for watchful eyes. Kazuho leant her head on his shoulder. It looked as if the couple were merely being affectionate while Koichi held the box under the table and Kazuho opened it. They both remained silent, staring at the contents of the box before snapping their heads over to him. Izuku smirked as Koichi closed the box and slipped it into his pocket. "Izuku Midoriya, you bought us an apartment?" he hissed. "Give me one reason why we shouldn't spend the next 10 years paying you back for it." "I didn't buy you an apartment, I bought you a house." Izuku shrugged. "And I'm the guy paying you, Koichi. If I wanted the money back I'd dock it from your salary." Eating another mouthful he added. "Sit there and seethe all you want. Momo and Itsuka helped me pick out the other gifts anyway." "They don't know." "Oh, of course they know, but they didn't feel it was fair to throw this much cash at you on your wedding day." The greenette smirked. "Of course neither of them realize the fact that today is supposed to be about helping you. Plus, whenever Kazuho holds a baby shower, those two are going to go mad with gift ideas." "When? Why do you think I bought you a place, Koichi? You're going to start a family one day, you both want it." Do you even know what you've done for us? Saved you a couple million yen? That you can now spend on your honeymoon and slash or selves for whatever necessities you want. Izuki, you've set up our family for generations, a house in the outer city. What? You think I'm going to make you commute that far? Come off it, Koichi. I bought you a place in the middle of Mizudafu. Give me some credit. Words cannot accurately describe how I feel right now. Koichi, I may have only known you 3 years, but that changes nothing. If you can make me your best man, then this is what I can do as gifts. What else can we expect? Nothing much. Izuku waved a hand. Some furniture, a car, a food dash. He petered off into grumbles and coughs. What? I said a food dash. Again he disguised his words as mumbles. Midoriya. A fully paid all-inclusive holiday to the Maldives. He whined, fixing puppy dog eyes at Koichi. He pouted. This is the first wedding I've been to. It's the first time I get to buy you extravagant gifts. Oh sure, because the top-of-the-line tech for my birthday wasn't extravagant enough. Let me spoil you and your wife, Koichi. You've worked hard to help me reach my dreams. Let me thank you both. I'd accept any kind of thanks you could give, but you understand this is 100 times more than anything we ever did, right? Proportionally, you did a lot more than what I've done. Back then you did everything you could. If I were to do that, you two wouldn't work another day in your lives." They bickered. "Oh, I suppose this is a bad time to mention your promotion? I'm going to kill you and Itash." Koichi narrowed his eyes. "Sorry, Shoto already called dibs on that, I'm afraid, but Tuya's going to be managing all the cafes in the prefecture. so you get to help him out by handling the Mizudafu and other local places? And you? There's cafes up and down the country along with the 3 now on Island that Melissa is running. It's my job to make sure they all remain standing and supplied. He shrugged. Unfortunately I can't promote both of you, but when Momo and Itsuka asked Kazuho about it, she said that she'd prefer if you got it since it meant she could sleep longer. The groom chuckled lightly. Look Koichi, I'm not trying to show off or brag or humble brag. You are a near and dear friend. Both of you are. You're a brother to me and nothing will get that. So let me treat you like family and help you out? There's helping me out and then there's this? Not to me there's not. You're sure you can afford all of this though, Izuku? Green tea coffee is a private business. There's 2 shareholders, me and Masaru Bakugo, who taught me how to brew a coffee and bought me my first coffee maker. All profits are split 20-80 respectively because Mitsuki Bakugo is a well-known fashion designer and he insisted any more would be unfair. Look, I know we aren't supposed to have phones at the table, but, pulling it out of another pocket, he tapped a few buttons and scanned his finger on the back. Here, on the screen a couple numbers appeared. This is everything together that I spent on your wedding, and, tapping it a few more times, he handed it over. That is currently the money in my account. Koichi's eyes widened. See? I'm not going to go bust getting you some wedding gifts. Izuku, everything you did for the wedding doesn't make a goddamn dent in this. Why do you think I insisted you go for your dream wedding? Today is an important day for you both. It's my duty as your best man to make sure it's memorable. Yes, but you rented out a temple in the countryside for the service and celebration, bought out a hotel because it was cheaper than buying all the rooms for 2 nights so everyone didn't have to worry about organizing sleeping arrangements. That alone costs millions. Then you've bought us a house in the city, along with an all-inclusive holiday to the Maldives and Christ knows whatever Momo and Itsuka helped you pick out. You've gone way beyond our dream wedding, Izuku, above and beyond anything I could have ever asked for. Will you remember it? For the rest of my life? Then it's money well spent. Izuku nodded. Now where do you want the photos taken? Izuku walked into the office with a grim face. You rang Nezu? Yes, I know the wedding was only the day before yesterday, but I feel this is rather important. I understand. Thank you for waiting until today at least. It's no issue. Aizawa should be. The door opened and the re-scraggled man here. You found him? Izuku's thoughts clicked into place. You found Hisashi? No. The principal shook his head. Not yet. We have a different man, one we feel your father may partner with. Looking at his track record, a picture appeared behind Nezu on the massive screen. Meet Yatsubashi Rikiya, former CEO of the Deternat Company. After your lawsuit came up against Endeavor, he was ousted as leader of the Meta Liberation Army. He hates all those without quirks and believes that those with powerful quirks should rule those with weaker quirks. It'd put me and you at the bottom of his social food chain. Izuku stared at the face with something boiling in his gut. I for one am absolutely sure this man you will kill, and I won't be stopping you. I'll paralyze him, leave him completely useless, then see how quickly his attitude changes. Izuku sneered. Then Aizawa gave an even better idea. We could give Kiba permission to take his quirk? The other 2 stared at him. You twisted, sadistic, that's brilliant. The Greenette cheered. Nezu coughed. Yes, well, brilliant idea, Aizawa. The hard part is carrying it out. You see, Yatsubashi went underground the moment he was found out. In fact, Deternat had to mail his file to his house since he hadn't shown his face at the head office since the cases emerged. Most of his board of directors fled with him and Deternat has been on the decline ever since. As you are both no doubt aware, brief nods, the issue arises when it comes to Yatsubashi's wealth. You see, any normal person going underground has to work odd jobs, cleaner, gardener, basic services nobody would look twice at, which is how law enforcement finds them. He doesn't have to. His account was frozen, but by that time he'd already withdrawn 90% of his wealth, which would be enough to support him for several years. The only hope we have of finding them both is to try and find Hisashi and hope that they have already joined forces. They will, I know they will. Izuku shook his head. I'm sure one of the undergrounds has at least heard he's around somewhere. I'll put out feelers. Aizawa agreed. See if there's anything we can use. Tsukachi will be happy to ask around, Nezu added. I'm sure Kiba may also have information on someone who knows at the very least. No matter, we can either find Hisashi now or Yatsubashi. It doesn't matter which, as I'm certain one will lead us to the other. Do you have anything we can use? Not much, however there's been searches in every town that has a Deternat office in it. Unfortunately there hasn't been anything impactful or useful for that matter. Izuku shook his head. There won't be. Deternat was effectively a front. Hiding there would be pointless. We want every place that doesn't have a Deternat office. Sure, they'd have to commute, but if meant they could get away with their terrorist agenda, I think anyone would make the sacrifice. A good theory, Aizawa agreed. However, there's more cities without Deternat than there is with them. How would we narrow it down? Izuku leant on the desk. Bring up a map. Nezu obliged. The screen pinged into a large map over Japan. Highlight all the places with Deternat offices. A central part of Japan was highlighted. They all seem to be between Nagoya and Tokyo, including Mizudafu, so we can get rid of everywhere else. It zoomed in. Why? Aizawa leant forwards. Too far. If they want to plan, it'd be safest to do in small groups with overlapping members. Now someone from say Kanagawa Prefecture has no business being in Osaka, right? But the same person could be in the Aichi Prefecture on a day trip or a long weekend. You sure know a lot about how a cell would operate? Nezu joked. Both of you, there is a gun strapped to the back of my hip over my spine. If I ever even hesitate when asked if I ally myself with Deternat, I want you to take it and shoot me in the head. So where do you think they are? Tokyo is too populated to hide themselves well enough. They'd stand out like sore thumbs. Get rid of it. Tokyo disappeared from the map. There's fewer in Toyama than anywhere else, so get rid of that. Aren't we looking for that? Yes, but, Nezu answered Aizawa as Izuku thought to himself, they want a collection point where none of them are but all of them could be. If Izuku is thinking how I think he's thinking, he's eliminating the places that are too sparse to be suitable. Using a city that's next to one office feels a bit redundant when there are other cities perpendicular to 5 or 6 others that all have multiple offices in. Additionally, there's also traveling. Taxis would hand over a recording to the police if they suspected their passenger was of criminal nature. I didn't think of that, Nezu, Izuku admitted. However, no footage has turned up, has it? Not yet, no, which means it's as useful as if you hadn't thought of it. Nezu sighed as more locations dropped from the map and the camera zoomed into the remaining places closer. Any luck? Well, the Aichi Prefecture had as many offices and shops as the Shizuoka, but something just doesn't feel right about it. If Yatsubashi had made it to the Aichi Prefecture, we'd at least have a lead. So you think he's still in the Shizuoka Prefecture? Almost certainly, all the major cities in Shizuoka have had a Deternat store in them, at least until places began being sold to cover losses. They all seem to line up, highlighting the towns with red dots. He pointed to them. Now if we connect opposites up, red lines bisected each other over the map, we have the highest chance of finding him and other high rankers of the ILF. His finger pointed over one name. Here? Daika City. Humming as he walked down the street, Izuku was beginning to feel good about everything. Rei and Natsuo had flown out to Ai Island to set up the herbal corner. Koichi and Kazuho were on their honeymoon. Iwao and Iguchi had agreed to house-sit their new place while they were gone. Fuyumi had moved out of the apartments upstairs to live with Kai and Pops long ago, and now Rumi had asked Tuya to move in with her, which practically happened overnight. Truly, the apartments were empty for the first time in over half a decade. Now he could help some more people before they ended on the wrong side of the tracks, at least on paper. In practice, people don't accept help if they don't want, and a lot of people believe they don't need it. Iwao, were you just closing up? Yeah, the bulky man nodded as he closed the door. Had to call it early. Iguchi's come down with something bad and Tuya's out on a date night. Emptied it out before checking all the stock. Sorry boss, but there's no one old enough to serve alcohol on the rota, so bars closed too. It's fine, Iwao, I understand. He waved a hand. Was it particularly busy today then? Not that bad. Ijiro and Tetsu will have a heavier case tomorrow, but it was nothing too demanding. Good, that's good. What brought you up here today anyway? Oh, just wanted to check up on you guys. You specifically. I know you're close to Koichi and Kazuho, so their absence must be affecting you? It's a bit weird, I'll be honest. I keep expecting to walk into the main room and see them making out while cooking breakfast. Again, he faux retouched jokingly, but I know they'll be back this time next week. Sooner actually. Izuku checked his watch. The wedding was 2 days ago. They left the day after, so it's already been a day, 5 days they'll be back. I take it it's too quiet without them? Yeah, I mean taking care of their place is nice and all but, well it's not talking to them is it? No, I suppose it's not. Would you care to have a coffee together Iwao? Just have some company for a while? If you don't get too bored of me, then sure. I'm certain you have stories yet to tell me. Izuku smiled as they locked the gated cover of the store. Together they turned to walk down the street he'd come from. Then the store exploded. Both men were blasted across the street. He felt the heat licking at his body as he glided over the road. Several injuries registered at once. Iwao Iwo? Here, Izuku tried to get to his feet but barely managed to lift his torso up and look at his broken leg. Violent coughs began trying to throw the smoke from his lungs. Rolling onto his chest, he heaved himself onto his working leg. Iwao coughed heavily for several moments. You alright Izuku? My shin is broken and I think I've had shrapnel slice me up, but I'm alive, you? My hip's gone, shoulders out of place, I think I'm bleeding from my head. Is there a ringing nearby? That'll be the damage to your ear, I've got it too, can you see? Besides the smoke? Yeah, nice and blurry, thank God Kai's a doctor am I right? Yeah, he'll fix us nice and quick. If you were going live long enough to see him, a voice sneered from down the street. Izuku lamely pulled his gun out and looked around. Bang! A bullet tore through his side, getting a gasp of pain. His eyes locked onto the figures approaching. One holding a Western-style revolver while the other smirked menacingly. Hisashi and Yatsubashi Rikia I presume. He spat with some blood mixed into it. Couldn't do it square on so you decided to try blow me up and then pick me off afterwards? Don't be so conceited, the businessman sneered. We're here to get you both. He tried not looking shocked. Yes, Geeton was very happy to plant the explosive. Curious would have done it had she not decided to turn coward and flee us. Slipping the poisoning into your lizard worker's food was a bit harder, but he did it. Why you poisoned Iguchi? Izuku growled, doing his best to ignore the pain and blood he was losing. Oh, not enough to kill him. After you two are dead your business can go on sickney. It won't have you two quirkless freaks dragging it down, but making sure that the actual people weren't harmed in our pest control was hardly arduous, even though you took everything from me. You did that yourself you bastard. The greenette stepped forwards to stop himself falling over. Your little terrorist cell is the reason you lost everything, because you're a psychopathic sycophant that killed my mother. She wouldn't have had she listened to us and gotten rid of you. The gun was shoved at him. Really, you're going to let him shoot me? And here I thought you couldn't be more of a sleazy, double-crossing, greedy coward. Izuku's eyes narrowed, but now you'd work with the man that killed your wife to kill your own son? Just how pathetic are you? Give me the gun Yatsubashi, he's right, I should be the one to finally stop him from opening his mouth anymore. It's the duty of a father to discipline his son. The weapon was handed over. Go ahead fucker. There's no coming. Back to the Izuku, are you sure you don't want to beg a little more? You don't get the satisfaction, I'll die on my feet like a man, something you could never fathom being. Hisashi's eyes twitched. So go ahead, pull the trigger you bastard. You can surrender if you... I don't fear death Hisashi, I don't fear whatever you can do to me, I don't fear you, he snarled, so go ahead, pull it. Bang. Fresh. Ting. A wall of rock quickly rose between the two groups. Izuku collapsed to the floor, getting caught by familiar arms. He could see Ueo getting picked up by Tensei Iida in his hero costume. Easy Midoriya. Tenya tried calming him. Chisakai got the wall up in time for us to dash in. My brother and I are getting you to the nearest hospital. We'll meet him and Aizawa-sensei there. Try to relax, but stay awake. Too much blood loss, Izuku hissed as he drifted away. He came to in a hospital bed, everyone gathered around, looking over him. There was a collective sigh of relief as he opened his eyes and looked around. Momo and Itsuka were first to embrace him, Eri and Kota climbing onto the bed to join. We heard there'd been an attack and figured you would go get involved, Itsuka cried, but we didn't think you had been attacked. Then Kai calls us and everything stopped. Momo sniffled. God, we were so worried, you'd lost so much blood. They squeezed him slightly, trying to ground themselves. We brought Kota and Eri to meet you but Tenya just whizzed right past us. Kai didn't even have time to explain what was going on. The ginger woman hid her face in the crook of his neck. You were so bloody. Kai wasn't sure if you had enough blood to survive, Momo whispered, resting her head next to his. You had to have 2 infusions after your surgery was done. Izuku let out a shaky breath. I'm here though, aren't I? With a wry smile he lifted his head lightly. I've yet to leave anybody alone. You came close, you butthead, Kota grumbled, still holding onto his chest. Can you remember anything of what happened? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. I can remember all of it. Iwao and I were about to head for a drink since it's been a bit quieter without Koichi and Kazuho around. The store exploded in our faces and the next thing I know Yatsubashi and Hisashi are there aiming a gun at me. Yatsubashi wanted us both dead but I managed to get Hisashi to take the gun to aim at me. We heard, Kai added flatly, your attitude isn't healthy schmelthy, Kai. I was buying time more than anything. An explosion doesn't just go ignored, you know? So they are working together now? No doubt the old fart is getting funded by the quirkist, Katsuki spat. We need to find him before he tries something like this again. Monoma was our only lead and even he doesn't know anything. Or he does and he just won't talk, Tsubasa grunted. And how do you know that? We don't, yet, but I'm sure there are ways, Kaneki added sinisterly. For example, give the 3 of us 2 minutes alone with him. You 3 are about as threatening as a basket of kittens. Izuku shook his head, Ibara and Tuka giggled before hugging their partners. How's Ueo? He's fine. Iguchi took him home already. 4 different disguised hero escorts and a few unmarked police escorts are making sure they get there safely and round-the-clock surveillance will make sure they stay safe. Kai waved a hand. He's not the one who got shot. Not the first time. No, granted, and there's no bullet left in you this time. He chastised lightly. You were a mess when they got you in the ER, Izuku. I didn't even put on my gloves, you were that bad. That caused Izuku to pause lightly. Kai normally wore fingerless surgical gloves, more for his own benefit than anything else. His hands were always sanitized to the extreme, plus he couldn't use his quirk through finger gloves. If Kai had decided not to put them on, that meant the situation overtook his habits to keep his mysophobia under control. Which he did in only the most extreme of situations. Oh, something settled deep in his chest. It's okay, you're here now, alive, okay, the doctors are making sure your body took the rewrite properly again. There's a joke going around that you're Kai's Humber 1 patient. Not a title I want anyone having, least of all the man that I owe everything to, the doctor scolded again. Shoto scoffed. Honestly, you guys think anything could kill Izuku anyway? Try fighting against him in a serious match. He could kill God. He either is a god or could kill God, and I do not care if there is a difference. Katsuki barked before laughing along with the bichromatic man. There was a light knock at the door. Everyone snapped their heads to look at the new figure. Excuse me, is this the room of Izuku Midoriya? A blue-skinned woman with lilac hair and black eyes leant in slightly. Why are you asking? I was hoping for an interview involving recent events. My name is Chitose Kazuki. I'm a freelance reporter. There will be a conference once he is discharged. Why should we allow you a one-to-one? Actually, I was hoping I could give you some information too. What information? Kazuki cleared her throat. The Meta Liberation Army, They called me curious. A bell tolled in Izuku's head as everyone else went on the defensive. Now we define dash. It's alright, Katsuki. Hisashi and Yatsubashi mentioned her before they shot me, how they had to have Giton plant a bomb because Curious had defected. I did. I've been keeping my head low since I left a few months ago, back when you made headlines for the 3rd time. She slowly entered the room as Izuku beckoned her in. During the UA trip? You defected back then? Why not come forward sooner? I had to wait until they weren't at my heel every step I took. You must understand I spent 3 weeks living in a different hotel every night to see the morning. It wasn't until recently that I could go a week without fearing for my life. My apartment was burgled, the locks on my doors taken clean off, the hotel rooms I stayed in were trashed the evening after I'd left it. Even my car was broken into and had the brakes tampered with to try and prevent me from talking. Hisashi Midoriya is a man that will sell you out for a cheese and ham sandwich, so if you know something about the MLA enough that he is involved, you know important information. I was one of the 6 generals under Redestro's command, Between us we led the entirety of the Meta Liberation Army. What made you defect? You did, several people sighed. Itsuka and Momo even rolled their eyes. Is that the wrong thing to claim? Kai Chisakai, former Shy Hisakai head, along with Pop's here head before me. Kiba Shigaraki, all for one. Tenko Shimura, went by Tamura Shigaraki. Not to mention the former Nomu he helped capture and cure, Tsubasa added. Or Stendhal/Stain, Katsuki grunted. Could you be more specific about what though? Well, I've been having doubts ever since some heroes under their thumb were told to let Muscular escape prison, something about how he proved their agenda was needed. It was just after he killed the water hose duo for nothing more than sport. Kota held onto Izuku tightly. It still makes me sick to think at one point I even tried to rationalize why it was a good idea, but there is no reason to do something that heinous. Then I get word that they had a son who was now in the care of the wild pussycats, which made me even more disgusted. When the attack on their base happened, well, I was horrified to learn Muscular was on that strike team. She sighed. One of our own even pointed both parties towards each other, justifying that it would prove their philosophy was right. Boy, did that backfire. Yes, it did, because you recognized a boy was traumatized and nobody was there to help him. Even with the rescue team there, he was isolated from everyone. They weren't even able to keep track of him with Mandalay in their group, but you were able to get to him in time, save him. You used no quirk and put down one of the most bloodthirsty monsters I ever had the misfortune of hearing about. A man that everyone around me claimed to be below us, stepped up and saved an orphaned boy from his parents' murder, making sure the psychopath remained behind bars this time. It cemented my suspicion that maybe the MLA were wrong. I knew I had to get out of there once every tried to justify the murder of a child and the only man trying to save him as evidence their beliefs were right. And you mean every word of that? If the MLA believed that a quirk is the most important part of a person, then Mr. Shigaraki would be considered God himself. Why, the only thing that would be more worshipped than him would be the ability to make quirks. Kizuki planted her foot. The Meta Liberation Army believe eugenics are the key to superiority over anything else. They do not believe in hard work or training their quirk. They believe that you are simply born strong and that is it. It is sick and twisted and I want no part of it. You are my new best friend. A voice startled everyone from the doorway. Tsukachi stood with a hand on his hat. Day all. Izuku, I got news that you were attacked again and wanted to help find the Fujing butt munchers. However, I was not expecting a defector to appear at your bedside. You and I are going to have such a brilliant talk, perhaps over a coffee? If you're going to flirt, please don't do it while we're all present and I'm in a hospital bed. I had to suffer through Koichi and Kazuho every night. As did the rest of us. Momo matched dryly. Kizuki was still yet to talk. Her face flushed lightly. Before I forget, Cementos and Power Loader have already fixed the face. Better than ever. There's even a few updates to the systems for you. Thank you, Tsukachi. I'll give you my statement when I get to the cafe, where you and Miss Kizuki will be talking. After that we'll see if I'm free enough to give you that one-to-one interview. Sure. The blue woman suddenly snapped back into time. I'd love a coffee. Thank you, Midoriya. I'll have to get a few things ready beforehand. Nothing Tsukachi can't help with, I'm sure. Despite his analog methods, he is rather tech-savvy. The reporter quickly dismissed herself with brief goodbyes, leaving ahead of Tsukachi, who mouthed thank you and held his thumb up before leaving himself. Kai chuckled. Could you not play matchmaker for like 30 minutes? Well, apparently I didn't play matchmaker as much as I thought I did, so I have time to make up for it. Shinso groaned loudly. I told you not to tell him. We leave for a week and you get shot, the cafe gets blown up and you finally get leads on your old man and his newest buddy? Koichi balked as Izuku sighed from his seat. The newlyweds were next to each other on the sofa in their living room. Izuku was currently sat in an armchair adjacent to them. Is there anything else you missed out? There's a defector, Chitose Kizuki. She was a leader of the MLA, called herself Curious. Tsukachi's acting liaison to make sure we can trust her. If she is telling the truth, it's going to have major effects on the jail time she'll serve from being part of a terrorist cell. Iweo's not happy with the honored guard that the store has now, but, he shrugged, not much else I can do. Everyone is alive and at this moment safe. But now the government want to get involved because green tea coffee. was the target of a terrorist attack, along with 2 workers being targeted personally, including founder and acting CEO. A heavy sigh. The people of Japan now believe that the MLA are going to be personal. People are already undergoing interviews to see if they are aligned with the group. Anybody not involved is being taken from Daika City. Every manner of civilian, even heroes, are moving their civilian lives out of the place. Soon enough it'll be a ghost town, and then we'll have a battle ground to fight the MLA when they move. If we don't catch them first, they were stupid and not to attack you in public once. They'll do it again when they hear you didn't die in hospital. That's why I've opened a cafe in Daika. I'm moving in tomorrow. He paused for a moment. Alone? You what? What? The couple were suddenly stood up facing him, shock and horror clear on their faces. Izuku, Koichi began. I'm well. This is Izuku. They could, Kahuzo tried. I know, but on your own? Are you trying to? Koichi critiqued. I'll be. This is suicide. The underground hero barked at last. You're going to get yourself killed and everyone is gonna lose. You won't. Izuku was on his feet now, drawing himself to his full height. You've got each other, your house, no debts and stable jobs. I refuse to let you throw away in protest. Tuya has Rumi, Kai and Fuyumi have each other. Iwo and Iguchi have all of you. Katsuki had the group again, and they've all got somebody else to lean on. My grandfather has a best friend for the first time in decades. Kota and Eri have loving mothers who have each other. Everyone has everything they could need without me. And you think that's reason enough to do this? You think that all of that justifies letting yourself get killed? That's why I'm doing it. Izuku roared, his eyes dilating. I'm going to die anyway. Might as well make it easy for them to cope. We'll all die one day, Izuku. It's important you enjoy what you have. How am I supposed to enjoy it when 50,000 people in this prefecture alone want my head on a pike? How am I supposed to enjoy life when over 10,000 would crucify people just for associating with me? When a mob could grab me in the street and lynch me just because of a genotype 1 in 100 people have anymore? How can I live knowing my own father wants me dead so badly he's willing to work with my mother's killer? Both of them took a step back, concerned frowns on their faces. Look at me, Koichi. I'm no Iwao. I've not got the thick skin he does. It may look like it doesn't hurt, but it does. Every damn day I hear all the snide remarks, the baitings, the insults, everything anyone has ever said to me. It's always there, replaying in the back of my mind, and I've tried making them shut up. God knows I've tried everything. Therapy, medication, hypnosis, meditation, a combination of any and all of them, but nothing works anymore. I'm making sure that people are going to be okay when I die, because it's going to be soon, because if it's not someone that's killed me, it's the drugs that will. Izuku, I thought I was doing okay. I really thought I was. Aldera went up in flames. Endeavor's case brought most quirkist in power to justice, and there were less and less I had to deal with each passing day. But now I've learned a terrorist group that only hates people like me is still kicking, is still recruiting, still wants me dead, and my father it is a part of it, and it's all overwhelming me. I can't do it anymore, Koichi. I just can't. Folding in on himself, Izuku crouched down. Resting his forehead on his knees, he scrunched his eyes up and let out a heavy, shaky breath. Just don't let Momo or Itsuka blame themselves, all right? They don't know. They couldn't help even if they did, and that would only hurt them. You don't know they can't help. I do, Koichi, because no one can help me. I've had a lot of people try. Kazuho knelt down next to him, putting a hand on his shoulder. Izuku, look at me. The greenette lifted his face. Why did you spend a year helping Kai change his mindset? Because it was ingrained into him when he was a teen that it was right, and that wouldn't change overnight? And why did you insist Tenko, the Himuras and your whole class seek therapy? A thumb lightly brushed away a tear on his cheek. Because trauma doesn't go away? So why do you think the mindset people traumatized you into is going to go away quickly? It's not quickly though, Kazuho. It's been 5 years. 5 years since what, Izuku? Her hand brushed his fringe back. Since I left Aldera? Okay, but leaving a toxic environment doesn't get rid of the damage the abuse did to you. I've been getting help. Since I was 17? He tried shyly, Kazuho frowned. So you've been in therapy for 2 years, but expect the mindset you were taught during your foundational years and early adolescence to disappear? Yeah. She hugged him suddenly, rubbing his back. You dumb butthead, things like that don't disappear, it takes years, more than 2, for trauma like that to go away. In a soothing voice, she helped him stand up, where Koichi quickly joined the hug. You're probably going to struggle with this until you are Iwayo's age. Even then he's not as unbreakable as he displays himself. He works himself to the bone to make sure he's strong enough to protect people, and he said himself that you put in 10, 20 times more than he does. Every moment not spent resting you've spent training, fighting, studying or helping somebody. You've walked around with broken bones and torn muscles. You've ripped yourself apart repeatedly for the good of people. You don't even know. Unfortunately, helping yourself isn't as easy as helping other people, because when it's other people, you see results immediately, but helping yourself takes time, and it's only when you look back do you realize how far you've come. She's right, you know? Koichi chuckled. Day to day it all seems the same, but when you look back, it's like going from a forest to a city street. It'll be so different. Tomorrow you might think turns out the same as today and the aim is last week, but will it turn out the same as today last year? Or today 2 years ago? 10? 6 months ago you two were cleaning a beer stain out of your carpet because Iwao and Iguchi had a drinking competition, in your apartment, over my store. Izuku smirked. And 10 years ago that store wasn't even there, Kazuho countered. 5 years ago you lived in one of those apartments? 12 years ago they belonged to a company that was going bust, Koichi added, and your grandfather was still framed as a criminal kingpin. 3 months ago Monoma was a wanted criminal on the streets. Izuku nodded as they separate. He was, then you caught him, after he made the mistake of going near Eri, Kai and Kota, and your dad was under the radar. Now he's got a police tail on him everywhere he goes. Yatsubashi is on the run too. The MLA forces are beginning to shrink daily. Koichi nodded, rubbing his back. Izuku snapped his fingers. That reminds me, I have that interview with Kazuki later today. Let me guess, you're going to offer her a job after? Now why would I do that, Kazuho? The court's already decided that her probatory period will be her working as an independent journalist while also working as part of Green Tea's social media team alongside Kazuho Himawari, who will technically be her boss. You're thinking of diversifying again? Koichi raised an eyebrow. Isn't Tuya running that experiment into renting office space? Well, yes, but, Izuku shrugged. Green Tea News also has a nice ring to it, don't you think? You want to go into the media? Well, yes and no. I was thinking we could have a radio channel first, test the waters. If things go well? If it goes all right, we'll expand, have a radio show, diversify it a bit, maybe get licensing to hit up a TV channel with an adaptation of one of our shows, maybe one hits it big and gets a movie. And if we get a TV channel to work with us? We grow, get more than a time slot, get more than a show, we get a frequency, our own channel to put our shows and maybe let other people onto it. Let me get this straight. Koichi backed up a moment, crossing his arms. From one small part-time hire that's been given a court mandate, you've already made a plan to get a green tea coffee TV channel for us to put shows on? And you got there from a radio show on a channel we don't have yet? That about covers it, yeah. He face-bombed, pin-shined the bridge of his noise. Oy vey. A heavy sigh. Alright, well, guess we better start looking into broadcasting equipment. Izuku grinned as he put a thumb up. You know, I wasn't expecting something so professional, Izuku admitted as he spun slowly in his chair. Of course, I may have been on the run, but a good reporter always keeps her equipment in top shape. Kazuki smiled from her seat on the other side of the table. I bet this stuff is good for streaming. I wouldn't know, never tried it. She shrugged. He whipped to a halt and pulled out his phone. Hey Nezu? It's me. Yeah, we got a code T-Rex. A few beats of silence. Code T-Rex? Like the game you play when Google is down? Oh, forget it. Kazuki hasn't used her setup for streaming. We need to change it now. Can you remotely access the? I can remotely access anything I want to Izuku. Nezu's voice permeated the air, causing the blue-skinned woman to yelp in response. Anyway, Miss Kazuki, I've set up a provisional streaming profile for you to conduct a live interview with Izuku. You'll go live as soon as the cameras are on. Is all your equipment in order? Yes? I'm sorry, I don't know where to talk to. Oh, just talk anywhere and I'll hear you? Yes, because that is how you avoid traumatizing somebody. Could I ask you to check your phone as well, please? I will engage a slow filter so that the viewers can interact with you in real time. Whenever you are ready, Izuku tapped at his own phone some more before grinning. Alright, Kazuho has tweeted out about this live stream, so we should have a fair few viewers. If this works out, we'll create a green tea streaming account that you can use. Okay? When we go live, just do an intro as if you're talking to a group of people in front of you. He grinned. You got this. With a nod, they activated the cameras and sat down. Hello everyone, it's me Curious, though some of you will know me as Chitose Kazuki. As you can probably tell, this is my first foray into streaming, and what better way to launch it than to interview the man who saved my life, Izuku Midoriya. Her phone began buzzing as she spoke. Quickly the blue woman began reading the feed and smiled. Why yes guys, it is the same Izuku Midoriya who's recently gained fame in his trial against Nito Monoma and took first at the UA Sports Festival, and the man that had that lawsuit against the Wild Pussycats for mistreating their young nephew. Izuku chuckled lightly, rubbing the back of his neck. So, Midoriya, I figured that we could do a bit of a Q&A, like a normal interview, but now we can get the viewers involved as well. Sure, fire away. I'll ask one of my questions first, then go for a crowd question. You founded your business Green Tea Coffee, correct? What was that like? Oh yeah, I did it. I started it when I was 15. I used a lot of the funds I'd saved up to purchase the store and got to work hooking it all up myself. I had a near and dear friend help me remodel the place. Took about a week to really open up shop. Then I started making and selling the drinks. It took a while to really make it, but I did it. Green Tea Coffee began spreading its name out, and soon I was chock of customers every day. It was challenging at first, but I made it work, which is how I got to where I am. Alright. Kazuki nodded. Sounds like you worked hard for this. It's good that you were so willing to put the effort in. Thanks. He grinned as she read her phone. Now a few fans want to know, who was your first hire? Oh, it was Himiko Toga. She basically fled into the shop when I was closing up. A bunch of delinquents were after her for what I can only assume were unsavory reasons. After a few questions it turned out she was homeless. Her parents had been trying to suppress her quirk, which ultimately ended in a moment of quirk-induced psychosis. When Himiko came to, she was facing her parents and ran away from home. If it weren't for her dyscalculia, she'd be on the finances for me, but she doesn't trust herself enough to do it. She nodded again. Okay, my question now, it's been rumored that you have the Shimura family working for you. When did that happen? Several years ago now. Izuku waved a hand. Around the time when Endeavor claimed his eldest had died, Tuya was in my house being treated for 5th-degree burns. We gave him the name Akatani Mikumo, which was a name I used at a few schools while the Bakugo vs. Deternat case was ongoing, and hid him as best we could. His family were made aware of his survival through Momo Yayorozu, who was a loyal customer at the time. She effectively dragged Shodo to the cafe to let the brothers speak. After that it was simply collecting the events, recording the beatings Endeavor would call training, how he abused his wife, neglected his other children, isolated Shodo from the outside world so he wasn't distracted. Then after Nezu approached me about a deal with UA, I gave them the information. It took a while for it to be proven, but well, we all know how it turned out. Rightly so. Oh, hang on, fans are asking, since you were involved in the Bakugo vs. Deternat case, are you also the guy from the Bakugo vs. Aldera case? The green net nodded. Yeah, so, basically where my mom and I lived. It was the heart of an MLA nest. For those unaware, the MLA or Meta Liberation Army are a group of terrorists that believe those with weak quirks should serve those with strong quirks. They want quirkless people like me dead, which they made me painfully aware of back in Aldera. The teachers would purposefully mark my tests down, taking every chance to fail me that they could. Teachers helped the students lock me in cupboards and stuff me into lockers. Some guys pushed me down the stairs. Just a lot of shitty things happening all around. Wow, sounds. Yeah, but I could take it. Since my mom was working so hard at the time, I didn't feel like I had the right to complain. I should have though, because we could have escaped that nest. Oh. Well, my mom was a legal expert. She was one of the top dogs and worked in Deternat's legal department. After word got out I was quirkless, she was demoted to the lowest grunt work and given the lowest pay possible. Incentive to send me out for adoption. Mom couldn't prove it was malicious though, so she went with it. Deternat never obviously crossed a line, couldn't obviously cross a line because then mom would have gut them like a fish. In the end she was overworked, underpaid, and died of exhaustion when I was 13. Her face changed. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Kazuki. I couldn't blame you for it. Please don't apologize. Your mother, what was her name? Inko Midoriya. She was the best damn mother I could have asked for. Everything I've done, I did in the hopes I could make her proud. I knew her well. She worked diligently in the legal department, getting me the permits to interview people, helping me avoid lawsuits for using footage that I shouldn't use. When I heard she had a son, well, it was the last time I saw her. I figured she just took less hours to take care of him. I never realized it was so sinister. Kazuki hummed sadly. I have some photos of her and me when we'd work together. We can talk about this later off stream. Thank you. Now, I think it was my question now? They tried recapturing the upbeat mood. Your business is doing remarkably well for itself. A UA site, 2 sites on I-Island, and God knows how many across Japan. Actually 3 on I-Island, 2 in the tourist sector and 1 in the living sector. Only about 100 or so around Japan. We're still growing is the thing. I mean, right now we're dipping our toes further into media. Green tea coffee is a cafe, but here we are working on making a streaming account. Kazuki laughed. True. All right, our next written in question is, oh, it's for me? They're all asking how you saved my life. Would you mind? Absolutely not. The floor is yours. Izuku smiled, gesturing lightly. Kazuki cleared her throat. Well, it started off years ago. I unwittingly bought into the MLA propaganda about quirk freedom and all that posh, freedom to use our quirks because they are a part of us. What they really wanted was to change the social hierarchy. Those with a strong quirk from birth would forever be above those born with weaker quirks. Even if they trained their quirk to the limits, a person with a weak quirk was forever weak. The MLA don't train their quirks, use them? Absolutely, but train them? Never once. Once I learned about that I had become unsure of my feelings within the MLA. The musicler killed the waterhose duo heroes, some of the most brave and selfless to ever get the license, and Muscular killed them for sport, boasting about it to whoever he could make listen. Those in the MLA supported him. He killed 2 incredible people for no reason and the MLA supported him, congratulated him even, for showing the world that those with power would always rule. She sighed. I was beginning to realize I didn't share the same views as those in the MLA and that I'd just been a young and dumb 20-something-year-old joining them. It was a mistake, but I got the job at Deternat and met your mother, so it wasn't all bad. But then I heard a bow to the attack on the Wild Pussycats forest base. Muscular was involved again. He nearly killed a child. Not only that, but the son of the waterhose duo, the son of people he'd already murdered for sport, and he was going to try and kill their only surviving family, and the MLA defended him. Her face turned sour, defending the attempted murder of a child. How scummy can you get? Then the news broke that you saved him and the people around me were livid. Somehow a quirkless student had captured Muscular, saving a little boy in the process, and blamed you for interfering with eugenics. The weak should die, they said. If the boy could not beat Muscular, it was simply the natural order of evolution, but then they went after you. The quirkless brat should die. People began plotting and laughing about killing you. That was when I knew I had to get out of the MLA, and I'm glad I did. They bombed your store, didn't they? He nodded. They did. I believe Yatsubashi said it was a man called Geaton who planted the bomb and poisoned the quirked workers so that only my other quirkless employee were left. Then as we locked up, they blew the cafe up. Before I knew it, Yatsubashi and Hisashi were pointing a gun at me and blathering on about killing me and taking my business and all that hullabaloo. A hand waved nonchalantly. Then I was rescued and taken to hospital. Hisashi? Do you know the other man involved in the attack? Hisashi Midoriya, my father. He left my mother and I when it was discovered I was quirkless. He was known as the Yakuza's Viridian Dragon. Ever since green tea coffee became a commercial success, he's been trying to force me to hand over ownership to him. He's threatened me, tried blackmailing me. He even tried to go after my daughter, which resulted in Minoma's incarceration. He's wanted for many illegal things. The states want him because he was a prolific villain while he was over there too. Everyone wants their pound of flesh, huh? Oh no, Izuku chuckled lightly. They'll get whatever is left of him after I make him pay for abandoning mom. You're after him because he left your mother? He's done a lot of things wrong. He's threatened my new family, attacked me, dared entertain the thought of touching my daughter and a few more things, but the first thing he did was hurt my mom. He left her alone to take care of me with a single living wage. He told everyone about her quirkless bastard and hightailed it out of Japan entirely to be an asshole somewhere else. That's horrible. I know, which is why I'm going to be the one to bring him in. Alright, next question, and this one is mine. You made headlines about capturing the hero killer Stain. What happened about that? Well, as it's been told, Stain was trying to take down a hero who was using his agency as a front for drug and firearm smuggling. Ingenium just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Crawler was there to try help mitigate injuries but ended up hurt himself. Luckily they'd put a sensor on Stain without him noticing. I slipped one onto Iida Tenya's hero costume, knowing that he'd go for revenge. When I arrived I was able to talk Stain down and get him to work with me to stop the Nomu attack. Looking into his history, Nezu and I went through the heroes with a fine-toothed comb and were appalled at what we found. Most of the heroes were in fact using their agencies as fronts for illegal activities, so we reached a deal with Stendhal. He serves a year in prison to evaluate his mental state. From there he can get a teaching license and take a seat at the UA staff table. Then he, Nezu, myself, and Eraserhead are all going to be bringing the fake heroes to justice. He will be on a probation though, only fighting when necessary and no weapons at all. You seem oddly at ease with what he's done. It's not nice. He took lives. Yes, however the lives he took were those of murderers, kingpins and drug dealers. The way he operated was the good of the many over the good of a few lives sacrificed to make the world a better place. He believed it was the only way to get results. Hell, he was even planning on killing himself once he'd rid the world of fake heroes because he realized what he was doing was wrong. His goal was to help the world? His philosophy was correct. Power corrupts the weak-minded into believing they are gods. Those who have never known the meaning of powerlessness will never respect power. If you make a rich man a dictator, he will not care for the struggles of a homeless man, whereas if you make a common man a rich man, he will never throw his weight around, because he understands the effects it would have, if that makes sense. It does in a roundabout way. But his methodologies, they were the part he went wrong. Killing them was never the right way to go about it. He saw the heroes on pedestals and thought the only way to bring them down was to knock them off. But you can just take it from under their feet. Exactly, you show the public their true colors and let them decide, otherwise you are simply creating a martyr for the cause. He smiled. So after a long talk and a nice cup of coffee, we made our plan. Once Kaizome is out of prison, we'll set about designing a course to help students understand the real ramifications of being a hero, the responsibilities they will have and the choices they will need to make. Nobody is perfect and anybody who claims to be is a liar, to both us and themselves. Very philosophical of you. He chuckled. Sorry, I tend to ramble. Don't worry about it. I mean, look, the viewers are loving it. Her phone screen flashed. We've got most of Japan's population watching right now. According to these stats, people are pausing their work to watch you speak. You're practically addressing the nation. Like I could ever muster that much attention. I'm just a quirkless kid from Yuzudafu. There are people out there who will spit at my name, those who will support me and those who are indifferent to me. Some because I'm quirkless, others because I'm a kid that's already made it in the business industry. Many will hate me because I am both, but I've got the people important to me, so I can handle whatever they throw at me. I'll help everyone that needs it, be it a homeless teen that's been branded a villain for stealing enough to live, an elderly grandfather that needs help because a mugger stole his wallet, or a hero that's just ready to give up under the pressure. So long as they let me help them, I'll help them, because nobody deserves to struggle on their own. Sighing to himself, he put his drink down. Daika was a ghost town now. Nobody walked the streets, no homes had lights. No cafes had customers. Nezu had worked to give him clearance to be the only one in Daika that could remain while the evacuation and subjugation took place. He could walk into any store, take anything he wanted, and as long as he left the money near the till, he could leave with it too. The best thing he did was quietly sit at the outdoor areas of the cafes around Daika, looking for possible locations for green tea coffee. The MLA had sensed the drawing fight and pulled all their troops to whatever hidden bunker they had. Izuku was literally the only person in the city. It was quiet, always quiet. A sense of foreboding never left the air around him. His footsteps echoed everywhere he walked, and he did walk everywhere, down back alleys, through the main streets, along the abandoned roads. Hell, he climbed fire escapes and just wandered around rooftops if the urge took him. It lasted several days until he found himself here, with a green hoodie on as he drank a decaf from a competing cafe. I was beginning to wonder just how long it'd take you to realize I'm here. Without looking over his shoulder, he addressed Hisashi Midoriya. The older man was the only other person existing in the city currently. You have one last chance. Izuku, rolling his eyes at the disappointed dad voice he was putting on, Izuku waved a hand. You don't want to have this fight. No, you don't want to have this fight, a drawn-out sip from his drink, because you know what I've done to the other fucks that tried fighting me. Muscular is in Tartarus, Stendhal is undergoing psych eval, Iida Tenya is only now getting to try be a hero again, Gramps is now a part-time teacher for you, Monoma is doing 50 to eternity, and anything they did against me pales in comparison to what you did, so you're afraid of losing because you don't know what I do to you for what you've done, and that scares you shitless. Because you're not one for pain, are you, Hisashi? Izuku continued, you're a sadist, not a masochist, you can't handle pain, any of it, not even stubbing your toe, which is why you always wear steel-capped boots. Don't think I don't notice. He took a breath. You hurt everyone else before they can hurt you, because if they hurt you, you'll break like the glass coward you are. You've never worked an honest day in your life because you hated confrontation, running and hiding from even your own shadow. You pretend to talk a big game now, but really you'll never stop being a coward? Shut up. You abandoned me and Mom because you were afraid they'd hurt you for being the father of a quirkless child. His eyes narrowed, still yet to turn and face his father. Izuku pressed on. You let slip I was quirkless to stop Mom from coming after you. By discrediting me you made it impossible for her to ever win against you. All she could get was child support, which you could default on, and nobody could chase you. I said. In America, you knew nobody, so everybody was a threat, so you did the only thing you could, lash out. You hurt everyone else because they were going to hurt you first. At least that's how you felt somewhere in your twisted, pathetic mind. They branded you a villain because you hurt people, and when it came to the heroes coming for you, you did the only things you're good for, hurting people and running away. The USA wants you dead, you know? They don't care who does it and where, but so long as they get proof you're dead they'll be happy, because you've killed a few hundred people. Hisashi, it's not a good look for you. Then you heard about my success, that your son had worked his ass off and made it in the world, he could support himself financially for the rest of his days, and you want some of it, so you start thinking, you know he'll hate you for leaving. Inko would probably get on her knees to have you back, but spoiler, she's dead, and you never knew. Of course there's also the issue of the father-in-law, who's been sending a protege for you to help train, except you've just been torturing him because otherwise you'll get hurt somehow. He thinks you've been in Japan the entire time. Now you've got to weave a cock-and-bull story to keep your hide, then you make your move against your son. But then things start going wrong because when you tried to scare your son into submission, he bit back, he challenged you. People don't do that, not to you, you're Hisashi Midoriya. Nobody can challenge you because that means they can hurt you, and you don't like it when people hurt you? But there's an issue, you see, Hisashi. Suddenly he was out of his seat, standing up straight and almost towering over his father. Gritting his teeth, he growled, because I am Izuku motherfucking Midoriya, and there is nobody that I can't hurt, because everyone has their dirty laundry. I'm just good at hurting you because your dirty laundry is me. Impudent little shit. Bang. Hisashi stumbled backwards, falling onto the floor. His blood slowly began pooling around him. You won't die, not quickly anyway, Izuku sighed. I thought about it. I really did, all the different ways I could kill you, the ways I could make you hurt, but I found this simple way felt the most gratifying. Adjusting his trousers, he crouched by his father's head. You see, a bullet through the heart would kill you instantly. A bullet through the lung, you'd be able to survive, if barely, but a bullet that grazes your windpipe? That'll kill you slowly. You'll bleed into your own throat, fill your lungs with blood and drown from the inside. It's relatively painless, considering it only takes a GSW to the throat, but it's agonizingly slow. Disarming the man, he pocketed the revolver, and there's no easy way out for you anymore, Hisashi. Wide eyes stared at him. You see, you're attached to me. I'm the son of you and Inko Midoriya. No matter what happened, That was always going to be the case and ever. Since you found out she died, you've been a lot less willing to kill me, because I am the last shred of that life, the time when you were clean, when you had the love of your life in your arms. You couldn't kill me because that would mean hurting yourself and you're not strong enough to do that, which is why Yatsubashi was going to be the one to kill me, why your shot was going to miss and leave me to die from my wounds, because then it'd be someone else's fault. Heavy wheezing came from the dying man. But you failed to realize, Hisashi, you're not my dad. Sure, we may be related on a biological level, but ever since I was 4, I disowned you as my father. You left me and Mom. You are the reason Mom died. You killed her. A hand waved, and now I've killed you, and you're going to rot away with only the pain in your neck and the blood in your lungs to keep you company, because I'm leaving you to die on your own, just like you left Mom. Standing up, he walked away, stone-faced as his father coughed and wheezed on the side of an abandoned street. Izuku may be the only person in Daika City, but he sure as hell isn't alone anymore. His footsteps were still ringing along the empty streets. They were his and his alone now. With closed eyes, he took a deep breath and centered himself. He'd shot Hisashi at point-blank range, through the neck, in such a way that he'd die slowly if someone didn't aid him. Something Izuku didn't plan on doing. The bastard could die on his own. Maybe it'd be the first thing he actually managed to do on his own. With the other Midoriya out of the picture, Izuku set his sights on the last of the MLA. His equipment was all ready. Mei had spent her free time designing the casual-looking armor for this mission alone. The hoodie was stab-proof, his shirt bulletproof, his jeans were everything-resistant, and it was all coated in a hydrophobic mesh. His guns were remade, more power, less recoil, and tighter spray. Nezu had given permission for him to use lethal force again, and both guns were full of lead. As were his refills and the third pistol he kept strapped to his waist. Momo had insisted he keep at least one combat knife in case someone got in his face, so that was strapped to his left thigh. Pulling a pair of sunglasses from his pockets, he flicked the arms out and slid them on his face. A small overlay appeared as he contacted Nezu. He's dying, just the MLA left. Moving now, the call ended like that. It was all that needed to be said. Everyone knew Izuku's plan, they all knew how it would end. Some doubted he could go through with killing his father, since it was the last immediate family he had that was blood-related. However, he was not one to go back on his word. True, he'd threatened his father with different methods of death. An email claiming to turn his guts into a jump rope, the whole spiel from the bookstore and so on. However, those hadn't really mattered to Izuku. So long as Hisashi died, the how was unimportant. It was probably heartless and sociopathic, and he'd definitely need to talk to Hound Dog about it in their next session, but for now it was just something to put a pin in. His shades weren't good for anything except the communicator. Despite Mei's best efforts, the frame was just too small to fit anything else in. Not that he needed it for anything else. Teams inbound LZ? Junction directly behind me, half a click, 4-way intersection, 3-block clearance, helicopters and heroes flew overhead. It had taken a few hours of debate, but eventually the Japanese government agreed that since the group was a domestic terrorist group, the military needed to get involved. However, the military didn't have the same quirk use clearance heroes did, so it became a joint venture. The Army and Air Force would provide support, recon, medics, and planning, while the heroes were the heavy hitters and improved the number of medics. Helicopters of all types began landing in the streets behind him. Several loud pops before feet gripped the tarmac beside him. Let's get these bastards once and for all. A slight hissing noise as Shoto skid to a halt on his other side. The teen had recently discovered that by putting his right foot over his left and using both sides at once, he could generate a current of high air pressure from his feet that mimicked flight. "We're with you, Izuku." Two bodies crashed to the ground as Ejiro and Tetsu landed either side of the trio. "Ready to go, boss," the boys said in unison. Both Class A and B were present, most of them now disembarking from the helicopters. Koriro melted from Izuku's shadow and grinned. They advanced further through the city. "Hang back, Yatsubashi wants me, the other fucks will come to you." "Izuku, listen, Ground Zero, Redestro is gunning for my head. So long as I can keep him away from the rest of you, we can win, but the moment we let him near a big enough crowd, we're looking at a massive spike in injuries. Blue flames burned from the side of his vision as Tuya landed, having flown to a similar way his father had. Rumi landed next to him. Dabi, I know you've got special parry mission right now, so… Geeton, an ice fuckwit, Nezu told me all about him. Shodo and I can take him, Miruko will cover us. They all looked to the other side and saw Himiko landing beside Hitoshi, their grapple wires retracting to their wrists. We're here, Jade, ready to end this? Akasha, there's a villain amongst their ranks that can turn inanimate objects into copies of people. You and Brainjack are in charge of finding and taking care of them. Understood? Now, spread the word. Redestro is mine and mine alone. Should Kiba Shigaraki become involved, he has my permission as his watcher to use his quirk to keep people safe, otherwise give him clear passage to me and Redestro. We have a score to settle. Holding both guns, he kept his eyes firmly ahead of him. Yatsubashi was there, stood at an intersection with the MLA behind him, arrogantly smirking at the Greenet's approach. So, did your father finally talk some sense into that brainless skull of… Midoriya Hisashi is dead. He's currently drowning in his own blood after I shot him in the neck and grazed his windpipe. If you don't shut your mouth, I'll make sure you end up just like him. Insolent whelp, just keel over and die already. The man's body began to bulge and twist as his limbs turned black. Izuku rolled out of the way as a car was thrown at him. With my meta ability, I can boost my strength 100-fold. So you can throw a car? Big whoop, I know a dozen heroes who can do that. That's not all. The hulking figure yelled, I'm as strong as 100 men. I can break you like that. Behold stress 100%. And is that all you've got? Izuku stared, unimpressed. Seriously? The strength of 100 men? What kind of bullshit is that? You've got no metric, no true numbers, it's all a bunch of crap spewed from the mouth of a sycophant lunatic. He dodged several attacks, rolling under several more thrown cars. Stand still, you meddlesome gnat. Yatsubashi roared at him. You have been a thorn in my side for too long. I thought perhaps after I'd turned your mother into the company bicycle that you'd… You did what? He stopped dead still, something new burning in his body as he felt the last of his patience bleed away. Yatsubashi laughed at him. Did you not know? Ever since we learned she had the failure that is you, the company tried to give her an actual child, one that would show her that you truly weren't worth the effort, even if she didn't accept it at first, she quickly. Oh, I heard you. His voice had a completely different tone as he tilted his head. I was just giving you a chance to realize you fucked up. His guns fired until they were out, then he reloaded and fired again. Nothing seemed to dent the psychopath, who simply laughed maniacally and crouched. Izuku threw his guns away as he charged. Finally realized it, have you? Well, it's too late for mercy, I'm going to make this painful. Izuku stared the charging villain down. Several heroes began calling out for him to move. Izuku! Both Momo and Itsuka yelled. Izuku remained unmoving. Now die. Yatsubashi launched the punch. A shockwave rocked through the city, causing the entire fight to halt as people were blown off their feet. Windows were shattered and cars tipped over. Trees were stripped of their branches as the boom rippled through the city. He laughed as the smoke began to clear. The average man can lift roughly 85 pounds without training. Izuku's voice sent a more literal shockwave through the city as those that could see the area saw that he'd caught the punch, his own hand holding back Yatsubashi's enlarged one. Given that you were struggling visibly to throw a car with one arm, I'm guessing you have enough strength to lift 3,000 pounds, just over the average car weight, per arm. That's not an 100-fold increase. In fact, that's not even a 50-fold increase. Back before quirks, the heaviest weight lifted in a single arm was just over 37,000 pounds. With a heave he pushed the arm away, sending Yatsubashi stumbling. Now I've got a ways to go before I get that, but 5,000 is a good benchmark, no? You heard me, Yatsubashi. Izuku rolled up his sleeves. I can lift nearly your maximum limit in one arm. He clicked his neck. Now we've done the pleasantries. Do me a favor and die. Nobody heard the quiet whimper that came from Yatsubashi's mouth as Izuku punched his head backwards. The villain spiraled through the air as Izuku charged after him. When the mass crashed to the ground, he tried getting to his feet, only to be winded by a powerful gut blow. His fist was barely pulled back before he launched it into a nasty uppercut. Yatsubashi was once again on the ground. Izuku grabbed his ankle and threw him across the street. Scrambling back to his feet, the balding villain struck a half-assed combat pose. Why you Ariali believe that an II insect could TT touch me? I am a Jiratsu. Izuku grabbed the lower half of his face. Listen to me, you Doofenshmirtz-looking motherfucker, he growled, staring straight ahead at the wall behind him. I'm not going to kill you, but if you don't start trying to fight back, I'm going to take your nose, snap it clean off your ugly-ass face and put it through your 7 head until you choke on it, understand me? Spinning on his heel, he launched the man back across the street and into the opposite wall. So grit your teeth and fight like a man. I'll kill you. Many have already tried. Lifting his arm, he used the back of his hand to slide Yatsubashi's punch off target. Once his arm was over the villain's, Izuku dropped his hand and wrapped his entire arm around the opposing limb. All have failed. With a resounding crack, Izuku moved his arm to snap Redestro's elbow. The man wailed in pain, his quirk quickly retracting from the limb. What makes you any different? The man swallowed his pain and remained standing. You should be begging for mercy. Funny, because in a few minutes, Izuku checked his watch. You're going to be begging for death. Grabbing the man by his shirt, Izuku punched him in the solar plexus. Yatsubashi stumbled backwards but still remained on his feet. Unlikely, because I'll kill you. His unbroken arm swung out wide. Ducking low under it, the greenette stepped into his guard and grabbed his wrist. I highly doubt that. Lifting his other elbow, Izuku dropped the joint into Yatsubashi's shoulder, dislocating it in an instant. The same movement had his arm drop into his face and grab the balding head, quickly bringing it down into his knee. While he was dazed, Izuku landed 2 straight jabs into either side of his ribs and twisted his heel to strike with a roundhouse kick. Cracking his neck, he felt a twin presence behind him. Grandpa Toshinori. Izuku, who is this? Rikia Yodasbashi, you'll know him better as Redestro. Oh, so the upstart has finally tried to join the grown-ups table? Grandpa challenged. He's also the former CEO of Deternat, the guy who forced Mom to do those things that ended up killing her. My, this gets better and better. Did you hear what he admitted to me as well? Izuku spat in disgust. Apparently he paraded Mom about as the company bicycle. Toshinori gasped as Grandpa gave off an aura. Oh really? Kiba Shigaraki, I give you permission to do it. The #1 hero nodded solemnly. With pleasure, Grandpa raised his hand and shot black and red tendrils into Yatsubashi, leaving the man stuck where he stood. Slowly he closed in on the man. How come you guys are back so soon? Well, funny story really, Toshinori chuckled. We were following a lead on Nana when we got wind of Daika being evacuated on the Hero Network. Both of us knew it was you and came as quick as we could to help. You didn't need to do that for me. We wanted to, plus our lead takes us to the other side of the city anyway, so 2 birds 1 stone. Fair. Izuku shrugged as they looked back at Grandpa. His hand was on Yatsubashi's forehead, evidently taking the man's quirk. Once that was done, he gave a powerful side swipe and sent him sprawling away. Izuku, I do not wish to lose my composure. His quirk is rather irritating. Would you like to use it? Nah, you can destroy it for all I care. You knew I had a quirk like that? How else would you get rid of problematic quirks you don't want without killing somebody? The greenette shrugged as if it were a casual conversation. Are you two going for tea now? Ooh, a coffee with Nezu sounds like exactly what I need, Grandpa smiled. However, I wish to see what we do with it. The trio stared in disdain at Yatsubashi, who was groaning in the mangled wreck of a railing. His body was broken and bleeding. A chunk of the rail had speared his chest. All around them, the fighting had been ground to a halt. Many of the MLA fighters had lost hope after Izuku had caught the first punch and had completely given up by the time Grandpa and Toshinori had appeared. The trio walked over to stand in front of the man. Izuku frowned as he glared at the man. Hi's arm lifted to stop the medics from helping him. Yatsubashi stared at him. Izuku remained unmoving. Once when I had been beaten up in school, I had a teacher come over to me and tell me that I should die and save my mother the hassle of taking care of a worthless amoeba like me. I always imagined breaking that teacher bone by bone until he couldn't take the pain anymore, and then I'd force him to get up and do his work, just like I was. I don't doubt he's already dead, killed in the prison most likely after news got out about what all those teachers did. Deku, we need to… No, he interrupted, narrowing his eyes. You don't. If he's so great and powerful and better than me, he can save himself from this. Yatsubashi's breathing and slowed down by now as Izuku stared at him. Well, I thought you were a god? Surely you should be able to recover from this, oh almighty one? HM? What's that? You can't? But how do we know until you're dead? His anger rolled off of him in waves as he watched Yatsubashi slowly dying before him. Pathetic, you said you were so great and powerful, but here you are, unable to help even yourself. He spat on the ground by the man's feet. But far be it from me to think a god was supposed to be unkillable. Yatsubashi's struggling grew to a halt. Izuku turned on his heel, finally letting the medics attend to the man, stalking off in the other direction. If I see him ever again, he won't be in a treatable condition, he casually warned over his shoulder. Izuku, are you there? Nezu crackled into his ear. Yes? Come to my office, bring Kiba and Toshinori with you, there's someone here you're all going to want to meet. Nana Shimura sat quietly as both Grandpa and Toshinori explained the situation to her. I can't quite say I like it yet, but if Toshinori is willing to try, as am I don't have much time left in these bones anyway. I can help. Eri cheered from her seat, running over to the elderly woman. In a flash of golden light, the child waved her arms and suddenly Shimura was 20 years younger, roughly in the same bracket as Toshinori and Grandpa. I did it. I did it. Why, yes you did, Eri, Izuku replied numbly as he picked his adopted daughter up. Itsuka and Momo stood either side of him, with Kota half hidden behind his legs. With all due respect, Nezu, I must ask, why am I here? Or me for that matter? Aizawa grunted from his seat, currently tuning out the befuddled Shimura as Toshinori and Grandpa tried to explain what happened to her. It's rather simple, you see. Nezu cheered. After we arrested Hisashi. You what? Izuku snapped. Chisakai used his quirk to remove the blood from his lungs. It took a defibrillator to bring him back, but we needed him back so he could face trial for what he's done. You got to kill him, Izuku? Normally a person stays. No, I'm not having this argument, not in front of my kids. Keep going. We took some DNA to make sure he was really Hisashi, and he is. But around that time Nana here came through the door to my office asking why Toshinori hadn't been appearing as much lately. I heard about Daika being evacuated and thought they were connected, the deeged woman muttered, still staring at her hand. I wanted to know if All for One was back again. Obviously we also took a DNA sample to confirm it was her and not some infiltrator, when lo and behold we found this. Two images popped up on the screen. To Kota and Eri it didn't mean anything. To Momo and Itsuka, it seemed worrying because to Izuku and the rest, it was downright earth-shattering. You mean, Izuku looked at the principal, she is his grandmother? Grandpa finished off, that lowly cowardly failure of a criminal is her offspring? What about Tenko? Tenko? Nana's head whipped around. Perhaps I should explain. Nezu quietly put his paws together. Hisashi Midoriya was adopted into the Midoriya family. He was originally Hisashi Shimura. If, a paw raised, you allow me to finish. Due to a filing error, there was a mix-up, a separation. Nana, how many children did you have? 2 sons, twins. I begged Sorahiko to not look into it. Twins. I thought you had 1 son? Toshinori exclaimed. As did many others, because only 1 twin was at the orphanage in Mizudafu. Again, due to a paperwork error, the other boy was sent to an orphanage in Sapporo up in Hokkaido. Nana finished morosely. I tried my best to keep subtle tabs on him, but when I learned he'd become Yakuza, I felt the need to disappear. I've been up there for decades trying to find him. Well, honey, you were barking up the wrong tree, Izuku grunted. He came back down to Mizudafu under the alias Viridian Dragon and was a Yakuza lapdog. After meeting Mom he tried going straight, then she had me and he fled to America to try and escape his embarrassment. Oh, it's funny you should say that, Izuku, because we checked Hisashi DNA against your own and… Sorry I'm late. Tenko burst through the doors. What's going on? Tenko, I'd like you to meet Nana Shimura. Thanks to a bit of cosmic timing and a little help from Eri, your grandmother now has another few decades to catch up on the time lost with you. What? Perhaps it'd be best for Tashinori to take Nana and Tenko and explain what's happened in her absence. Nezu nodded. The trio left the room. Now, as I was saying, we checked Hisashi's DNA against your own. The results are actually quite revealing. Izuku stared at the results that appeared on the screen, quickly realizing the problem. Hisashi isn't my dad? It appears not, Nezu sighed. But we don't know why Inko married Hisashi if he wasn't your father, but I can speculate it was to protect your biological father, who was a hero anyway. You know who it is already? Of course I do. After I noticed Hisashi wasn't your father, I immediately sought to find out who was, and honestly, it may be either ironic or poetic for you. Please tell me Tashinori is not my dad, Izuku pleaded. Nezu chuckled. No, the universe isn't quite that easy. No, simply put, your father is actually in this room at this very moment. What? All heads whipped to Aizawa. But I'd remember. Did you ever learn her name? Only Inko, which is a common first name. What about her looks? Nezu pressed further. Aizawa seemed to start sweating as Izuku pulled his phone from his pocket and began searching for a picture. It was 18 years ago. Is this her? Handing his phone to his teacher, he watched the eyes flash with recognition, admiration, realization, and guilt in real time. Izuku, Don't worry about it. But why? It was a secret relationship. We were both just out of university. As an underground hero, I was spending a lot of time in police stations, where Inko would be talking to officers about cases to get ready for the court sessions. We began talking and things developed. She never told me her last name, or let me meet her parents, or anything. She'd always ask to stay in, order food and watch movies. Never go out for a fancy meal, or dress up for a night out. Our most eventful night was when Namuri walked in on us starting to get frisky and nearly gouged her own eyes out. Ooh, okay. Izuku closed his eyes. I could have gone my whole life without that mental image. She broke it off just before she got the job at Deternat, because then she'd become prolific and I'd be forced into the limelight eventually, which would have certainly got me killed. She protect you even though it meant she had to leave. The greenette laughed bitterly. That sounds familiar. I'm guessing she only found out about the pregnancy after that and tried to hide it from her parents. Grandpa coughed. You especially, Kiba, you would have killed me back then. I nearly killed Hisashi for it before they were married. He raised an eyebrow. However, considering you are an exemplary man, I think you would have stood more of a chance than that street urchin. A question for another time, I think, Nezu interrupted. However, that is all I have to tell you now. I'll understand if you need time to process. No. I'll be fine. It just means what I told Hisashi is right on a more visceral level and I'm free of him no matter what happens next. Well, there is some good news left. The hard part is officially over. 3 weeks later. Izuku, hurry up, we're going to be late, Momo chided from the living room. As if. The greenette called back from the bathroom, staring at his reflection in the mirror, finishing off his tie. Quickly he turned to his side and knelt down. Kota stood, puffing his chest, dressed in the same suit he'd gone to Koichi and Kazuho's wedding in. Now remember, who are you? Kota Izumi Midoriya? And what do you owe them? Not a damn thing. His hands dropped the completed tie as he ruffled his son's hair. Good job. Now, take this and ask Mama to style your hair for you. Moma's busy yelling at me. Kota rolled his eyes before smiling and marching away. Izuku darted from the room and met Momo at the door. Wallet? Keys, phone, anything I'm missing? Not that I can think of. Are you going to corral the rest of them? The others are adults, they can. Mina, Ejiro and Tsubasa, Tenko, Kaneki and Kurwaro. She raised an eyebrow at him. You make a compelling case, I'll let Itsuka know. Quickly walking to their bedroom, he found Eri sat on the side of the bed, her hair in a cute ponytail, dressed in the dress she'd worn next to Kota at the wedding. Itsuka was stood behind Kota, who was in front of a full-length mirror, watching her try style his hair with the gel. Just going to go get the other kids organized, he grinned, stepping forward and leaning to peck her lips. Kota and Eri groaned at the sight, leaning away. I'll meet you down there. All right, we shouldn't be too far behind. Mama, what does Papa mean when he says other kids? Eri turned to her as Izuku left the room. Well, it just means, he rejoined Momo as she began explaining. Hey yourself, you were only gone a few seconds, she chided, beginning to adjust his tie. You somehow managed to make this thing so darn small, every time. Like I said back on Island, maybe I just like having you adjust it for M-. He was forcibly dragged down into a kiss, putting his hands on her hips as one of hers ran through his hair. Just like that, he smiled stupidly before Momo playfully shoved him off. Alright mister, go and get the lot of them ready. The journey is a few hours and check-in is? Check-in is any time between 2 and 5 p.m. It's currently, he checked his watch, 11 a.m. The journey is about an hour and a half with no traffic, so we should get there bang on 2 if we're good. Snaking his arm further around her waist he smirked, which you most definitely are. Another kiss and he was pushed out of the door. Go, before someone throttles themselves with a tie, she instructed with a wide smile before closing the door in his face. Izuku was off, charging around the area, banging on doors and getting everyone out. Katsuki had lost his shoes, Tenko couldn't find his waistcoat, Tsubasa hadn't woken up on time and was 3 minutes behind everyone else. Kaneki and Tuka were ready to go. Izuku went floor by floor, making sure all doors had been opened and everyone was on the stairs before he went to the next one. Soon both classes had been gathered in the common room. Everyone remember the plan? Izuku asked from the door. We leave UA grounds, Katsuki yawned, get on the bus chartered to take us to the destination, ignoring the press that'll swarm us. A few of us form a protective guard in front of Eri and Kota. Tsubasa added, we get on the bus and grab seats. Then we do whatever for a few hours as we drive, before unloading and following you to sign in, Mr. Midoriya. Shoto addressed him like a well-behaved student, and we use the buddy system to make sure nobody gets lost. He lifted his hand, which was holding Tiyu's in it. Oi, don't get sassy with me, Shoto, or I will turn this into a school field trip. Yes, Shoto, say sorry to Dad. Ijiro joked as he held Tetsu's hand. A few laughs rang out across the group. Izuku rolled his eyes. Alright, fine, you want to make me the dad friend, fine, let's sound off. Would each pair put their hands up when I call your names? Pulling out a list from his phone he coughed, Ibara and Katsuki, Himiko and Shinso, Mashireo and Toru, Yosetsu and Kodai, Kinoko and Juroda, Nirenjiki and Pony, Reiko and Kurwaro, Kojiro and Tagaru, Sen and Kozai, Juzo and Hiryu, Manga and Koji, Fumikage, Dark Shadow and Yuga, Denki and Kyoka, Rikido and Hanta, Minoru and Mina, Kaneki and Tuka, Mizo and Tsubasa, Kota and Eri Adian upstairs, as are Momo and Itsuka, which means the last pair of the list, Ochako, and Iida. Nobody had any visible reaction to the name. Several pairs of hands had gone up separately, but the few couples in the group had put hands up together. Right, everyone form a line, now number off. Every odd pair has the person on the left put their left hand on the shoulder of the person in front. Every even pair, same thing for the right side. If you get disconnected, we aren't turning back for you. Ready? Ready, came the chorused reply. The elevator chimed as Momo, Itsuka, Eri and Kota darted from it. The two women quickly took the front of the line as Eri and Kota each took one of his hands. Leading the march, Izuku looked over his shoulder, then let's go. Sitting down again, Izuku bowed his head before chuckling. You could have picked anyone else to be best man, you know? I'm sure Tenko would have been honored to do it. Slowly he began eating. 2 weddings in the span of as many months. Man, was he glad that the MLA battle brought a bunch of good press for him. He'd gone for 85th to 6th most influential man. Tuya's expansion and Chitosa's trial had both been major successes. Green Tea Coffee had become a conglomerate in less than a week. Tuya had decided to be ballsy and just buy a block of apartments to start renting cheap. They were snapped up like flakes in a koi pond. Izuku was beginning to think about looking into cars and technology with how much Mei was doing in her free time. Mind the explosions were at an all-time low and Higuri couldn't be happier. I could have, yeah, but don't forget this is all thanks to you. A voice broke him from his thoughts. You would have got here eventually, Kai. No, I wouldn't have. Don't lie to yourself, it's offensive to your intelligence. Cat chastised him. You saw the pit I was digging myself into back then. Had you not come and helped me climb out, who knows where I'd be right now? Probably somewhere I'd hate myself for but be convinced I was doing the right thing. A light shrug, and Fuyumi would be stuck under Endeavor still, struggling to find her own freedom and happiness. His wife giggled from his other side as she spoke with her maid of honor, Kazuho. Thank you for helping us with this though, Izuku, it means a lot. Kai, if this is what it costs to make the most memorable day for you perfect, then I'd pay it 10 times over. Which is no doubt pocket change to you anymore. Oh, by the way, since Pops left the apartment for you and Fuyumi to have the place to yourself, Nezu and I handled the legal stuff. Pops is living above the cafe again and you and Fuyumi are owners of the apartment. Reaching into his jacket, he handed a few keys over. You've also got a nice car waiting for you in the apartment parking area. I'm not spoiling it either. Thank you. Now about my tenure as part of Green Tea Coffee. You can just say if you need to leave or want to leave. Actually, my thoughts were in a different direction. Thanks to Fuyumi's studies, she's still got a teaching degree. I'm a registered nurse. Nezu's thinking about making Aizawa his successor and finding an easier, quieter job. You want to open a school? Under Green Tea Coffee's name. Well, obviously not Green Tea Coffee School but something like Midori Junior School? Midori School from preschool to high school? We'll hash out detail tomorrow, but for now let's enjoy your wedding day. Izuku moved his glass. Sounds like a plan, boss. They had a small toast and drank together. That was a good speech. Aizawa, his dad, smiled at him. I'm a tad jealous you got to be best man twice but… Oh, sure, you are jealous someone else took the limelight, pull the other one, Izuku chuckled. The two were sitting down for a moment, watching the others dance. I can't believe things have changed so much. They watched Kai laughing and smiling as he waltzed with Fuyumi, who was positively radiant. I know, it seems like yesterday the Himuras were only moving into the place above your cafe. Still upset you decided to sweep it for bugs but whatever. Come on Izuku, that was 3 years ago. I thought we'd settled the matter 2 years ago when we saved each other's lives. Oh no, I managed to start trusting you then, along with proving you could trust me but I'm still butthurt about it. He pouted lightly, a heavy sigh. You know Kai and I didn't actually start out on good terms. Hell, I wasn't sure I could trust Pops. Really? Yeah, he came in one day with Eri in tow, told me all about how she was in danger from the Yakuza being ready to use her quirk and asked me as a Midoriya to look after her, since Hisashi, who they thought was my dad, had been a high-ranking and trustworthy member of the gang. Pops knew things about Mom and used that to prove his identity. Cut to a few months later and bam, Kai is knocking at my door, asking about Eri's safety. I lied to him, told him Eri was only a customer and we'd keep an eye out. I convince him to come for a coffee and a conversation every week, then twice a week. Before you know it, he's in the cafe more than not and we spend time combating his mindset. It took a year and a bit but we got there in the end. It's why he's such good man now. He found himself after being lost for so long. Aizawa laughed quietly. I'm sure you have a few more thousand stories to tell me. After all, I've got 15 years of your life to catch up on. Izuku, birthdays, Christmases. I've got to get to know Kiba better. I've got to actually be your dad now, not some stand-in role model. You're already doing a great job. I mean, in 3 years you were more of a father figure than Hisashi ever was. It's just more relevant now than we thought. Plus you did teach me how to shave. Only because your facial hair was making you look more homeless than me on a bad day. Hey, they both laughed for a bit. I'll have to meet the Bakugos as well, thank them for what they did for you. Aizawa leant back in his seat. Then you and I can go and play catch or whatever dads do with their sons, go-karting? Izuku couldn't help but find amusement in the man's confusion. You know what, sure, we can go go-karting. Sound like a great idea? The crowd around him began running and screaming as he stared at the cracked flooring by his foot. Assassination wasn't an entirely foreign concept to him. It happened more than anyone was aware it did. However, it was the first time someone was doing it to him. Moving quickly, he took shelter on a small alleyway, hiding behind a dumpster too. You never know what quirks can do to a shot. Pulling out his phone, Izuku dialed a number. Hello. Hi Dad, it's me. Izuku, what's up? Are you on your way back from the street store? Not exactly, I was on the way, when a sniper missed me by a couple inches. I'm fine. Don't worry, he added quickly. but I feel like there's quirk involved and I can't combat it alone. Not even analyze it? I'd have to peek to even place the figure. There's no way they're close enough for me to take note of their quirk and analyze it. Alright, Koichi and I are on our way. Stay put. I've not got much choice in the matter, Dad, Izuku grunted, keeping his back to the wall as the line dropped. Pocketing his phone, he twisted to lean against the dumpster. A bullet cracked the concrete beside him. It was a good thing he'd hidden behind the dumpster then, since that shot would have killed him. Rolling his eyes, he grabbed his phone again and pressed speed dial. Izuku? Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's fine, sucka. Just pinned by a sniper? Oh my god. I'm not hurt right now, but I have a sneaking suspicion that Kai is going to be seeing me with another GSW by the time today is over. Momo and I are going to reassure Eri and Kota, who are undoubtedly listening in. I'll be home in time for dinner, I promise. Koichi and Dad are already on their way to help. He heard someone coming down the street. Gotta go, love you, bye. Wait, Iida dash. Her voice disappeared as he ended the call. She'd be mad at him for it when he got in, but at least she'd get to be mad at him. The steps grew closer, until somebody stopped at the mouth of the alley. Izuku took a deep breath and charged. Tackling the assailant onto the street, he rolled away from the body and twisted to face them on his feet. It was a woman with two-tone pink and blue hair. She carried no gun, further cementing the idea that her quirk involved a gun in some way. She pulled out a combat knife from somewhere and moved to attack him. Izuku stepped back and ducked. He was trying to avoid the fight in all honesty. The suit he was wearing wasn't his hero suit, and so it wasn't knife-proof at all, and going to a tailor to get it repaired was not how he wanted to spend his Wednesday afternoon. Ducking under another swipe, he slid his blazer off and threw it over her head. The woman paused long enough for him to dart behind her and put her into a half-Nelson hold. Look, I don't know who you are, he grunted, holding his blazer over her face, but you're going to come with me and meet a few people, then we're going to have a nice little chat. Sound good? Good. Koichi came sliding to a halt beside him as Dad swung from his capture scarf in a tidy landing. Either of you carry handcuffs? Got some right here. Dad pulled a set out of his pockets. They put the woman in them and waited until a police transport arrived. Nezu was ready for them at the police station, guiding them into the interview room. There he sat opposite the woman while the men, now including Tsukachi, stood behind him. So, let's start with your name, shall we? Lady Nagant? As in the ex-hero that was arrested for the death of the last HPSC president? Yes. I thought you were in Tartarus. I broke out. Lie. Try again. Who sent you to kill Midoriya? No, clearly somebody did, so tell us. I can't. I sign NDAs with clients. I'm literally unable to tell you. Tsukachi looked over his shoulder to Izuku and flicked his head. Leaning to the man, Izuku cupped his ear. She can't tell us. The NDA thing is a lie, but she can't tell us, he whispered. We're dealing with someone big here. Izuku sighed as Nagant reached up to scratch her neck, almost violently tapping the side of it while looking him dead in the eyes. He gasped softly. I need to make a few phone calls, if you'll excuse me for a moment. Stepping out of the room, he dialed a Humber. This is Kaminari. Denki, it's me, I need you, Kamikiri, Yanagi and Kai at the police station. Oh, sure, yeah, give me a second to find them and we'll get Oboro to warp us to you. We'll be right there, boss. The phone call went dead and Izuku waited outside the room for a minute before a white cloud portal opened up next to him. The quartet he asked for stepped out and turned to find him. Denki, when we go in, I need you to use your EMP tool. No hesitation, we think whoever sent this gal has implanted a miniature explosive in her neck. Oh shit, yeah, I'll do it, Denki nodded, already pulling the device out. Good, everyone else will sort out what's happening in there. The door opened and the group piled up inside. Denki set his tool off, which caused several lights to flicker off. The police station had a backup generator though, so the lights came back in almost immediately. Where is it? Nagant silently tapped the side of her neck. Izuku handed her a pen and she drew a dotted line across one side. Kamikiri, your turn. You want me to cut her neck open? Just enough so that Yanagi can pull the explosive out, then Kai can close her wound. The man still looked unsure. I trust you, Kamikiri. You've got more skill than you give yourself credit for. He nodded slowly, grow in a small blade from his finger. If you're still not sure, Kai could help make sure you don't go too far? Yeah, sure, I can do that. Kai nodded and stood behind Nagant as Kamikiri stooped over to start cutting her neck. This is going to hurt though, so please try and stay still. Nagant nodded slightly, closing her eyes and biting her lips. Kai gently guided Kamikiri along her neck, causing her to wince and blood to slowly drip down her neck. That should be enough. Yanagi, see if you can move anything from the incision. She nodded and closed her eyes. Nagant gasped and squirmed slightly as something was pulled from her neck. A small device hovered in the air. Izuku swiped it into his hand and nodded to Kai, who put a hand to Nagant's neck and rewrote her injury. Izuku handed the device to the detective. Right, I'll get this down to the defusal squad and hope they know enough IT to keep it from going pop. He kept his fist closed tight around it. I'll contact you when we have the information about it. Slowly he dropped it into a plastic bag and put that inside a box he slipped into his pocket. Now maybe we can finally talk? The HPSC president sent me after you, Nagant admitted. One of the Tartarus guards slipped something into my food that knocked me out. When I woke up they'd implanted the bomb and said I had a chance to actually behave this time. When I asked about what they were on about, they mentioned how you ruined their reputation as a capable organization and that you needed to be taken out of the picture before you spread anarchy to the masses. Hawks had already left by this time, or they would have tried getting him to do the mission. But since they were barely still functioning as an organization, they're short on manpower and pulled some strings to get you back out onto the field as their lapdog. Izuku nodded. Nagant, do you actually wish to kill me? Honestly? I just want a peaceful life. I've done my part and most of it I'm not proud of. The HPSC has my files in deep archives to make sure they're never found. Found our next lesson plan, Nezu hummed as Izuku smirked, clicking his knuckles. Everything I've done has been on their order. Well, the president before last's order anyway. Once his replacement was in place, I was put on timeouts for mine crimes so I couldn't be a whistleblower. She sighed. I just want to leave that part of my life behind. He clapped his hands. Wonderful, you start on UA's campus next week. We'll take your testimony in that time, go over the design and implementation of the explosive chip, start a case file and bring the information to light of the public. Well, you didn't expect us to just chuck you by the wayside, did you? You'll be in the teacher apartments. Midnight will probably have to be your dorm mate for a while, but that's nothing too dramatic. We'll get you a nice shift working on stocks in the back room, handling the deliveries with the others. You can work late shifts to help clean the place. That'd be quiet and rather safe for you. Why you're helping me? She stared at him, but I tried to. You are neither the first nor the last to attempt such. However, you are one of few forced or tricked into doing it. Therefore, you're as much a victim of circumstance as I am. Ergo, I should help you. After we get the HPSC finally shut down, you can move to any store you pick and we'll set up living arrangements for you. He shrugged. I mean, I don't like the HPSC either. Too much invested into societal control and conformity. Nezu nodded. I'll get the case ready. Tsukachi, are you busy at all in the coming days? I'm going to dinner with Chitose tomorrow night. Otherwise I'm free. Good, good. Shall we consider this meeting adjourned? Aizawa, Izuku, I trust you can take Miss Nagant to you. Both men nodded. Then I believe the phrase is, as you were gentlemen. I'm sorry, Nagant spoke, but isn't the HPSC part of the government? It's about as government as military contractors. They get paid to give the government's results instead of the government having to take up valuable resources and time to do it themselves. Many of the now independent hero school were in fact once HPSC schools, until the Endeavor case came out and then most of the HPSC's assets were seized and redistributed. It only got to keep a handful of its property. With your case coming to light, I doubt it will be allowed even a building to run out of. Nezu chuckled. I'll be seeing you again soon, Miss Nagant. And this just in, we have reports that the last HPSC building has just been raided by Zero forces. Many of you may remember the scandal of the HSPC late last year and beyond, after it was found to be creating the hero version of child soldiers within its many compounds. The organization was nearly shut down entirely along with the company's president, who authorized the killing of many different people, civilian, villain, and hero alike. Many of the killings were assassinations, political in nature. Those who were killed were discovered to be quirk equalists, who pushed the agenda that all quirks can be used in any way with the right mindset and training. It ran against both the now-dissolved meta-liberation ideology of only the strong can be in charge and the HPSC's own statements that it takes a certain quirk to be a hero. Many of our long-term viewers will remember the highly publicized arrest of Lady Nagant, former heroine arrested for several murders, all of which were due to reasons just mentioned. After an anonymous hacker sent in several encrypted files to the Zero, it's now come to light that while Lady Nagant is the killer in these instances, not only were the HPSC the ones orchestrating it and telling her she had the clearance to do it, but they were also forcing her to do it by threatening what family she had remaining. When she managed to hide her family and begin fighting them, the HPSC officials then used their orders against her and set her up as the fall woman for the crimes. After this revelation, UA University was more than happy to accept her onto the rehabilitation program. Principal Nezu and rising hero star Midoriya Izuku are spearheading. Midoriya Izuku, owner of the hit coffee chain Green Tea Coffee, was in fact the most recent target of the HPSC after they kidnapped Lady Nagant from her prison cell and injected her with a microbomb that they would use to kill her should she disobey them again. Luckily, Midoriya's fast thinking and endless connections allowed them to safely remove the bomb and save her life, allowing her to give the testimony that sealed the HPSC's fate. Many of the former independent heroes affiliated with the organization have been rather vocal with their negative opinions of Midoriya's actions and had made statements condemning for whatever he did to be a target. As it stands, many of those that know or are close to Midoriya can only agree there is one reason the HPSC would target him: his quirklessness. In fact, we have a reporter currently with the newly minted hero team, Chaos Force, consisting of UA's previous top 3 students and Tenko Shimura, grandson of the heroine titan, Nana Shimura, who joined UA after being saved by Midoriya when he was forced to attack the university last year. We go to them now. The 4 heroes appear on screen, all smiling gently. So, Chaos Force, what do you think of the recent shutdown of the HPSC? The off-screen reporter tilted the microphone in their direction. Honestly, it wasn't that great to begin with. Lemillion rubbed the back of his head. The organization did a bunch of things behind the shadows, claiming it was for the good of society, but if society would disagree with it, to the point where you have to actively hide it, is it really that good? I'm glad it's shut down, Nijire-chan nodded. I mean, they let Endeavor get away with so much because he was the number 2 hero. I've met his children and I shudder to think what would have happened to them had Midoriya not gone to Nezu for help. Plus, they were calling for my arrest. Tenko, now under the alias Zombie, added, way back when I was forced to attack the USJ, I was in a seriously bad mental space. The abuse I suffered had damaged my brain to the point I couldn't control my quirk anymore and anything I touched would get affected. Izuku still ran in headfirst to rescue me, giving me a pair of artist gloves so I could hold on to him as he got me out of there. Hell, it was a doctor he knew that was able to return control of my IIF. Figured it was about tea time they were stopped, Sun Eater added. And Midoriya helped MEW with a severe anxiety and self-esteem issue. WLW were still in school. In fact he was the one that helped me confess to Lemillion. Both heroes blushed lightly. Lemillion, you used to work under the former hero Sir Nighteye, right? What was that like? Working under a HPSC-affiliated hero? Part of me thinks he only got the affiliation because he was All Might's sidekick and All Might always denied any desire to work with the organization. He chuckled awkwardly. I mean, up until Midoriya and I met, I had no idea that Sir Nighteye was manipulating me and a dozen other sidekicks. His face changed. Sir Nighteye promised to train us to be the best heroes we could be, but all he did was try to make us into All Might clones, heroes that were as good as All Might was in his prime alone, despite him having multiple people to help him, both on the field and behind the scenes. Take Bubble Girl for example. She's a brilliant heroine, one that could have made it on her own years ago, but Nighteye constantly prevented her from doing it by comparing her to All Might in his prime, claiming that if she couldn't even get half of his tally, she wasn't ready to go pro, which is just cruel and manipulative if you ask me. Even then, he only recruited me because I was the spitting image of All Might when he went to UA. His regimes were hellish and painful and harder than anything I've ever had to do. Sir Nighteye wanted me available around the clock to the point where I wasn't sure if it was alright to go to sleep some nights. Work became all I did and I found myself studying and eating on the job, which even that I was reprimanded for, all the while I accepted it because hey, it's Sir Nighteye, All Might's only sidekick and he promised to make me better than I could ever dream of being. Of course now I realize it was all a charade to make me behave. Wow, it sounds harsh. It was worse than harsh, but on the bright side, Midoriya came along when he did and literally beat the sense into me. In fact, part of the reason he was so effective at breaking the hold Nighteye had on my mindset was because he was quirkless and Nighteye would routinely tell me that those without quirks were less important, which is why he prioritized saving those with quirks, even if they were in less danger. Then Midoriya comes along and kicks my ass with no quirk to help him and a hand behind his back. He's supported all of us whenever we've needed it and made sure we knew we could count on him like he counts on us. And what are your thoughts on Lady Nagant being put onto the rehabilitation program? Oh, that's just formality to be honest. Zombie shook his head. Lady Nagant underwent extreme trauma and most likely has issues trusting higher authority. Since her rehab is less critical than Stendhal's, she's been given a job at the green tea coffee store on UA grounds, as a way to keep us safe if she relapses and herself safe from vengeful morons who believe she is at fault. They've got another pair on there now as well. Guys they caught trying to sneak into the cultural festival just before Christmas, Gentle Criminal and his camerawoman La Brava. It turns out that Gentle was expelled from one of the former HPSC schools for trying to save somebody and when ostracized by the community around his home and former school, fled into the life of a low-level villain that would often make a show of stealing from corner stores and the like. It took a while for Nezu to find his education records since the HPSC had buried them in their archives, but after he did, boy was he mad. La Brava was also subject to bullying because of her diminutive height and the only person to treat her equally was in fact Gentle, so both have been put into the rehab program with limited access to UA's social media accounts to try and land themselves jobs as PR managers for somewhere when they complete the rehab. And do think they're likely to stay at UA? Oh yeah, easy, unless Midoriya already called dibs to have them manage the green tea coffee PR along with the other guys he has going with it. Speaking of the business's growth, how do you feel about the new Midori school, opened up by Rei Hizan with the aid of Nezu, who plans to work there once he's retired for his role as UA's principal? Is that the only one you've heard about? Lemillion chuckled. Nah, Midoriya's going off, thanks to his second-in-command. They've gone into real estate too, Midori and Shimura I think they called it. Ooh, and the energy company they're making, Nijire-chan added, Green Energy. Since a bunch of the support students were looking for part-time jobs, he's hired them to work on providing 100% renewable green energy. Chairbolt's also getting involved thanks to his electricity-generating quirk. A bunch of the students are also helping him create greener transport systems as well. Green East they're calling it. Electric cars, better trains, more efficient public transport, all the science-wise stuff that ground to a halt when quirks came about. And he's growing into the tech sector. Zombie held up a phone. He's got games consoles coming out, phones, hero communicators. Hell, his first support hire made an encrypted server for a hero social media outlet, Green Media, which includes the new radio show Kaito's is producing for him. Kaito's Kazuki? The infamous reporter that once worked within the ranks of the MLA? Midoriya is comfortable with her working under him? It's thanks to her he's alive. In fact, shortly after the bombing of his store by the MLA, she came to his hospital room and began speaking to him. She gave Nezu and the heroes a massive heads up. They were able to evacuate Daika City, prep for the fight, and thanks to her intel were able to target the heavy hitters and the big leaders. Zombie raised an eyebrow. In the last year alone, Izuku Midoriya went from the 110th most influential man to the 85th before skyrocketing. Thanks to the MLA war into the top 5th, and even now he's managed to swipe the title of 3rd most influential man in Japan, right under All Might and the President of Japan himself, and I'm not sure if All Might can hold on to his title much longer, considering the two are on very amicable terms, considering their similar history. Similar history? Oh, you guys didn't know? Sun Eater grinned. All Might was a late bloomer. Izuku stood tapping his foot at the foot of the stairs. He currently was stood in the entrance hall of their home. Kota and Eri fondly referred to it as the Midoriya mansion given the building's size. It had felt necessary to have the room after the throuple had graduated from UA, 12 long years ago. In that time he'd been best man at Katsuki's, Tenko's and a few more weddings, finally got to be the groom when he married both of his loves, had his own blood children and edged out his old teacher to be the second most influential man in Japan. A title befitting the man who owned a house like his. The Greenette didn't like to boast, but 5 of the 6 bedrooms were now in use, his adopted 16-year-old teens getting their own, along with Itsuka's 7-year-old son, Tie-Dye getting his own room and Momo's 7-year-old daughter, Inko, getting hers. All rooms were en suite, both Eri and Kota had study rooms and gaming rooms, they had an indoor cinema, an outdoor cinema, which consisted of a projector pointing at the wall in the back garden under a gazebo. Giving in to his childish side, they also had a room solely devoted to the storage of foam guns. Momo and Itsuka had their own personalized equipment in the indoor gym, a family game room, filled with arcade machines, card tables, a dartboard and a pool table. The garage was full of vintage cars, since Toshinori had sparked his inner collector after giving him a vintage Dodge Charger as a graduation present. Inside was a practically giant kitchen, closer to the size of the common room of Heights Alliance than the same kitchen. It was accompanied and complemented by the dining hall that connected to the entry hall he was currently stood in. On the other side was the main living room where all the Blu-rays were collected. Connected to that was the library Momo normally spent her days off in, and then the small room that connected all of the gaming and soft play rooms. The garden was walled off by a large hedge, running around the lining. Not that it mattered since they owned the estate, including the large amount of land around the house. A trio of double doors from the center room, kitchen and back entrance to the gaming area opened onto a large wooden deck complete with a barbecue and fire pit. At the end of the garden sat a large self-catering summer house in case the kids wanted to bring friends over for the night, alongside a building that housed the pool and hot tub in the opposite corner. For no other reason than fun, they had water guns mounted to the railings of the first-floor wraparound terrace overlooking the garden for the summer. The attic was turned into storage rooms along with a clear path to the roof for the guys' night that the boys still had. The only difference was that now Kota had a night where he brought his own friends over too, instead of just joining Izuku's group with Tie-Dye. Speaking of Kota Izumi Midoriya, if you don't hurry your ass up, I'll be leaving without you and then you can explain to your mothers why you're not there, he called up, checking his watch again. We're just on our way down, Dad. The voice of his son echoed from somewhere. Geez, you'd think we were the ones running late. Kota appeared at the top of the stairs, putting the blazer of his suit on. We are, Izuku spoke flatly. We're supposed to be there. Looking at his watch he grimaced. In an hour, it takes 45 minutes on a good day as is. We got 15 minutes to play with. Kota, that's not enough time for traffic. Dad, we're in outer Mizudafu, heading out into the country roads. The only traffic we'll get is the occasional tractor. Kota, a feminine voice yelled out, you forgot your tie. His face flushed lightly as he turned around. Thank you, Yasuka. He smiled as a woman in a rose-red dress joined him at the top of the stairs, adjusting the strap of her handbag. Oh, Mr. Midoriya, she spoke in a soft voice. I'm so sorry It's fine, you go pick a seat in the car, Yasuka. I'll handle his tie. The duo darted down the stairs at record speed. Kota stood in front of his dad without making eye contact. He began tying the fabric around his son's collar. Now, mister, you're 17, big enough to make your own decisions, but a piece of advice. He lifted the collar. Keep it off the neck. His eyes widened, and pray to God your mothers don't look too close to the concealer on your or Yasuka's jaw. Kota, remember, I'm not just a hero. You're a businessman too. I was going for more of a crack detective. While they'd been hunting Garaki in their second year at university, Izuku had worked closely with Kaneki, inadvertently earning himself a detective license with his friend. I could see the makeup from the top of the stairs. Finished with the achizuri, he pat his son's shoulder. Let's get in the car. You comfortable in the back? I need you and Yasuka to keep the gifts from breaking. Yeah, sure. Great, now we really need to get going. They scrambled over to the car, quickly joining Kota's partner. Everyone comfortable? They both nodded to him. How exactly do you know the couple Kota? Yasuka asked innocently. Uncle Kaneki is an old friend of Dad's. He still comes around once a week for guys' night when Mom, Ma, and Eri go out for girls' night. He and Aunt Tuka have been together since their first year in Shiketsu where they met. Turns out they were in different classes on the same course but didn't realize. In fact, Dad's the reason they met considering the events around it. I'm sure Kaneki would be happy to tell you all about it if you asked him. Yasuka. Honestly, he still dotes on Kota today, sending him whatever detective books he can find. What was the last one he sent? Sherlock Holmes, The Hounds of Baskerville. It's pretty good so far. We'll have to find a place for it in the library. Now, let's get to the wedding. It was a grisly scene. One body, one gun, a large amount of bloodstains and a suicide note. It's not a suicide, he muttered. How do you explain that, kid? A cop asked politely, one of the few to address him with manners. Despite his current age of 19, he was already making waves in the detective community as the prodigy apprentice. It's all off. Look, the penmanship is wrong. The upwards slant indicate a positive disposition, not one of a man about to take his own life, not to mention the fact that he's wearing a watch on his right wrist, marking him to be left-handed, the same side as the exit wound. So unless our victim here is a contortionist, this can't be a suicide. How do you know he didn't just use his right hand? Unless he's grabbing something quickly and decisively, such as a TV remote or some food, I doubt he'll even use his right hand. I mean, how many things do you use your left hand for, officer? A quiet pause. Exactly, plus I'm sure if we look under his fingernails we won't find any residue, meaning he can't have fired the gun. And look at his wrists, a gloved hand picked up the limp limb, there's marks around his wrists, and judging from the red marks around his head, I'm willing to bet he was gagged too. Somebody wanted this man dead and they wanted to make it look like he'd done it himself. So who did it? That's the million-yen question though, isn't it? He hummed. Alright, once we get a positive ID on him we'll need everything on him. Family, friends, ex-partners, the works. And if it's some serial killer? Go back to the door, officer, and see if there's any sign of forced entry. A quick series of footsteps as he looked around the area more. There were several pictures of a family on some shelves. The father seemed to be standing at arm's length to the family. Everybody was dressed in their best clothing by the looks of it. Judging by the man's face, it was probably taken with a year. Going back over to the man to inspect his hands, he found there was no wedding ring present. No signs of forced entry. He looked back up to the officer, meaning it was somebody he trusts, at least, someone he thought wouldn't kill him. Take a look at this. He's got photos of a family around the room, a wife and a teenage daughter, at arm's length in most of the photos, but his wedding band isn't on. You think he was killed by his wife? Ex-wife? Even then it could be likely. It depends on the divorce, an affair, just fallen out of love, whatever, but she's definitely a good starting point. More footsteps. Who let a kid into my crime scene? Sergeant. The officer turned around, the detective stood up. Sergeant? My name is. I don't care, kid, get out of my crime scene. You misunderstand, sir, I'm with. The older man cut him off, quickly marching over to get in his face. I don't care who you think you're with, you can't pull a fast one on me, now get out of my crime scene. I'm with. I just said I don't care, so go back to whoever sent. I sent him. A cold voice cut in the trio of men looked over to another man at the door, dressed in a sleek black suit. Ken K. Samashi, Siro. He held up a wallet with his ID and a badge in it. We're with the behavioral analysis, that is Kota Izumi Midoriya, my apprentice and the newest addition to my team. We sent him ahead to get a preliminary take on the scene. Kota finally was able to pull out his own ID and badge, a thin smile on his face. What do the Siro want with a suicide? Simply put, it's not a suicide, Kota? Kaneki nodded. He's missing his wedding band despite being only recently divorced. He was forced to write the note looking at the strokes. He wasn't mentally ill as it claims but rather enjoying his new lease on life. You'd think. He's left-handed but apparently dexterous enough to take his own life with his right hand despite doing literally everything else with his left. Marks around his wrists and mouth indicate he was bound and gagged, most likely to the missing dining room chair. He nodded in the vague direction of the room. The floor has been freshly cleaned despite the call being made by the cleaner he hired every Sunday to do it, calling the scene in this morning. My guess is he was tortured, most likely in the basement, dragged up the cellar door under the stairs, forced to write the note, tied up again, shot and then put into this position. And why does a murder interest the Siro? Because Kaneki droned. This is the third newly divorced man to commit suicide in this area in the last few weeks. Either there's a trend going around, or someone's killing them and making it look like a suicide. The first officer finished, lifting his hat to rub his head. Oh Jesus, this is something else. Kota, any idea? Well, his wedding band was taken, and either his ex-wife took advantage of the other two deaths, did her research and killed the other two men. It's probably a single, divorced woman, going around and killing the ex-husbands for being failures as partners like her partner was. Kota rubbed his chin. Close. We're probably looking for a male, mid to late 30s, divorced and lost his children, most likely suffering a psychosis in which he believes that he is a good father caused by his wife getting custody or the kids dying and being cause for divorce, and he's killing all the other divorced dads for not being good enough like he is. Kaneki nodded. You guys got all that from a staged suicide scene? The sergeant looked between them. It's our job, Sergeant, Kaneki added flatly. Come on, Kota. We need to brief the others, unless you want to wait for Yasuka to come take the pictures? Kota tried to hide his blush. I'll hang around, see if there's any more clues. The basement might hold some insight into what our unsubsimo is. Kaneki just smirked. You do that, let me know if you find anything. I'll call Tuka, see if she can find us anything on our victim. Kota nodded before walking out of the room. A heavy sigh. You know running never works, right? She rubbed her temples with one hand, her other hand busy telling the villains to pause. They were all prepared to blitz past her to the door of the warehouse. We've got police and heroes around the area. You try and run, you get caught. Use your quirks any more than you already have and you'll be in Tartarus instead of some mid-security prison. What do you know, hero? One spat at her. We do what we need to. Robbing a bank, you need to do that? We ain't got much choice, you know? Another barked. Lots of places don't want some scary dudes interacting with customers. She blinked before talking into her communicator. Grunkled Tsukachi, let Grandpa know we're going to need the forms again. Roger that, Clockwork. A voice crackled back. Clockwork stretched her arms above her head. Right, fine, let's play it like that. You lot are currently under arrest. Pending your statements and how honest you are about your circumstances, you'll be put on the rehabilitatin' program and given and trained in a list of careers you can achieve with your quirks, careers that earn enough to prevent you from doing something like this again. Why you what? UA's rehab program is still in effect, but in order to protect those involved, the individual cases are no longer publicized. After completing the rehab, it will be marked down in your record alongside the offense, telling potential employers that you are in fact safe to hire. Now you can accept this offer and come quietly or continue to resist and be arrested without the option of rehabilitation. From one of her pockets, she produced a handful of handcuffs. So, do you accept these terms? How was it today? A man asked as he sat on the sofa, reading a book. Grr, Clockwork groaned, flopping onto the sofa, putting her head in the man's lap. That good, huh? Uncle Katsuki let me go out on my own to fight and it was so grating, either arseholes thinking they could get away with anything or saps stuck in a bad place just trying to survive. A hand began running through her hair. Come on, Eri, at least you get to make a difference now. So do you, Katsuma? She argued, kicking her feet. You're in class 1B, doesn't change anything. Yeah, but your dad has me doing nothing but grind away through training. I just had to slog myself through a 50-mile jog with 5 kilos on every limb. And? I was doing those by 14, Kastuma just groaned. Did he exercise with you? On your left, Eri laughed. He had you on that track, huh? I'm sorry, that track? The one he and Kota always did. If he did 50 miles with me it was free running. Since I'll be on rooftops most of the time, you were on the track with a bunch of dummies, right? Yeah, simulate getting through a crowd. You'll be doing that as a rescue-oriented hero. If you ask, Auntie Ochako can give you tips on first aid and spotting what parts of rubble are load-bearing. I'm still caught up that your dad has tracks for 2 different kinds of environment. 2? Honey, he's got at least 5 tracks, rooftop, roadside, mountain, wreckage, and a handful of disaster simulations. Once you get good at the roadside one, he'll have you doing Mutin, then disaster and wreckage, with even more weight. It'll help you learn to keep your balance when carrying people. A knock at the apartment door. Oi, open up. Her brother's voice floated through the door. I got info on a serial killer. We think he's using his quirk on his victims. With a quiet groan, Eri waved a hand. Tell him to go away. I brought cheeseburgers. On second thought, Katsuma laughed at her quick change of opinion as he shifted to leave Eri on the sofa and go answer the door. Kota, come on in, I take it you're done for the day then? Yeah, Uncle Kaneki let me off while they try figure out the unsubs quirk. Apparently all the apprentices are let off. Yasuka is just transferring a few files to her laptop and she'll be over. The teen walked into the dorm room. I'm glad Shiketsu and Yue decided to partner up with the dorm system. Shortly after their father and uncle graduated from their respective universities, Shiketsu saw the benefits of having their students live in dorms, with Kaneki and Tuka taking the top grades by a wide margin. Working with Yue, the other hero school made some adjustments to their site, which allowed for students to live in the now co-owned dorms on the edge of Yue's site to commute for lessons. It meant the dorms had to double in size again, but it wasn't exactly difficult for Yue to handle. In turn, it meant that Kota and Yasuka got to live in the new detective student dorms, hive minds, and be neighbors with the Hero Course Heights Alliance, allowing brother and sister to visit each other whenever they wanted to after hours. Eri lazily sat up on the sofa. You're going to try figure out your man's quirk before your mentors? With less information? Whoever said anything about less information? We've been talking most the day, only got to the crime scene this morning. Tsukachi moaned about you and your ability to make paperwork like Dad. She laughed lightly. Yeah, and Uncle Tsubasa keeps going on about how you throw yourself into situation recklessly like Dad does. Just yesterday when he took our analysis lesson, he was talking to me about how you narrowly avoided getting shot again. If the Zero give me a bulletproof vest, I'm going to use it. Someone else walked into the apartment, hugging Kota from behind. Hey Yasuka, everything downloaded? Yeah, can we take it easy tonight? My head hurts from trying to follow so much information. Sure, Eri and I can do the stuff tonight. You just go make yourself a cup of tea and rest your eyes. Painkillers in the cabinet, Katsuma pointed. Thanks. Yasuka walked off towards the kitchen area. A phone began ringing in the apartment. Katsuma searched for it before coming back with a smartphone screen active. Hey Mr. Midoriya, he smiled. Hello Katsuma, are you resting well? I was, until, he turned the camera around, we seem to be throwing a tea party without you. My own son and daughter, having a party without me? I'm hurt, he feigned sorrow. I'm calling because Dad let me know someone put another group into the rehab program. He needs your signature to verify their testimonies. Kaneki also got hold of me, said a couple of his workers might try do something off the clock. I've got no idea what you mean, Dad. Kota shook his head. You have McDonald's, you only take that to Aries when you're planning on solving a case together. Hey, you and the rest of them get KFC and lock yourselves in the study, he shot back. Yes, but we're also on the clock and meant to be doing it. We're not dismissed and supposed to be relaxing, Izuku sternly spoke as he lifted an eyebrow. Now, if you're going to try and do it, at least have the guts to tell Kaneki you're doing it so he can track your hours for you. Alright, Kota grumbled, reaching for his phone. Wonderful, so are you all coming back on the holidays? Of course, the group chorused. Good, I suppose I'll get out of your hair now, enjoy your evening. Bye Dad. Love you, Eri waved. Bye Mr. Midoriya. Both Yasuka and Katsuma smiled. Kota got up, quickly grabbing the phone. Actually, Dad, I was hoping I could say something to you. It's a bit personal though, so I'm just going to borrow Eri's spare room. His sister waved him away, letting him dart through the door. Are you alright, Kota? What? No, yeah, I'm fine, it's just, well, he rubbed the back of his head. A few nights ago, I had a nightmare, the first one in a while, and it just got me thinking. Kota? I realized that I never said thank you. Thank you for what? For being my dad. I know I wasn't exactly the easiest kid to raise. Plus you were only 18 when you... Kota Izumi Midoriya, I'm your dad because I love and care for you. Ever since we met on the trip, I knew you were a lot more like me than most people realized, and I was determined to make sure you got the support I never did. It has not been difficult raising you, because you are a kind, well-mannered young man, with only the littlest bit of back time keeping, he teased, despite both men getting misty eyes. It has been an absolute joy being you, Dad, and I would never, ever change it for anything in this world. You don't need to thank me for being you, Dad. It's been a privilege to raise you, Kota, and don't you dare think otherwise. Okay, Yasuka and I will visit once we get this case solved. I'll let your mothers know. Take care, Kota. Bye, Dad. I love you. I love you too, my son. I love you too. We can't do this anymore. His face fell at her words. He stood just inside the door of her apartment. Breaking up with him to his face, he could respect it. I mean, it shattered his heart to pieces anyway, but at least she could do it to his face. I'm sorry, but with the offer from Deternat, I mean, a lot of people will know my name, and if they know me, they'll know me. Stilling his emotions again, he tried to see the logic in her words. It was the sensible idea. He was an underground hero, somebody that the public couldn't know about. If she moved into the limelight, it'd be his life on the line. A deep breath, it's only logical, stealing his face into an unfeeling mask, something he had too much practice doing. He nodded. It was better they part ways now, come to terms with the hurt, before something worse happened. Still there was something in the back of his head, screaming no at him. It sounded a lot like Hisashi and Nemuri if he was honest. That's how he was able to ignore it so easily when he embraced her for what he felt was the final time. Goodbye, Shoyuta Aizawa. She stepped away, trying to hide her watery eyes. He remained silent, not trusting his voice to remain fixed. Turning around, he closed his eyes and stepped through the door. The night air bit at his tear-stained face. This was for the... Knock, knock, knock. The door cracked open slightly. He burst through it and wrapped his arms around her, slamming the door behind him. Kissing her as deeply as he could, his body adamantly refused the logical side of his brain. Even as he pulled away, he couldn't comprehend what he was doing until he heard himself say, "I'm not going anywhere. I love you more than anything in my life. BB, but I don't care if you have to go into the spotlight. I'm staying with you, consequences be damned." Realizing what he was saying, his eyes widened. "We'll figure something out. I'll use a false identity in public. I don't care. I'm not leaving." She cried against his chest for a moment, holding him as tightly as he held her. "With God as my witness, I'll fight the devil himself if I need to, make deals with demons. I don't care, as long as I get to stay with you." There was a beat of silence. "I was hoping to avoid this, but," she sighed, using one hand to wipe her eyes, "if you're ready to roll dice with the devil, there is someone we can talk to. Tell me, whatever it is, anything I need to do." No longer giving a damn about logic, he was ready to do whatever he needed to keep her beside him. "Then I guess it's time you meet my dad." "Ainko?" The man sat up straighter in his chair as the duo entered his office. Shoyuta had never felt so uneasy in his life. Inko had explained everything on the long walk over. Her dad was supposed to be an immortal shadowy crime lord, a man that even All Might wasn't able to beat. The man was only a few years older than him, currently out of the country, most likely grieving after the death of his mento nana Shimura, better known as Titan. If this was that guy, Shoyuta was beginning to worry he was in over his head. "Ainko, what are you doing here?" Hi Dad." Shuta's brain record scratched. This was really happening, wasn't it? He was meeting his girlfriend's dad, who just so happened to be an acclaimed crime lord. As a boyfriend it was scary to meet the dad, as a hero it was scary to meet a crime lord. Mix them both together and Shoyuta wants some alcohol for his nerves. I know, Mom, It is okay, Inko. We haven't seen each other for a very long time. In fact, the last you saw me was just days before I said about deconstructing everything." "Deconstructing?" Inko muttered in disbelief. "You mean does Mom know?" "Your mother unfortunately doesn't want anything to do with me anymore. Even after I confessed I was washing my hands of this sin, the last thing I must do is try and find Nana Shimura and her protege to explain everything." "I knew you didn't kill her." The brunette woman smiled softly, moving across the room, hugging her father as he climbed from his seat. "Do we know?" "Not for trying. She had a boy in an orphanage, yet the last someone saw of her, she was moving north, leaving the prefecture. That was many years ago now though. She may be lost forever." He shook his head. "That's not what you came here for today though, is it?" "Sorry, Dad. I didn't have the courage to come and see you before now, but the fear of something else was bigger than the fear you'd be mad." "Inko, darling, you are my daughter. I would never be mad at you for leaving if you felt unsafe. Your mother took you away because she hated what I was doing. I could never hold that against you. There's also something else I'm worried you'll be mad about." "Really?" "Dad, this is Shoyuta Aizawa." she gestured to the man now feeling like a tuna in the Sahara, out of water and way out of his league. My boyfriend. Oh. Hi. He raised a hand, cringing to himself. Yeah, it's nice to finally meet you. Weakly offering his hand for a shake, he held his breath. Do you know who I am? A firm handshake left Shoyuta with a small bit more confidence. Not entirely? I mean, I'm still new to the underground, so. The underground? Don't tell me he's a druggie inko. You could do. No, sir, Shoyuta tried. More the hero underground, the guys you don't hear about. He felt like a specimen in a lab as Inko's dad studied him for a moment. Ah, now I recognize you, Eraserhead. The blood drained from his face. How you? You know who I am? I'm regarded as the biggest bogeyman in history, Aizawa. I've known every underground hero since it was a thing. If you all can hear of me, it was imperative I'd heard of you. The man straightened his suit, though I didn't think you'd be so clean-shaven. Dad? Inko scolded. Yeah, that's thanks to Inko helping me. I'd be a mess without her. He smiled fondly. Good, then I take it your visit has something to do with your status? In a way, Inko hummed. You see, I've been offered a job, part of a legal team, one of the best, but if I go and people look into me, they'll find you, I see. Her dad nodded. You want me to help him keep hidden? Yeah, basically, I mean, I know you can make him a completely new identity for the... I'm afraid that I can't quite do that. What? Creating him a whole new identity would mean changing police records, removing Shoyuta Aizawa from the system. He'd no longer be a registered hero, underground or no. So that's it? We can't? We can hide him, for sure. It'd be easy to keep your private lives secretive. It depends on how much you want me in your life anymore, Inko. He sighed softly. I know you probably... Let's do it, she nodded. I'm a lawyer. I know how important it is to hear both sides. Mom only ever told me one thing. It's high time I heard your side, and the only way I can do that is by having you in my life. He smiled brightly before hugging his daughter. Shoyuta tugged at his collar. The parent and child separate for a moment before stepping back. Inko took his nervous hand and held it gently. Now the only thing left is the crimes. If we can clear you of them. I'm afraid most of the people involved are dead now, Inko. Most of the evidence is circumstantial, and anyone that could prove my innocence either has no interest in it or otherwise cannot. Shoyuta had a light bulb go off. I may know someone that can help. Shoyuta was never sure what stared Tsukachi. Smoking, the man never spoke of it. However, the detective surely was glad he'd packed a box of cigarettes when the underground hero called him over. Currently the four were sat around the dinner table in Shuta's apartment. A steaming cup of coffee in front of them all. Shoyuta was so tempted to make it an Irish coffee, and it looked like Tsukachi wanted to as well. Wait, so, forgive me, but you are Inko Shigaraki? Yes. This is your father, Kiba Shigaraki? Yes. And you, sir, he added quickly, are supposedly one of the most feared crime lords of the quirked era? Yes, Shigaraki nodded. Look, detective, I know this is a lot to process. However, events that happened a few years ago have since changed my position. The empire has disbanded. I no longer fund a lot of what I used to, nor do I profit from the same type of activities. I was very meticulous in my actions. Most of what I did relied on favors and debts. Those in high places owed me, and if they didn't remain in line, I would reverse whatever favor I did, leaving them lower than when they came to me. You never robbed a bank? Killed a man? Never used your quirk without license? I killed a group of men responsible for the death of my brother just after the Quirk War, and I killed a man shortly after that for besmirching my brother's memory, twisting himself, my brother and myself into a cruel tale to make me out as a villain. I have never had the opportunity to explain myself without a way to prove what I am saying until now, when my daughter's partner decided to help. You lived during the Quirk War? Oh yes, I stole an immortality quirk during that time to make sure I could protect my brother. It worked out too well, and after I met my now ex-wife, I destroyed the quirk with another. So far you haven't told me a single lie. He nodded, clearly speaking into the recorder while making notes in his book. Is there more I should know? I've been accused of several murders, the latest of which is Nana Shimura. I did not kill her, nor did I kill her predecessor, nor his or the man before that, nor the two before him. And you're saying that someone will try and frame you for those murders? There are two that I know will attempt to do so, Gran Torino and All Might. It was a few weeks of peace as Inko worked on the case and it was put through the system. With Tsukachi's help, it was put through discreetly and quickly. A man known as Garaki Ujiko was now on the watch list in case he began to make a splash anywhere. A few task forces that Shoyuta himself was on raided several places, trying to find whatever experiments Garaki was working on. Shigaraki never said more than human experimentation since even he didn't know more. He didn't even know names, only that whoever was taken had been falsely diagnosed with a terminal illness or untreatable damage. It narrowed the identification process somewhat. One that did stand out, however, was a Hero Corps student that had been taken during a fight, where he was pronounced dead, even though they could never find the body. He didn't want to have that false hope in his heart, but he did. It wasn't until their fifth raid that they came across bodies. Many stored away in tanks of some weird fluid, some had visible changes, most didn't. Each of them were identified. A lot of them were in fact simply street thugs that people didn't know disappeared. Victims like that made up most of the numbers in a sickening surprise twist. It wasn't until Shoyuta read the list that he found it. Oboro Shirakumo. He'd nearly wept with joy there and then, instead saving it until he was with Inko, who held him tightly. Together they cooked a celebratory dinner and were just sitting down to eat when he realized something had changed. Normally Inko could put a ramen away with ease, faster than he did. But this time she was eating slowly, delicating, almost forcing herself to swallow. Standing from his chair, he slowly walked around the table, placing his hands gently on shoulders and staring into her eyes. She'd not felt well for the last few days, work tired her out more than usual, not to mention how hungry she seemed for katsudon and anything pork. He hummed lightly, putting the pieces together mentally. Of course, Inko was able to read him like a book, smiling softly before taking one of his hands and putting it to her stomach. "Surprise," she whispered, sending him into absolute shock. Inko quickly guided him back into a chair as he remained unresponsive. Shigaraki's help in his cover story could not come quick enough, especially now. Inko gently reassured him and held his hand as she sat down next to him. He continued to dissociate when Shigaraki came over for tea and a chat like he had been doing the last few weeks, and was also informed, entering a similar state of shock, if only for a fraction of the time. Shoyuta quietly and numbly watched him hug Inko, crying as he exclaimed, "I'm going to be a grandfather," and like that, a single synapse fired in Shuta's brain, working down his head and to his mouth. "I'm going to be a dad," he whispered. "I'm going to be a dad, oh my god, I'm going to be a dad." Inko squealed as he picked her up, twirling her around in a hug. The small family all celebrated together, the dinner left forgotten on the table as they began planning. All for one. Shoyuta let out a sigh as he sat beside Shikiba. All Might and Gran Torino both burst into the room. Sir Nighteye, the man's old sidekick, followed them in as well. This time, "You'll what?" The Erasure hero spat. "You'll fucking what?" With a glare, he sent Gran Torino crashing to the floor before his gaze shifted, forcing All Might to poof in a cloud of smoke and shrink ever so slightly. "Use your hand-me-down of a quirk to destroy another city block? How do you know about that?" All Might growled, trying to puff out again. "None of your business, but I'll have you know that the only reason I am here is to make sure this remains civilized. Think you can do that, meathead? You'd sit and defend the worst." "I'd watch what you say about my father-in-law," Shoyuta growled at night, "because unlike him, I can throw hands, and mark my words, fanboy, I fucking will." The three men were taken aback and stared for a moment, beats of silence passing until Shoyuta, threatening to, as you say, throw hands, is not how you keep a discussion civil, the principal of Nezu muttered as he spun around in his seat dramatically at one end of the table, his paws resting together. "However, I must agree that, seeing their entrance to this meeting, mutually assured destruction is the only way to make sure they behave." "You're siding with him, rat?" I asked. "Oh, you want to go, fanboy? You want to go?" Shoyuta began climbing on the table, somehow his patience already plummeting. "I'll pluck you out, melt you down and make a fucking necklace. Come on, let's go." "You sit your ass down, sonny, before I put you on it," Gran Torino threatened. If you think you have the moral high ground here, Sorahiko, you're about to be sorely mistaken, Nezu chimed in, act your age and sit. I thought you were going to be the mediator, rat. Nighteye grunted as Shoyuta now crouched in front of him. Watch yourself, buddy, he threatened, grabbing the man's collar. The HPSC can't save your ass right now. You took the affiliation? All Might turned to his former sidekick. Don't act like I'm the villain here, he snapped. You disappeared. I needed help to make sure the people had an icon in the future. Comparing the track records of everyone involved, I'd say you're actually the worst out of everyone here, Nezu shot. Because he's part of that little club you hate? Gran tacked on. Shoyuta damn near football kicked the elder before snapping back. They continued to devolve, with both All Might and Kiba adding their opinions into the mix. Voices grew until it was a cacophony of shouting. Gran was now stood on his seat, All Might on his feet, Shoyuta crouched, yelling in Nighteye's face while Nezu and Kiba remained seated but leaning forwards. Bang! All 6 men stopped and stared at the now open double doors of the office. In said doorway stood a now visibly pregnant Inko and a disappointed Tsukachi. Inko stared at all 6 men with a bridled fury. Inko, Shoyuta began. Get off the table, Shoyuta, you're embarrassing yourself. All Might, Nighteye and Gran Torino, sit down, shut up and listen, or I'm going to tie you 3 up in so much litigation your grandchildren are gonna need lawyers. Despite himself, Shoyuta felt a swell of pride in his chest. Sitting back in his seat, he waited with a thinly hid smile. Now Missy, do not talk down to me, old man, she snapped. You are a senior citizen, either retire, or get with the times, either or I don't care, but do one, before I make the decision for you. Miss, I'm sure. All Might, I suggest you use that brain of yours people don't know you have and remain silent before we really get into the slander and libel you've been spreading for the last few years. Sir Nighteye stood up. Sit down, Mirai, or so help me there will not be a god in the human psyche that can stop me from shutting your little All Might factory down like that. To accentuate her point, she snapped her fingers beside her head. I mean, I'm doing it anyway, but still, I can make it worse if you don't behave. Kiba chuckled to himself. Don't even try it, Dad. If you had been civil before now we wouldn't be in this mess. Kiba quickly shut his mouth, slumping into his seat. All Might seemed to pale slightly after Kiba's reaction to being scolded by his daughter of all things. Even Gran and Nighteye stared in shock. Now ma'am, if we just... Don't try and play good cop now, Nighteye. I will end you. Inko raised a finger, taking her seat on Kiba's other side. Tsukachi sat at the head of the table and opened a folder. Right, let's get on with it, shall we? He sighed, pulling out a recorder and sighing. Now, I'd prefer if we can do this without more arguments. Now, Kiba Shigaraki, regarding the crimes during the Quirk Wars and shortly thereafter, you are not being tried for those due to the state of lawlessness at the time and the pointlessness of pursuing it now. The more recent crimes you have been found to be falsely accused of, including the murder of Nana Shimura, known as the pro-hero Titan. Did you knowingly, willingly or otherwise enable her death? Not in any way, shape or form to my knowledge did I incite, motivate or enable the death of Nana Shimura. Impossible. All Might tried to buff up before Shuta's glare took most of his volume away. Both Gran Torino and I watched you kill her. Tashinori, you should know better than to lie in my vicinity, Tsukachi warned the number 1. That's funny, because I remember in that fight Gran Torino took you out of it several minutes before Nana and I had to retreat from that fight. That's why you were late to your anniversary dinner. Inko whirled to him. He nodded, quite embarrassed. Tsukachi sucked on his breath. All Might had a second to look victorious before. Mr. Shigaraki, that is quite possibly one of the worst reasons to be late to an anniversary. I've known women that kill their husbands because traffic made them late. Granted they are rare and often unhinged, but still, All Might's hope crashed. Now, All Might, when you were told Mr. Shigaraki was a villain and needed to be stopped, did you do your own research into him? Did you go to other sources outside of Mr. Sorahiko and Miss Shimura? No, I took what my mentor said as the truth and did not stop to think nor talk about it. And you, Mr. Sorahiko, did you? I didn't need it to. Mr. Sorahiko, information collection is a vital part of the process in both finding, capturing, and sentencing villains. If you suggest you were above that system, Then I must ask you to hand in your hero license immediately. You can't? I'm afraid I can, sir. You see, as part of the police force and a detective, I have certain privileges, especially when it comes to heroes. Any hero not affiliated with the HPSC is considered freelance. Any freelance hero that ignores, disregards, or otherwise breaks protocol is to have their license revoked by a capable member of the police force. Inko and Nezu both narrowed their eyes at the mention of the HPSC clause. Tsukachi continued. One such breach is labeling a person as a villain without concrete evidence. Accusations are not concrete, nor is a gut feeling. What you have just admitted to is gross misconduct, and as such, your license is forfeit, so either comply or hand over your license for destruction. Nezu leaned over to Inko. I like this one, he whispered. Inko smiled. Thanks Shoyuda, he found him, she whispered back. Now, answer the question, Mr. Sorihiko. Did you or did you not come to a conclusion without suitable evidence? No, I did not have evidence, he conceded quietly. Good. Now, who gave you the information? Nana Shimura, Titan. And did she explain where she got the information from previously? Her mentor, who got it from his mentor, repeat about 3 times. And none of them decided to do their own investigation? As far as I'm aware, no, they did not, nor did I. And you, Mr. Sasaki, did you do your own investigation? No, I didn't need to. All Might gave me the information and that was all I needed to come to a conclusion, one I still believe holds water, regardless of the evidence you give me. Tsukachi sighed. All right, well then, Mirai Sasaki, please hand over your license. Your assets will be seized and… I'm a HPSC affiliated hero. Yes, however your breach in protocol surpasses that. But you said… His face fell. I said any freelance in breach of protocol is to have their license revoked. I never said an affiliated hero could breach protocol as and when they pleased. Under subsection 1 it states that when in the interest of the public's good the HPSC can authorize a hero to breach protocol in order to save a civilian or neutralize a villain. And I'm trying to… Mr. Sasaki, you've admitted to a continued breach of protocol to an officer of the law, one that was unauthorized by the HPSC, and unfortunately for you they can't give retroactive authorization, therefore your hero license has been revoked and you are no longer considered a hero. As such, your agency is to be given to a different hero and your cases, sidekicks and other actions are to be reviewed to see if you have partook in illegal activities, such as wrongful death via negligence. Tsukachi cut in evenly. You've had several fatalities on rescue missions. If there is a running theme between them all, you will be taken to court for gross misconduct, quirkism and or any other form of discrimination in the workplace. Shoyuda frowned. Now, please hand over your license. Unwillingly, I took his license and handed it over slowly. So slowly in fact that All Might took it with an angry swipe and handed it to Tsukachi, who promptly snapped it in half and put the shards in his pocket. Now, given that we have admissions of slander and possibly libel depending on if the 3 have made publicly available documents, how do you wish to proceed? I wasn't talking to you, Mr. Yagi. I was addressing Mr. Shigaraki. Kiba leant to whisper into Inko's ear. Shoyuda smirked lightly. Kiba knew his stuff. Inko adjusted herself slightly before nodding to her father. My client does not wish to press charges at this point in time. He believes that this could, and should, be the end of this problem. If any of the defendants continue, however, he will press charges after notifying you of the incident. Tsukachi nodded. Wonderful, Mr. Yagi. Mr. Sorihiko, consider this your first warning. If you are to continue this course, it will lead to you losing your licenses. Mr. Sasaki, if you'd come with me, we need to deal with the paperwork for your assets. The 3 men all nodded, Nighteye standing up and practically stomping his way ahead of Tsukachi, seething in anger. Shoyuda leant back in his seat as Gran Torino saw himself out. All Might remained sitting opposite Kiba, the blonde thinking to himself for a moment. If you didn't kill her, then what happened to Nana? I don't know, Tashinori. Perhaps we can search together, better our chances of explaining and giving us all the closure we seek? The number 1 hero seemed hesitant. It will be hard to trust you. I won't ask you to trust me, Yagi. It would be rather infantile to expect you to simply throw away your misconceptions handed down alongside your power. No, I do not expect you to trust me, Just like the same lineage will keep me wary of you for a little more time, however I do not seem the harm in being civil with one another. Ah, okay, All Might sighed. I understand Shigaraki, I shall have to look into some records and contact you when I find a potential lead. Good day? Yagi, before you go, Kiba put his hands on the table. I understand there is still going to be some bad, blood between us. Perhaps we can air our more immediate grievances with a cup of tea at some point? It's worth a try, Shigaraki. What are you doing out here, Izuku? I'm selling lemonade, Grandpa. The 5-year-old boy grinned. Dad says I'm too little to make coffee yet, so I gotta sell lemonade instead. Oh, well, have you sold any yet? No, Izuku admitted sadly. Well, how about I buy 2 then? I can't sell to you, Grandpa, your grandpa. Nonsense, Izuku, how much is a cup? 5 yen. So I'll give you 10 yen and you can give me 2 cups. The greenette child smiled before handing over cups filled to the brim. Why are you selling lemonade anyway? It's hot and all the other kids are playing heroes and villains, so they need drinks. Why aren't you joining them? Because I'm quirkless, he admitted quietly. They won't let me play unless I'm the one in danger. Quickly his frown changed to a smile. But they'll still buy lemonade from me, they did yesterday. Good, good, shall we go inside for a moment? I need to speak with your dad. Okay, Grandpa, let's go. Taking the older man's finger in his small hand, he led the man up over the front garden of the house. He let go at the front door and ran in. OMD, Grandpa's here? Izuku was met by his mother and father quickly leaving the living room. Shoyuta grunted as he heaved Izuku up onto his hip. There was a small blur that bombarded down the stairs. Kiba grunted as it collided with his gut. Grandpa! A blue with faded blue hair cried. Kiba smiled and pat his head gently. Hello, Tenko. Tenko Aizawa, a boy that had lost everything when his quirk came in, shortly after Izuku was born. Kiba's network had only just helped Shoyuta set up his cover when it happened. Kiba had rushed over to the house, only to find dusted remains, even the boy himself missing. Over the next few months, he'd spent the time searching high and low for the boy. Shoyuta joined in where he could, getting in help from Crawler, Popstep, and even Knuckle Duster to help. Once they found the boy, Kiba had immediately got the artist gloves and proved to the boy he wouldn't harm anyone. They'd taken the shivering boy back to the apartment and gave him emergency care. Inko had taken one look at the boy before announcing they'd adopt him, a sleeping Izuku in her arms. Ever since they'd made Tenko feel as comfortable as possible and he'd loved every second of it. Kiba was unofficially his favorite adult though, since he was the one that first found him and gave him the gloves. Shoyuta grinned as the 9-year-old stepped away and disappeared back upstairs to his games with a hurried, "Love you, bye." Hi, Kiba. Shoyuta, Inko. Hi, Dad, everything okay? Yeah, yes, I came across some more information I thought you'd want to know. Do you have company? Chitose and Tsukachi are here right now. Inko nodded. Want a cup of tea? Can I make it? Please? Izuku begged, pretty please? With cherries on top? Cherries, huh? Shoyuta poked his cheek with his tongue. Alright, but you have to get the step out before trying to reach the counter, alright? Okay, Dad. Izuku cheered, getting let onto the floor and running away with a quiet pitter-patter. The 3 adults entered the living room. Kiba, the detective, nodded. Tsukachi, he addressed the man. Kizuki, the blue-skinned woman, nodded in greeting. She was one of Inko's closest friends, a now freelance reporter that had left to turn at and secretly the MLA after hearing about how Inko had been treated when the higher-ups learned her son was quirkless. The greenette woman had worked for a week before turning in her resignation. They'd laughed at her, letting her go with the promise she'd be back in a week begging for a job. Shoyuta and Nezu were currently having a field day looking into the corruption of the conglomerate. Kizuki had been told with the expectation she'd join in with the jeering, so there had been significant shock when an MLA general tendered her resignation, immediately going to the police and being put into witness protection while also being an informant for the force. Currently she and Tsukachi were trying to remain professional until the situation passed and they could pursue a relationship. The lipstick Tsukachi had poorly hidden on his neck was a testament to how well that was going. I had some more spies come back to me. Since going straight, Kiba had done his best to keep a network going. He was Shuta's biggest link into the underworld and probably one of the best informants there was. Nobody knew what the bogeyman looked like when not in one of his disguises, and no one wanted to fuck with him regardless. There's a lot currently going down in the HPSC. Apparently you should look into Endeavor. He's a nice link between the MLA infiltration and the HPSC corruption. Tsukachi nodded, making a few notes. Shoyuda made his own. The door opened as Izuku waddled in, visibly straining as he carried the tray of 5 mugs. With a heave he was able to put it onto the coffee table. I made tea. He cheered, handing out the different mugs. Don't talk until this is empty for Dad. Shoyuda smiled as he took the mug. Home is where the heart is for Mom. Inko cooed as he handed it to her. Keep calm and exterminate for Grandpa. His green hair was ruffled as Kiba took the drink. World's best detective for Uncle Nomasa. Thank you, Izuku. He bought that one specially for you, you know. Shoyuda smirked, saved up his pocket money and everything. What? He's bought all of our mugs. Inko smiled, lifting her feet onto the sofa. And cat mug for Auntie Chiru's. God, you are so adorable, Izuku. She pinched his cheek before taking her cup and holding it in both hands. What are you talking about? Grown-up stuff, little buddy. Tsukachi shook his head. You're not allowed to know until you're a hero. But I can't be a hero. Nonsense. Shitos cut in. You just have to work hard. Even harder than making tea? Even harder than that? Harder than making coffee? 10 times more. She exaggerated her movements lightly. Izuku's eyes sparkled before he nodded. Can I go watch Heroes now? Yes, Izuku. Inko smiled. Go and watch the Heroes. Why thank you, Mum, love you. He was gone like that. The adults took a sigh of relief before the living battery returned. Why does Uncle Nomasa have blue on his neck? Before he was gone again, Shoyuda nearly choked. Tsukachi did. Hisashi Midoriya, come out with your hands up. Tsukachi yelled into the microphone. They'd been after the Yakuza member for several months now. Jade Dragon had become a major thorn in the side of law enforcement as a whole instead of just police. He'd now attacked and fought several heroes, leaving a few of them in the hospital. The building is, on cue a window shattered and a man leapt out onto a nearby rooftop, trying to run. A helicopter tried following him with a spotlight. Shoyuda grumbled as he leapt from the rooftop and gave chase. Hisashi Midoriya was a good runner. He appeared to have been doing it for most of his life, running from every orphanage he was put in, ditching every family that tried. Hell, the only reason he hadn't left the Yakuza yet was because he didn't have a good enough reason. There were very few who could leave the Yakuza once they joined, and Hisashi was determined to be one of them. But if they could get him tonight, before he had a chance to flee the country, well, the whole thing would crumble. Previously the Yakuza were a group of warring factions, different gangs with different zones. Once villains became a thing though, organized crime took a back seat. Most if not all of the Yakuza were forced to unite under one banner to stay alive. At the top of the chain was the shy Hisaki, and if they could grab its second in command, well, there'd be a lot of people sleeping easier. Shoyuda kept running after the man as they vaulted, flipped, and slid across rooftops, trying his best to keep up. In the dark, a small blur appeared and tackled Hisashi to the ground, both figures getting up and facing each other. A spew of green flames illuminated the rooftop as a body moved to avoid them. Shoyuda bit back a curse as he erased Hisashi's quirk, trying to not mistakenly look at the figure coming in from his side. Several grunts as the figure laid into the wanted man before there was a cry of Shoryuken. Hisashi was knocked over by a strong uppercut before he crashed to the floor unconscious and had a pair of handcuffs slapped onto his wrists. Shoyuda stormed over and looked at the figure. Izukuzawa, he hissed, if you are not home in bed by 1 you are grounded until you're my age. But Dad, I was just helping, he was getting away. I was on his tail. Not close enough, he had a bike in the garage over a block, you weren't going to catch up to him by then. I don't care, he's a Yakuza, a very high-ranking Yakuza that's very, very wanted. And now you can claim the money. Izuku. Then you can give the money to me because technically I caught him. Arms were folded, and then I can start the cafe. Izuku, you're 13, you can't start it yet? The deal was I could start it when I had the money. Yes, and you don't have the money yet, do you? His son gestured to the knocked-out man at their feet. I do now. No you don't, because you're not even supposed to. Shoyuta pinched the bridge of his nose. Look, fine, alright, how's this? After you turn 15, you can open the cafe, I won't stop you. You're changing the deal. Yes, I am, because I'm your father, and I'm an asshole. If you don't behave I'll change it further. A beat of silence. And don't even try appealing to your mother. She's the one that wanted to wait until you were 15 in the first place. Ugh, Izuku groaned, so unfair. Go to bed, mister. But it's like 3 blocks away, I might as well just… Don't make me confiscate your coffee machine like I did Tenko's games. Izuku shifted his posture. You wouldn't dare. Green eyes narrowed to black eyes. Want to take that bet? He nodded slowly, the challenge loud and clear. Do you? Fine, I'm going home. And don't try to get lost. Your mother will know exactly how long it should take you to get home from here. But Dad… Go home, you have school tomorrow, which means you need to sleep. You should be asleep now technically, but you're too much of a smart aleck. Personally I think it's because of your mother. I'm telling her you said that. Izuku shouted over his shoulder as he began running away. Go ahead, she agrees with me. He called after the retreating figure. Oi! A figure poked him awake. You going to sleep through every class or what? What? He answered, turning his head to face the other way. I'm already passing them anyway, so who cares? Your parents? They're happy with my grades as they are. What? B+ across the board? Well, if I get an A then I'll have attention, and how dare the quirkless kid get better grades than his superiors? Dude, what the fuck, where are you from? Aldera, shitpit if there ever was one. The second mom and dad got his report card they'd gone straight to the principal. A half conversation later and Dad was taking an extra anger management patrol while Mom had her trademarked scary face while dialing Nezu. Not 24 hours later, the principal called them asking to settle it out of court. Mom and Nezu cackled as she hung up the phone. Dad and Uncle Naomesa already giving them the information from the investigation. Deternat was in their sights again shortly thereafter and the MLA web continued to break apart. As a bonus, Izuku also got transferred to a new high school outside of the Mizudafu district. The only downside was that Katsuki wasn't with him anymore. That part sucked. Well, whatever, you've been assigned my project partner, and if I don't get an A+, my folks aren't letting me go to the Deep Dope concert, so wakey buddy. He was poked again by his apparent partner. Aizawa, he grunted, lifting his body up. Izuku Aizawa? I think green fits. Whatever, purple. Creative. What, would you prefer earlobes? A visible flinch. Exactly, beat. Don't tell me I have options because then I'll make it your problem. Beat? Your hair, it's got the pattern of a heartbeat in it. I'm not calling you heartbeat, and heart is a definite no. Ergo beat, unless you want me to go a step further and call you Dre. He stretched his arms above his head. A quizzical eye was on him. What? You haven't looked at me in the last 5 minutes? Beat. I've been at the back of this class for the last year. I know all your names, hairstyles and quirks, so what's the project? History, any significant event and the repercussions so long as it's older than a decade. The quirk wars then. Dude, that's like a few centuries ago. So? My grandpa knows a lot about it, we can talk to him. Inviting me over to your house? Well duh, now, can I go back to sleep? Math is after lunch. I've got to suffer through it, so do you? An ear jack stabbed his hip, shocking him awake. Rubbing the spot he glared at her. Tough luck, jackass. Close, Kyoka Jairu, a brief smirk before. Did you not pack a lunch then? Immediately he was energized and sat up straight. No, I did, I've been looking forward to it all day. Heaving his bag onto the table, he emptied several boxes onto it. So, which is today's? Jairu asked with an eyebrow. Yes, he nodded, opening them all, to her shock. Sweet, Mom made katsudon, Dad made oyakodon and Grandpa made sushi? They all made you lunch? Nah, they made their own lunches, they all just make extra for me to go with my lunch. You have 4 meals for lunch? She watched, almost horrified as he practically began inhaling his food. Shit metabolism, most of the stuff I eat doesn't get absorbed properly, I gotta eat twice as much to stay healthy, but that also means I get to eat twice as much junk food. Man, fuck you, They looked towards the class, staring at him in jealousy. No thanks, he shot back to the random student. Jairu continued to stare. Are you even breathing? Would it reassure you if I said yes? I don't know. What the fuck, how are you not choking on any of that? Practice? That just scares me more. She couldn't look away. Wait, you said you had to eat twice as much? Why are you eating 4 people's worth of food? I train with my dad, I'm aiming for a hero course, so I gotta be in shape. Working out means I have to put more in to get more out. Combining that with my metabolism. You get one man eating more than 4 people? Honestly, this is just to tide me until dinner. I'll probably grab some snacks when I get home. There was silence from the rest of the room. What? You're going to eat more? Yeah. He looked at her like she just said 2 plus 2 was 5. Duh? You should see me put a real meal away. Mom has to make double the amount she and Dad have together just for me. Even then I'll make a quick meal before I go to bed. When my aunt bakes pies, she has to make an entirely separate one just for me alone because I'll go through that like a biscuit. Auntie Chitos loved to bake in her free time anyway, so, score. You're a monster, Jairu whispered softly. Why thank you, he smirked. Green tea coffee was now open. He'd worked hard for it, gotten his dad and extended family, Aunt Chitos and Uncle Tsukachi, Uncle Toshinori, Nezuji, Uncle Hisashi and Aunt Namuri along with the underground bunch as his dad called them, to help him set it up. He owned the entire building thanks to his savings that Dad gave him for takedowns as Jade and some very generous birthday gifts. It was barely the first night when Himiko Toga had burst into the cafe and asked to be hidden. Izuku headed off her pursuers with little thought, immediately taking her to the apartments above the cafe. A phone call later and his parents arrived. Tsukachi also appeared to help confirm the story. By the end of it, Izuku almost felt bad for the Togas getting caught in Mom's scope. Himiko became an Aizawa the minute the Togas were dragged from the courtroom kicking and screaming. Not even a week later and he found Tuya Todoroki squatting in one of the apartments, trying to treat some serious burns. He claimed that the building had been abandoned for a long time and it was his first place to shelter out of his family estate. It was the final nail in the coffin to Tsukachi and Dad, who immediately went for blood. Endeavor didn't understand what was happening when a detective and underground hero kicked his office door in, but he quickly learnt when his family disappeared into protective custody. The number 2 hero dropped off the radar faster than his ratings, his children taking their mother's maiden name of Shimura to try and hide easier. The only downside was that they currently had no house to go to and no jobs to support themselves. Enter Izuku doing the only thing he could think of at the time, offer them jobs and the apartments above his cafe. Shoto, who was Izuku's age, bunked with his brothers, Tuya and middle son Natsuo in one apartment. Rei and her only daughter Fuyumi shared the second. The third belonged to the underground bunch, whenever they crossed paths again. Regardless of the staff, he worked the weekends away. After a month, he'd invited his classmates there, Jair being the most eager and returning customer. It was 2 months later that it occurred. A crude voice yelled. Izuku looked over to the door to see an ash blonde stood at the door, 2 teens on his sides. Tell these fuckheads we know each other. Staring for a moment, he squinted before grinning and moving from behind the counter. If it isn't the Katsuki Bakugo, his arms spread as the 2 teens embraced. Oh my god, I haven't seen you since middle school. Yeah, when you dipped and left me to those extras. Dude, Aldera was an MLA nest. Mom and Dad wanted me out of there as soon as possible. I know, it got shut down hard, the old hag was fucking livid, but it was nothing and I mean fucking nothing to how angry Dad was. He only decided to not kill the teacher when he heard we were all sent to a nearby school. Wait, so you do know Izuku Aizawa? A boy with longer than average fingers asked him. Of course he does, Izuku laughed, our moms went to university together. They were close, until my mom quit her job at Deternat and had to move out of the district. Obviously while we were in the same school Katsuki and I were their way of communicating. Speaking of, we need to get them together again soon. They working next weekend? Yup, though I think they're free the weekend after next. I'll make a note, so what can I get you guys? Just some Americanos, Knuckles and Wings are begging me to help them study for exams. There's a booth at the back open, it'll give you the most space. I'll have a staff member run it down to you when it's done. If you just want to come pay at the till, Katsuki flicked his head, handing his bag to one of his friends as they walked to the table. Izuku led him to the counter and frowned. Now, how are you really? Man, fuck this, fuck Aldera, fuck the MLA, and fuck you for leaving me to those fucking fucks? So you're doing okay? The old hag decided to put me through some therapy to make sure that Aldera doesn't leave something horrible behind. I was lucky to have you help hold off the quirkist attitude, but between your dipping and the school being shut down, they cranked shit up to fucking 11. The greenette put a hand on his old friend's shoulder. I can't tell if what I'm thinking are their thoughts or mine. Can I still? Don't worry, he shook his head. Katsuki Bakugo, you're one of the toughest motherfuckers I've ever met. You're going to be a brilliant hero, and if you say otherwise I'll knock you the fuck out. I trust you. I know you won't let whatever they said to you mean anything or get anywhere, and if it does, I'll be there to kick your arse into gear, understand me? You always were a good talker, Dikairu. He smiled before quietly walking over to the table his friends were waiting at. There a reason you're not employing me, or what? Jairu accused him as they walked to the cafe after school. Nah, just don't like you enough. Oh thanks, she jabbed his ribs with a finger. Over the last year the two had sprouted a friendship after working together on the history assignment. Was still slightly scared of Grandpa after learning his origins, but the fact that Izuku somehow also called All Might Uncle balanced it out. Not to mention his parents were two of the 3 steps to catching villains and criminals. They'd told her the cover story that Dad was just a detective with Tsukachi, one he corroborated whenever asked about it, so he still got away with being seen with Tsukachi in public without mobs going for them. So, what happens when we head to UA? Gonna close the store down? No? The Himuras are more than happy to manage it without Shodo, plus Nezuji is actually considering letting me open a store on site since a bunch of the UA students seem to study in the cafe anyway. I still can't get over the fact you somehow call the dean of UA Nezuji. I mean, how the fuck? Back before I was born, Mom introduced Dad to Grandpa. It had been a while since Mom had spoken to Grandpa anyway, but after learning he'd missed out on so much, he admitted that his empire was dissolved and readily met Tsukachi to help close the whole thing. Uncle Toshinori wasn't happy in the beginning, but after they talked about it for a while, he came to accept it, even trading old stories. They play cards every now and again still. He shrugged. Nezuji got involved as both a mediator and legal translator. Sir Nighteye was there and adamantly refused to accept it. Apparently his conclusion on the matter didn't have anything besides Toshi's words, and the fact he kept it in spite of evidence was a breach of protocol. Nezuji and Mom worked together a lot after that. The whole HPSC stuff just after I was born too. Nezuji's still reaming them a new one after the Endeavor thing came to light. In fact, there's talks of Lady Nagant being retried and put into rehab in a mid-security prison, not to mention Hawks blowing the whistle tore their remaining reputation to shreds. Wow. Yeah, that was the reason he lost his license and why his agency merged with Uncle Toshi's. Apparently his mentor didn't like the change either. After the matter was settled, he went off and started trying to make a resurge in the rumors. Something happened. Toshi sided with Grandpa and his mentor was forced into a full retirement. That's mental? Yeah, I know, and it's all because my grandpa wanted to come back into Mom's life, especially after they found out I was on the way. Still, you haven't answered my question. Are you going to manage the cafe or be a hero? What brought this on? He knew there was a reasoning behind her question. There always was. Whenever she felt indecisive, she'd ask him a similar question to the one eating her up. She often did this in the hopes he'd help her justify whichever answer she picked without regret. Instead, he made her keep arguing with herself until she firmly chose one option. Well, I got thinking recently, I can't, how, being a heroine and a musician is, which one should I go for? Mushin like my parents or heroine to help in a different way? Por qué los nos dos? What? She stared at him confused. Por what? Por qué los nos dos? He repeated with a smirk. Why not both? But it, how can? Izuku. Jesus Christ. They both leapt into the air as a head appeared from a white cloud portal. Uncle Oboro. Don't fucking do that. I was just dropping in to say Shuda's going to be at work a bit late tonight. He'll swing by when he escapes and you can walk home together. Alright, sounds good, thanks Uncle Oboro. He smiled, his heartbeat still slowing to normal levels. Bye. He disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Who was that? Jairu panted as she tried to recover. My uncle Oboro, he was Dad's friend in uni, he went missing a while back. Some sicko was using him for human experiments. Luckily they managed to find him before it went too far. His quirk's been changed from what it used to be though. It used to be a white cloud you could ride on, but whoever experiment on him changed it to a teleporting quirk. Once they saved him, he got to keep trying for his hero license, but he's also had to be under constant watch by doctors to make sure his physiology isn't damaged from what was done to him. They've only just cleared him to annual checkups. He had to go in every month, every week before that. Sounds harsh. Still, he's enjoying life again, so, a shrug, silver linings, anyway you were. That's what you get, fucking freak. Izuku looked away from his friend to see a group of men around a curled-up figure. Hey, hey! He charged at them. I'm talking to you fuckheads. Making his entrance by kicking the speaker away. The other two assailants turned to him, only to have their crotches kicked in. As they crumpled, the first thug retaliated, throwing a wide punch. Izuku stepped outside the swing and raised the back of his hand into his face. As his opponent recoiled, he slid his foot between the man's and grabbed his arm, judo flipping him. Once he was on the ground, he planted a foot on his spine and twisted his arm. Do I have your attention now, fucker? He spat down at the man. I don't care what's happening. If your partner's cheating on you, you're compensating for a micropenis, or your daddy beat you as a kid, I don't give a fuck, but you leave this man alone, and if I ever see you pull this bullshit again, I'll castrate you and make sure even your mama don't recognize your face. Get me? Little as it. The man cried as Izuku twisted his arm further. Wanna keep going? 'Cause I'll move up your arm as we go, shoulder, elbow, wrist, I'll snap your fingers like Kit Kats. If that doesn't get through to you, I'll pop your kneecaps like Pringles. The other two men began getting up. Chuckle fucknuts. You two stay right where you are, or so help me God I will make what you've done to him look like a playground scratch. Wisely both remained still, raising their hands in surrender. Now, the lot of you are getting out of here before I change my mind, and never let me see you near this cafe again. Letting the pinned man go, he waited as he got to his feet. The three men all faced him for a second, until he jolted forwards and sent them sprinting in the other direction. Hey buddy, you alright? Kneeling down, he helped the hurt man to his feet. Thanks. No problem. What were they doing? Just what they do, part of an anti-mutant quirk group, I think. That won't do. Are used to it? Know the feeling, Izuku sighed. Really? Quirkless? Ooh, tough break, the prone man commiserated. Work with what you got, right? Ain't got much right now, Iguchi Suichi. Midoriya Izuku. They shook hands. Got a place at least? Nope, not a job, not even 2 yen to rub together. I was just about to try use the alleyway next to the cafe to find a box to spend the night in. That's, he paused. Come with me. Leading Iguchi into the store, he guided him into the office area and sat in his chair. So you got no job and no place to live? Wonderful, that means you can move in upstairs and start the day after tomorrow. What? I run the green tea coffee cafe we're currently sat in. I'm hiring you as a worker to let you stay in the apartments above us for a reduced price. Legally I can pay you less because I'm covering your bills for you. It also means that I can't touch the money you earn, and the taxman doesn't get to take as much each paycheck. Put simply, by hiring you here and now, giving you this key to apartment 2. Upstairs, I can maximize this store's profit while paying you at a discounted rate. This means that you earn below a certain bracket and the taxman can't take all of your money when I pay you. It means you can save up easier and get yourself back on your feet. After a while you're free to search for employment elsewhere or otherwise look for a place to live and increase your earnings and tax. Follow me? Mostly, but, I used to be an I.T guy. Thank fuck, I've been looking for someone to help me set up contactless payments and online banking for the cafe. After we've done that, you can do whatever makes you feel most comfortable. In fact, I'd ask you to be a server to encourage more people with mutant quirks to come in. You'd use me as an ad? No, not in as such words. I'd more be using you to show Green Tea is an inclusive company. As it stands, we haven't got a lot of workers right now, so. He trailed off. Plus I know how discrimination is. With you on board, others with a mutation quirk will let me help them. You're helping me to prove you'll help other people? Essentially, yeah, he nodded with a smile. Do we have a deal? Iguchi shook his hand. He leapt around silently, the night air crisp and cold. You, boy, a voice caught his attention. Normally only Dad called out to him during his patrols. Looking down to the streets, he saw a man holding a small bundle. I won't call again, Izuku pointed to himself. Yes, you. My name is Jade, sir. What's wrong? Dropping into the alleyway, he kept a hand on his baton. You're the one that took down Hisashi Midoriya, correct? I know that was... Do not lie to me. I know you gave Eraserhead the credit due to your title of Vigilante. I have friends in the force that let me know your situation. Then why ask? I wish to do this peacefully and civilly. Do what? Izuku frowned behind his corner store mask. I am a Yakuza boss, well, a boss of what is left. Truth be told, I am looking for a way out, but there is a more important matter at hand. This is my grandchild, her name is Eri, she is only 4, her quirk has just come in, she can rewind time of anything, she currently can't control it, I am worried a subordinate of mine may use her for something dangerous. Alright. Hisashi Midoriya was a thorn in my side, a disgrace to the Yakuza and a disappointment of a man overall. You were the one to truly bring him in. I know you are a good person from that alone. I will hand myself over if I must, but please, protect her. The bundle was handed over quickly. Don't worry, sir. Izuku looked down to the sleeping baby. I'll do my best, sir. Thank you. I must return to my compound now. I shall attempt to contact you again when the dust settles. Listen out for a man named Pops. With a nod, the man turned and fled. Izuku blinked slowly, looking back at the baby again. I guess you're my kid now? He raised an eyebrow, entirely unsure of what the fuck was going on, or how he'd explain it to literally anyone except Mom and Dad. It was oddly surreal and Izuku wasn't sure if actually happened or not. Making his way home, he sat on the sofa and just kept looking around. Soon Dad arrived at the end of his route and stared for several seconds. Okay, I know you were too young for that back then. Oh, so it is real? A Yakuza guy who knew Hisashi called me over. He explained that Eri is his granddaughter, her quirk rewinds time. He's asked me to take her and look after her because he thinks someone under him is going to stage a coup. Seriously? From what I can guess, yeah? And what are you going to do? What do you think? Izuku shot back, eyes narrowing. Dad stared at him for a few seconds before sighing. All right, I'll wake your mother and let her know she got grandkids early. No doubt Kiba's going to want to know tomorrow as well. A yawn. We'll get you a futon set up so she can use your bed until we can actually set up a room for her. Sounds like a plan. Jairu walked into his room as he changed the bandages. Oh my god, Suri. She slammed the door shut, face turning beet red. He stared in confusion before the door flew open again. Wait, why are you in bandages when you're supposed to have the flu? He paused, still unsure of what was going, and before that, can you explain why you have a small child calling your dad Grandpa? His voice trailed off. I will as soon as you explain why you're even here. A plastic wallet of paper was thrown into his room. Schoolwork, we've been made project partners again. Ugh, and you say the teachers aren't trying to handicap me, he teased. Oh, shut up. She crossed the room and jabbed his side, getting him to hiss in pain. Sorry. Covering her mouth, she stepped back. Oh shit, you're bleeding. Her embarrassment forgotten, Jairu grabbed the nearest roll of bandages and ripped the stained one away. Izuku still remained both confused and still as she applied a large amount of the fabric. Once done, she paused. Wait, that was a gunshot wound. Silence. You were shot. He didn't answer. How did you get shot? Why did you get shot? Who shot you? Didn't move fast enough. Doesn't matter, nobody. Pull the other one green, explain now. No, crossing his arms like a petulant child, he pouted at her. She growled and grabbed his side. Weak spot, tell me or I dig my thumb in. Go ahead, do it, he spat. You won't get a thing out of me. Her hand clenched, getting him to hiss lightly. Izuku watched her falter in real time before her grip remained steady. Talk, smirking through the pain he raised an eyebrow. You know you're not threatening, not even with your inch platforms making you a 5'7". Just cause you're a giant 6'2" does not mean shit. I have my thumb over a GSW and if you don't explain how you got it, I'll keep my thumb in there. Tiptoeing she tried to meet his eye level, or I'll make it worse. almost getting in his face, she threw off her own balance and knocked into him. They stumbled back and fell onto his bed. Izuku's knees hung off the edge as she straddled his waist. He let out a light groan from pain and closed his eyes. Jiraiya put her hand back on his wound and leant down into his face before he opened them again. One chance talk. Do it. Her Jax grabbed his wrists and left them above his head. Her free hand grabbed his school tie from his bedside table, using her Jax and hand to tie his wrists to his headboard. Kinky, he smirked. Jiraiya just twitched her thumb. Tell me how you got shot. Their eyes met as they entered a contest of wills. Izuku was having his own three-way internal battle along with that. Make me, lifting his head to put his forehead against hers, he smirked. You'll find it's harm. Jiraiya made a decision instead, closing the distance and capturing him in a deep kiss. His eyes closed as he melted into it, hands moving despite the restraint around his wrists. Her hands, however, were free to move, and they did, one sliding down his arm into his hair as the other crawled around his side onto his back. She pulled back enough for them to look at each other again, eyes searching for any sign of rejection. Neither found any, and Jiraiya dropped back down again. It was only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity to them. Jiraiya leant back up, Izuku trying to chase her lips. Hand out of his hair, she pushed his head back into the duvet, putting her thumb on his wound again. If you don't tell me just how the fuck you got shot right now, I will walk out of that front door and I will never come back, understand that? Really? You think you'd be able to? I'm not going to give my heart to a bastard that waves off getting shot, so either explain and let me help or I walk, your choice. Izuku tongued his lower lip, debating with himself. It was last night let me get this out of the way first, you know that vigilante that's been whispered about recently? Jade? The guy that saved one of our teachers from a gang rape. Yeah, that's me. No wonder you went and had lunch with her the day after. Kyoka's eyes widened in realization. He nodded. I was out last night. I'd heard about a human trafficking ring along with a deal going down at the docks. I grabbed a few other vigilantes I know. Who? Doesn't Masis? Her thumb twisted his wound. You're cruel. You're a bastard, keep talking. Himiko and Tuya, we team up with Crawler, Popstep and Knuckle Duster too. The six of us were heading out to stop them. We bust into the warehouse and split up. Guns and quirks were off at us. I didn't notice I'd been shot until after we dealt with them all. I dropped an anonymous call to Dad and Uncle Tsukachi and came home. Do your parents know? Yeah, they've known for a while. Mom knows all about quirk law. I'm technically just an upstanding citizen since I can't break any usage laws. Dad helped me figure out how to use a thug's phone to make a call and send them to the right place. Dad came home to find me dosed up on painkillers trying to wrap myself in bandages with a bloodied arm and black shirt that had turned red. She cringed at the picture. I wasn't in my right mind. Apparently I sat and flipped off the kitchen sink for 2 minutes because I was so mad at the fucker that shot me. A light chuckle. Dad Nyan dragged me to bed and watched me pass out. Mom's seriously not happy with me but called me in sick so I could heal today and over the weekend without worry. Will 3 days be long enough? It has to be, either way it won't stop me. He mumbled, can you untie my wrists now? Who's the girl? Her thumb twitched to get his whole body to writhe for a single moment, reminding him this was supposed to be an interrogation. Fine. He relented, that's technically my dot. Kyoka's hand clenched into his wound as she froze. Sir. Izuku walked over. I'm afraid that you're currently harassing one of my coworkers. I need you to leave immediately. The blonde scoffed as Yamamo sent him a relieved smile. Do you know who I am? With absolutely no respect, I wouldn't give a shit even if I did. I demand to speak with your mana dash. I'm afraid that I'm actually the founder and acting CEO, sir. So, leave or I will call the authorities. Already done, babe. Kyoka held up a phone from the counter behind him. Your dad and uncle are on their way? Wonderful. Well then, sir, if I can ask you to just stay. He tried to run, only to crash face first into a mountain of a teen. Shuji, right on time. Do you think you could help sir here hang around? He's just harassed Yamamo and tried to flee after Kyo called the police. A large hand landed on the man's shoulder. Sure thing, boss. His 3 left hands lifted in thumbs up. Come on, sir, let's go have a little conversation, shall we? Izuku watched him get dragged away, getting more and more pale. You okay, Yamamo? I'm alright, I should be anyway, thank you. Putting a hand on her shoulder to help her calm down, he smiled. It's no problem, come on, let's head to the office and you can tell me just who that creep is, beat? Kyoka looked over. Can you call it Suka and let her know what's happened? A quick nod before the purplet joined them walking to the office. After they all got sat down, he brought out a notebook and pen. Alright, we need to know everything about him, if he's come into the store looking for you or if it's just bad luck on your part. Yamamo shook her head. He moved into my school recently, he's in a different class but he tries to talk to me. When that doesn't work, he either talks to my friends or gets his friends to talk to my friends, pressure me into talking with him. I try to use a different exit every day because I could feel him watching me as I climbed into the car to go home. The last thing I wanted was for him to follow me here. Izuku sucked on his teeth. I don't know what his obsession is but it's there, he's always trying to get my attention. A stalker possibly? I don't know, maybe? But this is the first time he's really made contact outside of school. Izuku shook his head sadly. Doesn't matter, once the police question him about it, they'll know if he's stalking you. He sighed as someone knocked at the door. Come in, it's Suka. The ginger teen quickly shut the door behind her and sat next to Momo. We're just trying to figure out how to take legal action against the bastard. Really? We have reason to believe that he's been stalking Momo and trying to manipulate her to agree to a prearranged marriage with him, not to mention, he fished his phone out of his pocket, placing the buzzing item on the desk. Each time that pings is a negative review from him trying to slander the store. You're fucking kidding. Kyoka stared as his phone didn't stop vibrating. Izuku just shook his head. Then it's a good thing your dad and Tsukachi are on their way. Tsukachi? An uncle of mine, detective, works with Dad a lot of the time, helped to solve the situation around Grandpa that let him be present in my life. He'll be a great help in collecting all the necessary information to create a case we can take to court. Mom will more than happily take it for us. A small smile. Currently he sat with Shuji at the back of the cafe, Dad and Uncle Tsukachi to be here any minute. On cue the door opened again. Speak of the devils. Where is he? With Shuji. Dad, could you hang around and help Yamamo? She's shaken up and I know you specialize in comforting traumatized civvies. Tsukachi just pulled out a notepad and sighed. You're helping with the paperwork, Izuku, so help me God if I have to pull another late night tonight. Kaito's will have my ass on a platter. You got it, Uncle Tsukachi. I'll meet you guys at the station when you're done. Save you going back there to come all the way here again. Sounds like a plan, Dad nodded. Can I help you, sir? He hung upside down from a fire escape as a figure stood over a cowering would-be victim. Leave us. No can do. This doesn't concern you. On the contrary, you're about to kill a person, that in fact, does make it my concern. Then you'll die just like. Izuku grabbed the man's wrist before he could plant his hand on his face. You were saying? His kicked the man's stomach, moving in close as he stumbled back. Meddlesome hero. Oh, I'm not a hero. He ducked around another grab, threading his arm around the assailants and grabbed his neck. I'm the guy in the gray. You're still infected. Infected with what? That meddlesome hero disease, where your infection makes you think you're a god. I wasn't the guy about to kill someone, buddy. Izuku tightened his grip and narrowed his eyes. The man let out choking sounds. Plus, if I'm reading between the lines, you're on about a quirk, right? Fucking hero. See, there's your issue. I don't have one of those. Eyes widened. Yeah? See? Now I'd also like to ask about villains. Surely those guys are worse, right? They're the ones raping, stealing, kidnapping, killing. Because they can. Screw, they'll bring, the Yakuza. Izuku barked out a laugh. The Yakuza? Fuckstick, I'm the guy that brought it down. Hisashi Midoriya went down like a bitch and sold all y'all out. Whatever your plan was, it sure as hell ain't worked. Pops? He lifted the man off the ground. How do you know that name? Oh, him. Yeah? Well, Izuku threw the man into a wall. You go to Pops. You go to him and you tell him that Jade is on your ass like a hawk. I don't give a good goddamn shit about what you are or will plan, and you warn Pops that if he doesn't stop, he won't see Arie Dash. You know where she is. So what? She is the key to my plan. You must give her back. She's not the key to anything, shitstain. She's a fucking child. That wasn't a request. I don't care. The man leapt at him, but was easily surprised by a roundhouse kick. Izuku walked over to him as he rolled along the ground. Grabbing him by the front of the shirt, he delivered one punch to the man's face. Now you run back to Pops and you tell him about this plan. If he doesn't stop this immediately, I will find and kill you both, get me? It's not his plan. Then you tell him everything you wanted to do, you tell him exactly what your little plan for his granddaughter was, and if he doesn't kill you, then I will, understand that shit stain? Punching the man again, he left the Yakuza thug lying there. I still can't believe we're here. Believe it, Izuku, you've worked hard for it. I mean, yeah, I've worked hard, but I didn't expect Uncle David to invite me to set up shop on Island personally. The island was facing an expansion of the shopping district, and he'd received an email inviting him to open a branch of his cafe there from David's own email. Well, you've wait, did you say Uncle David? How on earth have you not told me this sooner? I don't. I'm sure who do you think sent me the watch for Christmas? Just some random David? Izuku looked to her from his seat in the self-driving taxi. They had just left the Island airport and were now on their way to their hotel to meet his extended family. Well, kinda. I mean, do you know how many Davids there are in the USA? And exactly how many of them are close enough to All Might to send personal Christmas gifts? Kyoka glared at him before folding her arms and pouting. Exactly, she paused. Wait, does this mean you know Melissa Shield? Raising an eyebrow, he smirked. Melissa Shield? I've never heard of her. Is she related to Uncle David in any way? Perhaps a niece? Maybe an in-law? I mean, Uncle David hardly ever appears at scientific events. His personal life is just so closed off, even to the people he calls family. A finger stabbed into his ribs, getting him to wince. You've made your point, shut up. Come here and make me then, openly challenging his girlfriend. It took all of 2 seconds for his arrogant smirk to falter as she closed the distance and kissed him. Melting into the contact, he closed his eyes and let his hands run across her body. Luckily, the vehicle didn't actually have seatbelts, instead using special dispensers that would fill the car with an impact-absorbing foam in the event of an accident. It let Kyoka twist into his lap, straddling him while her hands pushed his shoulders into the seat behind him. A few divine moments later, Kyoka pulled back, smiling down to him. Shutting up now, he nodded quietly. Kyoka pat his cheek. Good, about to slide off him, she was stopped by his firm grip on her hips. Izuku, you're not normally one for pity. Considering you're socially anxious about displaying your feelings, how on earth did the shy punk dig up enough courage to kiss me so brazenly? Her face started to go red as Izuku smirked, leaning up to her. That's when I noticed the windows are tinted. Kyoka's bottom lip trembled as he nipped the top of her earlobe. Hey Uncle D, Melicopter. The greenette embraced his extended family, Kyoka nervously standing off to the side, fidgeting with her noticeably disheveled shirt. Melicopter? She looked to the group as Izuku stepped to her side. Guys, this is Kyoka Jair, my girlfriend, co-parent to Eri, and generally my other half, Kyo. I'm sure you know Melissa and David Shield. He smiled during the introductions. Melissa beamed and hugged Kyoka, spinning her with a twirl. Izuku told us about you. You're so much prettier in person. It's so lovely to finally meet you. Nice to meet you too, but why is he calling you Melicopter? Kyoka tried again as she was put down, facing her genius peer. Because he's a delinquent who gets into trouble whenever he can, she responded with all seriousness in her voice. Izuku shook his head. I believe you'll find that it's actually because despite being only a year older than me, you're far too serious and mature, telling me off and killing my fun. You went on a rope swing 15 feet above a lake. Had you not taken that pebble to break the surface tension, you would have cracked a bone. Yes, and had you actually joined in, you would have realized that it was the risk that made it fun. Izuku sighed, already exasperated. I'm always careful, Melicopter, you know that. If you were careful, you wouldn't have those extracurricular injuries. Oh, don't worry, Shield, I already know about Jade. Kyoka shook her head. I found out when I was taking him schoolwork after taking the day for the flu, found him bandaging up a GSW in his bedroom. Izuku froze like a deer in headlights as Melissa's eye twitched. A GSW, you say? David raised his hands at Izuku's silent plea while the blonde smiled with sadistic fury. Don't look at me, Izuku, you've made this bed, better get comfy lying in it. The multi-award scientist knew better than to get in the way of his daughter's ire. He liked his extremities where they were thank you very much. Though if you start now, you can probably escape to the retail sector and hide there. I'll just wait at the location we've picked for you to use. Thanks, bye, see you at dinner. Izuku sped away as fast as his legs could carry him, Melissa charging after him. Izuku Aizawa! She screamed, then it was just Kyoka and David left in the silence. Both stood awkwardly for a moment before David coughed into his hand. So, what's happening back in Japan? Pops and Chisaki appeared in his cafe, the place he never expected them to appear, either of them. He could only identify Chisaki from the fact he stood beside the easily recognizable Pops. The younger man's outfit had completely changed, along with his red and gold beak turning into a black mask. Izuku hummed quietly as he continued to dry off the ceramic cups. Pops had a face like thunder. A hand not so subtly stopped Chisaki from retreating. Might we speak with your manager, young sir? His words were friendly enough, hiding the undercurrent of cold fury underneath them, clearly signaling it was not towards him. Sighing, Izuku checked his watch. Come with me. Leading them into his office, he shut and locked the door behind him. Flicking another switch, he engaged several hidden security features Tuya insisted in getting in case Endeavor came after the family. You have 10 minutes of my time to explain who you are, what you want and why you want it. Go. This is Chisaki Kai. Everybody calls me Pops, you may too. So kind. Recently we came to a disagreement about the methods he suggested to help our club, Pops explained. His ideal though honorable used despicable methods. That would have hurt a family member, a young family member. As such, I've used one of my last remaining actions as CL-club leader. Oh god, it's painful. Izuku interrupted, putting his head on the table between them. For the love of all that's holy, Pops, you've kicked him out of the Yakuza because he told you his plans for Eri, and now you wish for him to find employment elsewhere to try and show him that his methodologies and the mindset ingrained in him is wrong and toxic to the fullest extent. Both men stared at him wide-eyed for a brief moment. Pops, I'm almost disappointed you didn't know, considering you were able to track me down. Do I actually get a name to address you by? Aizawa, Izuku Aizawa, pleasure to meet you. Chisaki stared numbly at the interaction. Though I doubt this place is where Chisaki should be, considering there's going to be some hostility. Not if I am here to keep him in line. You want me to hire both of you? Yes. Pops nodded. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. Give me a moment with Chisaki, please. The elder Yakuza nodded before walking to the door. Izuku massaged his temples with 2 fingers. Give me one reason why I should let you anywhere near this building, let alone the customers in it. You shouldn't. Exactly. Lifting his left leg to rest it on his right knee, he stared impassively at the man. And why shouldn't I? Because we were Yakuza, Chisaki admitted, clenching his fists. It's reason enough for you to call the cops on us right now if you wanted to? And you'd kill me if I tried to stop you? No, Pops would kill me if I tried anything. Quirk, explain now. Overhaul, I can change anything I touch on an atomic level, 5-finger touch activation. Izuku felt his eyebrow twitch. I'm sorry, you can change literally anything with a touch? Chisaki looked to him. And you went to the Yakuza? Instead of going into rescue work, the medical field, engineering, you became a thug. His hands slammed down on his desk. Sweet Christ, why did you get something like that? I could have done so much with that by now, so much more. Like what exactly? Chisaki spat. Become a hero like the rest of those disease-ridden pop stars? This disease you're on about is part of evolution, fuckwit, and I'll beat that into you if I have to. If I were lucky enough to get something like that, I'd be a world-famous fucking surgeon, specializing in fucking everything, because I need one hand to treat cancer, barely a few seconds for the most complex brain surgery known to man. You could have saved more lives than most heroes by now if you'd engaged that pink thing in your fucking head. Now stood up. Izuku was almost livid at the man before him. Oh my god. Do you know what you could do with that? You could have helped revolutionize the medical field. You could help solve the problems for nuclear fusion. You wouldn't have to be a hero to do good things. They are a disease. Then what are villains? Izuku was practically roaring now. What are the people that kill because they want to? Steal because it's easier than working? Hurt people because it's fun? What about them? Are they a disease? Chisaki made the wise choice to sit quietly in his chair. Izuku punched his desk, getting the contents to jump for a second. You are a fucking brainless, shitty, craptastic waste of my time, Chisaki Kai. You start in 2 weeks with Pops, and if I hear you making any comments about a heroism disease, I won't hesitate to turn you over to the cops. What? Taking a deep breath, Izuku ran a hand through his hair. You Chisaki have been poisoned by a mindset for a very long time. I'm giving you one chance to accept help for curing yourself. If you throw it away, I'll personally make sure you rot in the darkest levels of Tartarus. That's if I'm making a mistake here. A piece of paper was slid across the desk, Chisaki staring at in shock. Now prove to me that I'm not. Becoming a student to the man he thought of as a grandparent was not as jarring as Izuku expected. Of course he'd been welcome to observe the exams to learn about his potential classmates. Monoma had reared his ugly head and taken to demeaning both Yamamo and Kyoka, wondering which was a chambermaid and whose heir he was. Loudly to the rest of the room, Izuku took to explaining how he was here as an analyst for his lessons with Nezu, that he invited Kyoka so they could support their friend in her exam. This was, of course, after Izuku allowed him to return to his seat, followed him and decked him in the face, breaking his nose. Nezu was happy to call the meeting, and Mom was very happy to act as his lawyer after he decided to press charges. Due to the fact he now had a criminal record, Monoma was now barred from the hero course and the support course, that one only due to the access to dangerous materials and chemicals. He was allowed to resit the business and general education exams, but his chances at being a hero were shot. The Monoma family as a whole left the meeting pale-faced and sweating, worried about how the blow to Monoma Corporation would affect them. Izuku laughed after the door shut behind them. Izuku, you're aware of the attention your cafe has been getting, correct? Of course, Nezuji, he smiled warmly. I mean, it's not often a cafe gets invited to open on Island. People still don't quite believe it. Then you know this will put you back in the spotlight as well? Of course it would. The Monomas liked to advertise everything they did. The only downside was that their dirty laundry was always getting aired out. This was no different. I say back into the spotlight, but with how many UA students frequent your cafe after hours, I should say the direct spotlight, since there's always at least one journalist there, the dean admitted quietly. Despite your best efforts, several of my students have been accosted there by a nosy reporter or two. Unfortunately, you don't have the budget for the security UA does, which is why I want to propose a joint venture. Izuku smirked. Do go on, Nezuji. UA will officially offer green tea coffee and allotment for you to open a location along with a living area to accommodate live-in staff, for security reasons as you can probably tell. And unofficially, you will have a building on site where several students are working and living. The cafe will be a brilliant jumping point for me to get student dorms finally approved. However, it may get a bit treacherous when we approach the problem, which is why I would like your aid in designing a proposal that would make the board members finally yield in their money-grabbing practices. Both grinned like demons possessed. Of course, it would be remiss of me to not include the brightest legal expert this side of the hemisphere. Inko, are you up to nailing some guys for gross misconduct? Oh, Nezu, you know me so well. She smiled before the group laughed together. Nezu, a voice barked out as the doors were blown open. Where is he? The three of them froze to look at the newcomer. It was an elderly-ish woman, black hair showing many gray streaks and the stereotypical slight hunch of her back. Where is Sorahiko? I checked his agency, but a sign said it was foreclosed. I tried to see Toshi, but he's not at my tower. What's going on? Nezu coughed lightly into his paw. I'm sorry, you are? Don't play around, rat. You know damn well who I am. If you think I'm going to believe your Nana Shimura, then you are mistaken. As far as we are aware, she is currently. I faked it. I needed to find my son, to find Hisashi. People are saying he was arrested. Check Tartarus, Izuku snarled, or do you not check the news? That's not. What about Kotaro? His brother, you have to. Dead? Nezu sighed. Killed shortly after his abuse of his son caused a problem with his quirk's development and killed the entire family, destroying their home in the process. What? No, that you're wrong. Kotaro would never. How would you know? Mom interrupted coldly. From all reports you faked your death shortly after your twins were born. If you were looking for Hisashi, you were up north, not here, not with him. So how would you know what he was and wasn't capable of? Don't you dare talk to me like you understand, Shimura snapped. I was fighting a monster. He wouldn't hesitate to go after my family. He killed my husband. He died in a car crash after getting T-boned by a drunk lorry driver. I should know. I worked that fucking case. Mom shot back. I worked every case my father was accused of. There was a split second where everything was quiet, still, calm. In the next second an explosion of movement occurred, with Shimura charging at Mom, Izuku stepping between them and drawing his gun and Nezu pressing several communication buttons under his desk. You let him, Shimura began. I'd watch your next words very carefully, woman, Izuku warned, eyes narrowing. You do not insult my mother and you certainly don't insult my grandfather. What you told Uncle Toshi was a half-baked lie from second and perpetuated by your ineptitude to hold a civil conversation. Do you know how Six died? There was no answer. Izuku bared his teeth. He died from lung cancer, one for all, powering his smokescreen so much the mutative protection couldn't stop it killing him. And guess who sat with him at the end of it all? Who held his hand in his final moments in that hospital bed? It certainly wasn't you, was it? No, you were too busy spewing lies to Torino and Uncle Toshi. You didn't see what he's... We had a detective with a lie detector quirk go through every single thing you implied he did. You know how much evidence you left with Uncle Toshi? Absolutely none, not even a bank statement to suggest he had under-the-table dealings, not a scrap of DNA putting him near a murder scene or a recording of an admission of guilt to breaking a single law. The cases were laughed out of court. Even after Torino kept trying to slander my grandfather's name, the senile man had no evidence. The buildings foreclosed because he either retired or faced jail time. 2. Shimura began. Izuku's thumb flicked his safety off. I'm not afraid of you, Shimura. Of course Uncle Toshi would be upset, mad, and rightly so, but I will kill you if you so much as sneeze without my permission right now. It won't even be that difficult. All I'd need to do is squeeze my finger and bang. He got the old heroine to flinch as he flicked his arm forwards. So do not test my patience at this point in time, because you will lose that fight. Is everything okay, guys? Izuku's eyes darted to the door as Grandpa, Uncle Toshi, Uncle Naomasa, and Dad appeared. Shimura reacted only to Grandpa. What have you done with my son? She charged towards him as fast as her old body could carry her. Toshinori stepped in to protect him, but Izuku got there first, easily overtaking Shimura and jamming the barrel of his handgun into her mouth. You are going to shut up, he snarled lowly. You are going to sit your ass down, you are going to behave like the adult you are, and you are going to fucking leave my grandfather alone. Because if you don't, I will not hesitate to show off how good my aim is. Personal connections to you be damned. We clear? As he pulled the gun away, she turned to her successor. Toshi, were you about to defend him? How could you? What did I literally just say? Izuku interrupted. I did say it, didn't I? Dad nodded to him, along with the rest of the room. So I didn't imagine saying it, and you certainly aren't deaf, Shimura, so why ignore me? I'm not going to listen to a chi-dash. Be very careful about how you talk about my son, Dad warned as his capture scarf gagged her. Her eyes widened at the revelation. Toshinori remained quiet, eyes boring holes into his teacher and parental figure. It was several long seconds before he spoke. You lied to me. There was a cold detachment in his voice as he addressed Shimura. You said he killed the previous users. The only one he killed was second, and after learning about most of the events, I can't disagree that the man crossed several lines and created the infantile feud out of a childish desire for the spotlight. Diagoro died of a heart attack days after their battle. N died of lung cancer long after you abandoned him. Third died in an earthquake. Fourth killed himself, which Diagoro told N, who supposedly told you, but you didn't tell me. The man now stood fully to protect Grandpa. You lied to be about something massive, Nana. If that even is your name, I mean, I'm not even sure about that anymore. A delicate break in his voice showed how deep the hurt ran. You faked your death. Instead of being honest and telling us what was going on, you let us believe you died. Put us through a pain you know Torino had already gone through, that you knew I wouldn't be able to cope with alone. What did you not trust us enough? You told us he orchestrated your husband's death. I mean, for Christ's sake, you never even told me his name, and you told me Kiba somehow managed to get him killed in a car accident, even without Tsukachi's statement that he had nothing to do with it. When I finally looked at the evidence myself, I found an appalling lack of evidence suggesting it was anything bigger than a freak and sad accident. His connections? He didn't do it, Shimura. Tashinori interrupted. Judging by her reaction, him using her last name was apparently a big deal. He didn't do anything you accused him of. I've done the investigations myself, gone through all of the evidence. Kiba's handed us everything we needed on a silver platter with some coffee. When I asked Torino if he ever questioned you, he told me your exact words were always, "I just know." En told me, and that is all I need. I mean, hello? Do you know how illegal that is? Because I didn't, until my sidekick lost his license believing my words were gospel. He was mad now, almost towering over the woman he once looked up to. You took word of mouth as evidence and began pursuing a man with no criminal intent, record, or hazard. I mean, I learned my jump in first ask questions later mentality from you after all. It took one of my now closest friends threatening my former sidekick in some very creative ways to get me to listen, so I'm not sure what we'll have to do to get you to listen, if we even can get you to listen, that is. With his piece now said, Tashinori straightened his back and stood firm. A hand rested on his shoulder. I appreciate the kind words, Yagi, as well as all of you. Izuku, please don't threaten to kill people over me. I make no promises. A dry chuckle. Naturally, but to return to our point, Shimura, you have a problem with me, one I do not mind resolving with you. We can sit and talk about it like the mature adults we are. I'm sure that Tsukachi will be more than happy to help you review the evidence for all the cases you think I had a hand in. Of course, I mean, it's not every day you find out a bogeyman was just being blamed instead of taking credit. Tsukachi shrugged. We use a lot of them as example cases for the assumption clause of the Hero Code of Conduct. They won't mind me bringing it all up again. All we need is Shimura to agree. If she doesn't, then there's no chance of talking to Tenko. Tenko? Oh, you didn't know? Mom's voice was sickly sweet and condescending. He's our son, your biological grandson. Shimura passed out. I still can't believe Nezu and you built this place, just as an excuse for UA to get dorms on site. Kyoka sighed as they walked to the sports field. So, what's he gonna do this time? I don't know what you mean, Izuku hummed innocently, getting a jack lightly into his ribs. Hey, tickling isn't fair. Nor is lying to me. Come on, Zu, we both know he's got something up his sleeve. Well, you'll just have to wait and see, I guess. He whistled, hands behind his head. Dad was getting them all to do a quirk apprehension test. Izuku was forced to take part since he was in the 1A homeroom. So far the only problem was the Iida heir's abrasive nature. Scolding Katsuki for putting his feet up, pointing out the small flaws in Shoto's uniform. Izuku was already feeling at odds with the man when he turned to Kyoka, pointing to the fact she had the topmost button of her blouse undone. Stepping between them, he frowned. Right, that's enough, String Bean, you shut your mouth and stop harassing my friends. Pardon you, sir? The Bluenet reeled backwards. Have you seen their uniforms? They are part of the prestigious U, as are you, and yet your hair appears to be left from the moment you woke up. Your tie is atrocious. You should strive to. You should shut up before I break my foot off in your ass, dislodging the steel rod someone else rammed up there. A deep frown creased his features. Just because you can throw a name around does not give you the right to criticize others. I mean, you for one haven't got the correct length trousers. You lack a belt. Your shirt is only half-tucked. Need I go on? I think I shall. Let's start with the fact my first impression of you is making my friends feel self-conscious and then attempting to insinuate my girlfriend doesn't take pride in her appearance when it's the one thing she's most sensitive about. Now off balance, the Iida man stepped backwards. You do not have authority over anyone here, Iida child. You cannot tell anybody what to do. You need to sit down and keep your opinion to yourself until it's asked for, like the rest of us adults do. Because you've insulted 4 people in this class and made the rest very, very unhappy with you. I see. I must, Oppo Dash. Take your apology and shove it up your dick hole. I don't care for it and neither will they. Better get ready to work for your approval instead of demanding it. As Izuku and Kyoka sat down, he met the eye of a diminutive man with purple orbs for hair. He smiled before shrinking into his body. Izuku, please do not start fights on your first day. Tell him that, Dad. I will be having words with Tensei after school. If you show enough potential to keep your seat, Iida, your attitude must change. That was 4 different cases harassment, one of which could have been taken as sexual considering you were talking to Jairu about how indecent her clothing was, which it isn't. I must push that. UA has a uniform, yes, and as long as you wear it, you can style it how you like. However, do not change the colors or add sparkles. That starts to make a confusing mess. You can style it like Bakugo here, who's decided that his tie was too tight, or you can forego it completely like Tokoyami there. Shoji has also decided to wear his mask alongside his uniform, or Aizawa here left his blazer open and rolled up the sleeves, or like Iida, you can go all in and be a complete display of the uniform. However, none of that matters right now. Put these gym uniforms on and meet me on the field, which is where they arrived as Izuku pulled himself from the memory. He tuned back in time to hear Dad explain that quirks were allowed and Izuku's first lesson was to analyze them along with taking part. Tsukachi and Kai pinched their noses. Right? The detective began. Let's get this straight. You were both aware he'd been shot. Inko and Shoyuta nodded, both massaging their temples. Neither of you took him to hospital immediately. He flipped off the kitchen sink and then passed out. Naomi, so what was I going to do? Carry him to the ER and say, here's my son, he's a vigilante and just been shot. We aren't abusing him at home, I swear. I don't know, maybe? He answered back. You both agreed he needed to be seen though? Nods. And what then? While he was grounded for the night, I spoke to him. Inko began. I asked him about seeing a doctor and he told me Shoyuta agreed for them to see Recovery Girl. Which is what he told me you two decided to do once I got in after my patrols. Shoyuta sighed, throwing himself back in his seat. I don't know why I assumed it was a clean shot. I never saw an exit wound. Nor did I, Kyoka piped up from beside his head. And I helped the idiot dress it after school Friday when I found out about everything. So, he told both of you that the other agreed to help deal with it? And that was it? The subject was dropped. Silence. Shoyuta, I'm disappointed. Save it, Naomesa. Seriously, my son just collapsed during sit-ups and I've discovered he had having a bullet lodged in his gut. I'm disappointed in myself enough. Izuku was yet to fully come out of the anesthetic. He's grounded for so fucking long when he wakes up. He doesn't live under your roof anymore, buddy. Yeah, well, I'm also his homeroom teacher and in charge of his dorms. He owns the building, honey. Inko sighed. He's technically above you on that ladder. And technically that ladder can kiss my ass. He passed out under my watch from an injury he lied about dealing with. Inko, I'm not. He isn't getting out of this punishment. You can't punish him. The hell I can't. No, Shoyuta, you can't punish him. Think about why he'd hide it from us. To not worry us, Shoyuta sighed, and if I get mad at him he'll just hide more and worse. He'll get better at it. But why would he not want you guys to worry? Kyoka mumbled, I mean you're his parents. Surely if anyone should worry, it's you guys? Because he's a bleeding fucking heart. Kai spoke up, you guys know why he took me in those months after he took an Eri, right? Everyone nodded. He organized my therapy and then funded my studies to get my certification. Fucking moron doesn't take no for an answer if people need help. Well, anyone except the Monoma boy Chio told me about. Apparently he tried starting a fight with the Hero Corps students at the welcome assembly. Nezu expelled him on the spot. Shoyuta and Inko both gave off the most worrying smiles possible and were about to speak. That's when Izuku let out a light groan as he woke up, the room falling silent as he looked around. His eye widened as he saw Kai. I'm in trouble, aren't I? I don't want to talk about it. Ah, come on, it wasn't that bad. My hair is fucking orange. And? It'll take 5 washes max before it's back to normal. You threw a smoke grenade that dyed my fucking hair orange. Look, if that's the biggest upset you've had, you're fine. You fucking. Katsuki suddenly put him in a headlock and began to give him a noogie. Submit? Never. He cried defiantly, trying to escape the hold without hurting his friend. Such childish antics. They both ignored Iida as he fell into a tirade about proper conduct. Mineta, what are you doing? The guys all stopped to see Mineta against the wall of the changing room, face pressed to the wall. Someone drilled a hole here. I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, nothing's on the other side, is there? I think the girls' changing room is on that side. Ejiro tilted his head. No, they're on the other side, aren't they? He seemed genuinely confused, aren't they? Looking back at the room he frowned. I don't want to be a creep, at least not actually. What do you mean actually? Kaminari looked confused. It's a character, like Midnight, helps me be memorable. I mean, look at me, my costume. Come on guys, I gotta have something about me. Izuku pushed Katsuki's arm off and walked over to the small man. Kyoka, if you are on the other side of this wall, could you please put a jack through? Seconds later, a small flesh-colored earphone jack poked out through the wall. Thanks, he whispered, getting the jack to disappear back into the wall. We should let Dad know. For now let's figure out a way to. As he spoke, Mineta put his hand behind his ear and pulled a small purple ball out, fitting it into the hole. That works too. It'll do until someone actually repairs it at least, Mineta shrugged. Keep my hair behind my ears short just in case I need something small, only thing I can really do anyway. Mineta, you know we're still got 3 years to put on height, right? I'm sure with some regular exercise you could be taller than average. I'd like to, but it's sticking to the routine. Honestly, I just don't have the discipline. How about a job doing heavy lifting then? There's a cafe opening on site. They could always use stockroom workers. Plus we can start building a workout routine around it that would be easier to stick to. He smiled down to his classmate. I mean, it's worth a try, isn't it? Plus you get accommodation so there's no traveling to and from home, which should give you much more free time. You think you could really do something like that for me? I'll let you in on a secret, Mineta. I own the cafe. I'm sure I could open up a space in the stockrooms for you. Eyes sparkled with a new hope. Thanks, Aizawa. The sports festival passed like a flash. Thanks to his access to support equipment, he swept first in the obstacle course. Giving Kyoka a piggyback around the arena while climbing over other teams let them at a second place after Shoto's team swiped the 1,000,000-point headband by sheer luck. In the final tournament he was able to beat Shinso in hand-to-hand, got Shoji to charge himself out of the ring. Come his fight against Shoto he gasped and claimed Endeavor was behind him, which distracted him long enough to get a Superman punch to the face before getting forced out of the arena. The final match against Katsuki had been the hardest fight, dodging the explosive attacks until he was able to subdue the man in a triangle hold, forcing him to tap out. When the internships came about, he went with his dad, the two of them setting out for Hosu after the news of Stain's attack putting Ingenium in the hospital surfaced. Manuel kept them aware of Iida's location until the brunette ran off suddenly down an alleyway and escaped his hero teacher. Fortunately, Izuku and his dad were adept enough at rooftop parkour to keep up and drop in seconds before Iida could instigate a fight against the serial killer. Shoyuta of course wanted to deal with Stain, but being the only one with an up-to-date first aid certification, he had to help a bleeding-out native first. The greenette stood firmly against the madman, even getting a good shot into the man's nuts. After the police appeared and took the cowed man away, Izuku and his dad immediately turned on the youngest Iida and frog-marched him to the nearest hospital while the older man supported a passed-out native. Tensei and his parents were livid when they found out what Tenya did. From outside the hospital room, Izuku listened to them yell about patience and how Kai had already helped the hero to recover his ability to walk. How thoughtless it was for him to go on a suicide mission because everyone and their mother knew that Tenya Iida, a hero student, would most certainly have died if not for the intervention of the duo. They went so far as to suggest he was pulled out of the university for good and put on trial for vigilante charges. After they began discussing the options, Nezu had appeared, offering that Iida instead just be transferred over to the general education course while going to counseling and community service. Shinso so intelligently pointed the absence out the next morning, much to the ire of Shoyuta, who begrudgingly explained it all while Izuku sat holding Kyoka to make up for the worry and stress he'd put her through when she saw the headlines. Their final exams were soon upon them and Izuku, with all of his magnificent luck, was given a different type of exam as Nezu's personal student. Against the big 3 third years. A set of cracked ribs, some hairline fractures on his legs and stress breaks on his arms later, Izuku was informed he was serving detention until the camp trip. Of course his dear old dad kept the detail about the remedial lessons hidden after the exam, letting Izuku share the good news moments before homeroom, stealing his thunder quite smugly. As a result, he was tricked into paying for the camping supplies everyone would need, but it was still worth it in Izuku's mind. After all, green tea coffee was a commercial success. He'd spent free days opening stores up and down the country with Uncle Oboro's help. He even opened a store up in Wakani at 10 in the morning before opening a store in Kagoshima before lunch. Honestly, after bringing Tuya with him for a weekend, he wasn't surprised to find the man opening stores the length and breadth of the country, even trying to haggle with David to open a second Island location. He'd been so busy in his thoughts as he perused a bookstore, he didn't notice the presence before a knife pressed against his throat. "So nice to see you again, Aizawa." "Monoma," he greeted calmly, "trying to drain your family's account this time? The only reason those charges stuck was because of that rat and your bitch of Ave." The blonde recoiled from the elbow to his ribs. Izuku grabbed his wrist and wrenched the knife from his hand. "Watch what you say about my motherfucknuts." Putting the knife in a pocket, he frowned. "You know you're no threat anymore, Monoma. You're not even a UA student." "No, but my friend is. Tell me, what do you know about Rikia Yatsudash?" "You're with the MLA now?" Izuku cut him off with a derisive snort. "God, I thought you couldn't get dumber." Lifting his arm, he blocked the punch, aiming for his head. "The MLA is falling apart at the seams, dude. They only recruited you because they're desperate." A quick flick with his other hand broke Monoma's nose. As the blonde stumbled backwards, Izuku adjusted the cuffs of his sleeves. "Monoma Nito, I feel the need to reiterate, you are a non-threat to me, to my classmates, to the general populace at large." As he pinched his nose, Monoma watched with a loathing hatred. "You're free to insult me whenever you like. I've heard worse than your playground insults in actual playgrounds when I was a child." In a flash, he had Monoma against the shelf behind him, a forearm over his throat as the knife hovered over one eye. "But you insult my family, go near them, even fucking breath in there. General direction, and there will not be a goddamn fucking rumor about all the places your corpse will be in." Monoma stared as his empty eyes for a moment before he was released. The knife dropped to the floor. "Do you dash?" Izuku stopped talking as both men moved. There was a dull thud and a cracking as a bullet hole appeared in the ceiling. "Are you fucking brain dead?" he hissed. One hand covered Monoma's mouth while the other gripped his wrist, almost to the point of crushing it. "You are under arrest, Monoma. Do not resist. Any more action will be met with hostility, and I've been very civil up until now." "Ah, found," Kyoka began before her mood soured. "You, should I get security? And call Dad, thanks love?" "Izuku, that's a big accusation to make." "I know, Dad, but you know I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't have something." "I trust you, Izuku, I do really, but it's the pussycats, I can't just say against them." "But I can," the greenette stressed. "I've met the kid, spoken with him, I have probably cause to suspect they're neglecting him. Just let me call Uncle Naomesa, get him here." They were sat to one side while everyone else was eating dinner. Green tea coffee student staff were all gathered around to help ensue. The conversation was private. "One phone call, 5 minutes, that is all I need." "And you're sure that the little guy needs help, and we can't do anything without Uncle Naomesa's confirmations? Once we do, I'll give the whole thing over to Nizuji, I promise." Dad sighed tiredly before shaking his head. "You won't though, Izuku, and that's fine because you're you and I know the kid needs help. I can see it too. If you are wrong about this, if I am wrong, I'll apologize. You know I'd prefer to take the heat anyways. Just let me call him." His father waged an internal war. Kyoka softly squeezed Izuku's hand from his other side. Several tense moments of silence stretched as Shoyuta Aizawa breathed, flexed his fingers, ran his hands over his face before inhaling deeply. "If you can get him here discreetly and then make the pussycats talk organically without throwing suspicion and accusation around." "I can try." That was good enough for his dad, who subtly nodded. "Then go." Izuku stood up slowly, stretching. "Won't be a minute, gotta take a leak." Walking away from the dining area, he pretended to not notice the suspicious eyes following him. A pair of hands slowly began to cradle their face, impatient groans filtering through. How did I know?" It was a rhetorical question. After all, anybody even tangentially related to the issue could see the answer was obvious. "How did I know that this was going to happen?" They pinched the bridge of their nose. "You do realize?" "Yeah. And that we need so?" "Yeah. So it's good thing I know you so well." Kyoka sighed, "But you have to stop impulse adopting kids." "Hey, the first time wasn't my idea," he shot back. Pops just said, "Hey, you seem like a good dude, here is my granddaughter," like what else was I supposed to do? Not. You know that's not what I mean. Yeah, he agreed tiredly, "I'm sorry, it's just, Nezuji, uncle now, Dad and I had to slog through so much paperwork, I've dealt with the four of them hurling insults and nasty looks. I'm pretty sure Mandalay called me a pedophile at some point before she was restrained and gagged." "You're tired," Kyoka smiled gently, helping him to the sofa, which they both collapsed on. "But on the bright side, at least the cafe is expanding, now you can get some of your students involved." His hand wobbled, "I mean the first years are cool and all, but I think I should probably leave it until their second years, and the current ones don't want to work and learn from a guy younger than them, pride and all that." Kyoka snuggled into him as she sat on his lap. "I'm pretty sure Mom passed out from joy knowing she has a second grandchild, not to mention Grandpa seemed over the moon." "How is he anyways?" "I'd assume with Shimura." "They seem to be getting along actually." Izuku hummed lightly as he stroked her back. She felt his heartbeat and drew shapes on his shirt. After a while Shimura actually asked to join him and Uncle Toshi drinking. They got drunk in the apartment and had kebabs. "Those two do love their kebabs." Kyoka chuckled lightly. "I take it tomorrow we'll be introducing our new son to the family?" Kyoka, you know you don't." He was silenced by a finger on his lips as she sat up to look him in the eye. "Yes, our son, just like Eri is our daughter, now accept it and shut up." He grinned, she just shrugged. "Or I force you to understand that I'm not going anywhere, and I do mean anywhere." Her earphone cords wrapped his wrists together behind his back, her hands wandering his chest and shoulders. Softly tilting his chin up as her knees rest either side of his hips, she smiled down to him. "I've told you before I love you, Green, and I'll always stand by it." Holding his face in her hands, she kissed him slowly. Pulling back, she rested her forehead on his. "I know I don't have to do anything, but I want to be their mom, just like you want to be their dad, even more so because you are their dad. I want to be their mom, because I want to be with you, doofus." Izuku said nothing as he looked into her eyes. "Well, anything to retort?" He chewed his lip, clearly nervous about something as she huffed. "I know you have something to say. Marry me." If there was a human version of blue screening, it was Kyoka in that moment. "Wadash." Izuku's brain caught up to his motor mouth rapidly. "Not right now, not if you don't want to yet, but one day," he smiled, "when I have the ring, I'll get on one knee and ask again." Why you sure you want me?" "I would think asking the question tells you enough, no?" But you're absolutely sure?" "Kyoka, there is no doubt in my mind, here and now, looking at you, knowing how far we've come, I don't think I could marry anybody but you. So I'm just..." "Because," he stressed, knowing her insecurities would flare, "you're too perfect for me to let go, you know my tics and tells, we've both learned how to communicate better with each other, I don't think anybody could know my mind, my soul, better than you do." Kissing her gently, he felt her earphone cords loosen on his wrists. "I mean it, Kyoka, I don't want anyone else." Suddenly they were tight again, his shoulders pressed into the sofa. "Say it," she whispered, "say it again." "Marry me, Kyoka." Her head snapped up to look at him, her eyes watery as her voice cracked. "We're going ring shopping tomorrow?" Izuku didn't argue. Even if he was busy, he'd cancel everything in a heartbeat. Their exam wasn't pretty. Some Ketsubetsu student, Shindo-yo, if memory served, tried starting a fight outside the location. As he antagonized the class, his own teacher Ms. Joke didn't get involved until Izuku responded in kind. She then made some thinly veiled insult to Dad about him, only to then be told that Izuku was his son and that he and his wife would be leveling a complaint against her conduct. The two revelations back-to-back made her pale beyond words, hurriedly ushering her class away. Kyoka and Izuku shared a good luck kiss before changing and meeting back up again. Minoru was eager to finally show his new hero identity Thistle, along with an entirely overhauled costume to better fit his changed stature. Working together as a class, they devised a plan to break out into groups. Though they looked disorganized, each group was covering another's back in a massive daisy chain. One group would lead a team of other students, another would chase them down. Between the break, Izuku and Green Tea ran into Utsushimi, whom Kaneki had mentioned more than once. Keeping a hand firmly in Kyoka's, he had spoken with the Shiketsu student amicably before they were all called for the second half of the exam, inviting her Kaneki and Kaneki's partner Tuka to the Muzutafu Café. Somehow the 1A bunch were able to strong-arm the other students into working together, following Izuku's charge. Some of the Ketsubetsu students decided to do their own thing, but that was Shindo and his lackeys. Those that did stay were hesitant and rather condescending but still listened. They openly made a point that if they failed now it would be Izuku's fault. Once Gang Orca was revealed as the BBEG for the exam, Izuku was first to the fight. Working with Ojiro and Minoru, the trio first tried talking him down. The hero continued to escalate however, causing the trio to fight. With the help of fire quirks marshaled by Shodo, they were able to go on the offensive. Though the ending was decided when a classmate of Utsukimi appeared and helped funnel the blaze into a tornado around Gang Orca and force him to surrender. The new student introduced himself as Yurashi Inesa and immediately apologized to Shodo, having met him at the UA recommended exam. He wasn't in their class because he had recognized the son of Endeavor and being self-aware, knew his encounter with Endeavor as a child would color their interactions in the future. Originally, it was a fear that Shoto would similar to his father because of generational trauma, however that was the reason for his apology. After hearing him talk to Utsushimi and then work with the other students to readily, Yurashi had realized his mistake. In the end Shoto managed to gain a friend before leaving the exam. It was wins all round. Iida returned just after the work placements, his mandated counseling giving him clearance for a few lessons. The work placements themselves had been worryingly easy. Izuku felt like something was for sure around the corner. He tossed in his sleep more than once, waking up Kyoka, to her chagrin. That was a development he supposed. The cafe expansion had come with updated housing space. Each room was designed for cohabitation if students ended up coupling together. Izuku was apparently given some leeway in that his bedroom had 2 rooms. Really it was just a privacy wall erected down the middle of the room with a door in it courtesy of Kai. Speaking of, he was currently moving in with Fuyumi and nervous as shit about it. All 3 of her brothers had given the welcome morning speech, but Natsuo quickly apologized after David's shield gave him a similar terror after his relationship with Melissa was revealed. The Himura twin was on Island for good by the sound of it, not that Izuku or his family minded, so long as he was happy. Tuya had, after much prodding from Izuku, asked out the heroine Miruko, after her little scene in the cafe. Though that was slow going at best, both were emotionally stunted and figuring things out as they went. However, their brash and straightforward attitudes gave Izuku hope. Either way, if he and Kyoka could work then he was sure the rest would be fine. Speaking of his partner, the other half of their room was dedicated now to their kids. Eri and Kota both had smaller beds for the smaller area, but it was a space to call their own at least. All of this made Izuku feel uneasy. Something was still coming. Yes, Monoma was arrested. Grandpa confirmed there was no big villain trying to take his spot, but something kept Izuku tense. Whispers on the underground kept him up at night. His newest coping mechanism was fidgeting with the silver band on his ring finger. A single amethyst sat in it, telling him which way up it was. Kyoka's name was engraved on the underside, pressed against his skin. Her own was similar to his, just golden with an emerald instead. They agreed to wait until summer for the wedding. It would be more colorful and warmer. Winter was nice, but neither of them felt it was good timing for a wedding. Not to mention it would be less stressful with no studying or tests to do. Despite this fact, the class took great joy in calling Kyoka Aizawa, and Izuku would secretly confess. He was even happier when she unthinkingly responded in kind. Already he was subconsciously referring to her as his wife, and it made his heart swell. Something didn't fit right though. Izuku was sure of it. Something was on the horizon, one last big hurrah. Just something they hadn't thought about would come up and bite them on the... That was it. Aizu? Kyoka questioned as he got out of bed. Tiredly she opened one eye. Sun's not even up yet? I know honey, you go back to sleep. He kissed her forehead. I've just gotta go talk to Nizuji, I won't be long. Inko was having a good morning. She and Shoyuda had woken up early and taken it slow. He'd taken advantage of her tiredness and made her breakfast in bed. She had a late start at work, which meant the sun was up before she had to leave the house. That especially felt like a victory this late in the year. The chores were up to date, Dad was doing okay, it felt like everything was okay. Until she opened the door. I can't say I was expecting this, she smiled gently. I mean, I know it's been a few years, but the CEO of Deternat coming to talk to me personally? Rikia Yatsubashi smiled to her genially. Behind him was a few of the people publicly known as generals of the MLA. I mean, I thought my work was alright, but this is… How did you do it? Do. What exactly? Survive. I don't, she began again, only to be cut off. Don't test me, Yatsubashi growled. You should have been stuck. There was no way you could have escaped. Yet here we are, somewhere far outside of your level of living, money you shouldn't have, raising a literal waste of re-dash. Don't you ever talk about my son like that. Inko interrupted him hotly. Yatsubashi snarled as his figure began to change. Watch how you speak to your betters. Slowly Inko reached for the taser in her purse. There was 2 loud cracks as Yatsubashi disappeared. Everyone looked in confusion before Shoyuta, Yagi, their UA colleagues, several of Izuku's classmates and a few more pros arrived in her front garden. The MLA generals began to move when a misty white portal opened up. Don't even try it, her father snarled openly as he faced them. Not that I mind, but… Izuku, her husband answered succinctly. He kept saying something felt off, had a meeting this morning with Nezu, me and Neo Mesa about it. He realized the MLA was probably going to act soon. They've been far too quiet for a while, and he wasn't kidding when he said recruiting Monoma was a sign of desperation. Okay, but how? She gestured to the group collected. Him again. Apparently he put sensors around the property before he moved out. Without us noticing, silent alarms were triggered when Face ID matched this lot. He took off running. Inko looked at the 2 new holes in the fence either side of the garden. Yup, Shoyuta answered, that's him. Probably carried the bastard a mile by now. Kyoka's gone after him. Make sure he's done nothing stupid. Meanwhile, Izuku released the body as he continuously roared. Finally Yatsubashi crashed into a wall as Izuku stuck a knee into his solar plexus. You think? He punched the man's face. With each word, you can threaten. Both fists came together above his head. My mother? Yatsubashi's limbs twitched after the impact. Izuku grabbed him by the neck and hauled him up. Enough punches to cause immediate bruising on his gut later, and Yatsubashi began falling. His vision filled with a fist as Izuku punched his face yet again. The greenette was not about to let this man get his bearings. His quirk meant he could fight back, and Izuku wasn't letting that happen. As the wall behind it crumpled, Izuku caught the airborne body by an ankle and threw him into the street. Weakly Redestro got onto his hands and knees, only for a kick to the ribs to send him rolling along the tarmac. Izuku screamed yet again as his stomp crashed into Yatsubashi's spine. Again he was grabbed by the ankle, swung over Izuku's head, once, twice, several dozen times. He gurgled as his throat was squeezed. Izuku got dangerously close to his face. I should gut you like a fish and hang you with your entrails, for what you tried to do to Mom. He hissed, you should have stayed the hell away from my family, Yatsubashi, because now I'll kill you, heroics be damned. It choked laughter. What could you do to me? I've done plenty, he growled, tightening his grip. You really shouldn't try to get a rise out of me, reject, because I don't make empty promises. Throwing the man into the road again, he knelt on his chest, throttling him. Izuku, stop. Kyoka's voice broke through the red mist. You don't kill? I'll make an exception. No, you won't. He threatened Mom. I know, but that doesn't mean… If they hadn't gone to Grandpa, she'd still be stuck in that stupid office with those bigoted fucks. Hell, she'd probably be dead. I would be too, most likely. Even so, Izuku, you can't kill him, not yet. He needs to stand trial. Kyoka? He yelled, interrupting her. Please, just walk away. I don't want you to see this. Then don't do it. I have to. His voice echoed. How many other mothers do you think he's killed? How many kids? How many families has this egotistical, quirkist cunt destroyed? I'm not about to let him get away with. Aizawa, Iida was here too now. I know how you feel. Believe me, I do. I was angry at Stain, just like you're angry now. You and your father helped me realize this attitude? It's not the answer. Izuku, please, stand up, let him answer for his crimes. Yes, Izuku, Yatsubashi rasped. Let me dash. His voice collapsed as Izuku gripped his neck tighter. You shut up. He hissed with barely concealed hatred. He just had to keep the pressure up for another couple seconds. I said stop it. Kyoka grabbed one of his arms, trying to pull it away. Eat a little help? Together they managed to pull Izuku off the MLA leader. As the beaten man coughed, he grinned a bloody smile. Is the child done with his tantrum? He goaded, give me an hour or two and we can try again, little Aizawa. Don't make me regret pulling him off you, his fiancée snapped. Honestly, my dear, you could do so much better than. I couldn't, Yatsubashi paused, and even if there was I wouldn't want it. Then you're delusional, a few volunteers could. Bang. Yatsubashi screamed as he fell, clutching his knee. Kyoka had released Izuku, preparing to fight Redestro herself. She hadn't seen Izuku pulling his gun at all. Looking at him, she saw his arm locked straight. If his face had been furious before, it was downright murderous now. More bangs rang out as Yatsubashi's other joints caved in, then his shins and arms were riddled. This time neither of them stopped as Izuku walked back to the man, picked him up by his shirt and just unloaded punch after punch on the man. By the time the others arrived and helped prise Izuku away from the man, Yatsubashi was hardly recognizable. His face was swollen and bruised, most of his teeth were missing, neither eye could open, his nose broken in 2 places, face more blood than skin. The man was close to bleeding out before emergency first aid was applied. Izuku so desperately wanted to stop them, to let the man die in agony. Dad helped him clean his hands. I know what you want to do, he reassured him softly. I'm of half a mind to do it myself, Izuku grunted. But look at me, Izuku, a look of sympathy at how tired Izuku must look. We have to be better than them. I am better than him, Izuku spat. He's killed thousands, ruined hundreds more. He deserves to die in pain, like the monster he is. Be that as it may, it's for a jury of his peers to decide. Fine, but keep me away from him. Far away. Can do, bud, can do. Izuku leant back in his seat as Kyoka entered the room. Hey yourself, she responded gently, sitting in his lap. What's up? Nothing, Tenko just wanted a hand planning a few things. Oh, the wedding? His adopted brother flapped about as he stammered an embarrassed yes. Nighteye will love whatever you do, you know that? Why yeah, but still, I want it to be. I want her like it for herself, not just because I like it. Which is why I'm here, Izuku grinned. The others, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Nana, Toshi, the Bakugos, the Tsukachi couple and the Shimura family sat in the living room together. Kota and Eri sat off playing together in a corner. It was a modest house the couple had moved into after graduating. Then I figured if everyone else was here, you should be too. Whole family discussion, she chuckled. How far have you got? Other than Izuku being my best man? Nowhere, Tenko bemoaned. Not true, Mom interrupted. You know she won't wear a veil and she wants Kyoka to be a bridesmaid. Me? Oh, taking a deep breath, Kyoka sighed. I suppose I can not head though, right? No, Yu is definitely taking that spot, Tenko assured her, but she's going to be planning the hen night soon, so Izuku and I need to meet up with her at some point. I'll add it to the calendar, the 21-year-old Greenette huffed jokingly. And I still need to plan your stag do with Nighteye. Ugh, no time these days. How do you think I felt as your best man? Katsuki grunted with a grin. Plus I didn't have the budget you do. Let me complain in peace. Never. He laughed boisterously. Discussions continued until there was a knock at the door. After Kyoka let him out of his seat, he looked around the room. We're not expecting any more. Might be Nighteye and Yu, Tenko offered. Not like they aren't welcome. Kai and Pops did say they'd try and come, at least to help sort out dates. Yes, the #1 doctor in Japan was a very busy man after all. Opening the front door, Izuku's smile turned into puzzlement at the sight before him. Can I help you? A Zero agent along with a hero dressed in white wearing a blank face mask greeted him. Hi, yes sorry, I know this seems a bit sudden but my name is Clockwork. This is Agent Izumi from Zero. Do you think you and your family could come with us? Might I ask why? It's a rather sensitive matter, Agent Izumi attempted. It will be easier to show you. And why do I have to bring my family? Well, 2 reasons. Clockwork rubbed the back of their head. In a roundabout way this affects them and, well, to be honest, they probably won't believe you if you tell them. This is something better seen than heard. Agent Izumi nodded. We have transport ready if you're all willing. Can I ask where we are going? The agent and the hero looked to each other before looking at him. Izuku didn't appreciate the smile on Agent Izumi's face. Midoriya mansion. They spoke together. In a flash of green, Izuku found himself back with his house guests, except they were no longer at his house. A bit more alarming was the fact that the former hero students also under his employ were now present. I understand this is jarring. Clockwork began calmly. Agent, can you? Kudo Izumi Midoriya. A voice yelled. The group swiveled to see. Yamamo? Just what have you and your sister done this time? Surprise? Agent Izumi tried lamely. Everybody is already on their way. I swear to God, you might be 20-something but I can still ground you like a teenager. It's for Dad. Fine, I'll get it, Suka. As she disappeared, Izuku acted. Grabbing the agent by his jacket, he got in the man's face. You get one chance to explain what the hell is going on here. Something pressed against the side of his head. I thought I heard yelling. A familiar voice drawled. Now if you could kindly unhand my son. Izuku looked sideways to a man with green hair. Releasing Agent Izumi, he turned as the man put away his gun. Now everybody's calmed down. He offered a hand. Izuku took it slowly. Izuku Midoriya, founder, owner and current CEO of Green Tea Coffee Conglomerate. Izuku Aizawa, founder, owner and CEO of Green Tea Coffee? You're a bit confused, don't worry. We have some folks on the way that can help explain, including the co-conspirator of these two. You're old. Straight to the point. Yes, I'm 35, just had the birthday actually. A dry chuckle. This is probably the present the two were chattering about. The front door burst open and more people spilled in. There were yelps and cries and people recognized their older selves. What did those two do now? A more gruff Katsuki stepped up to Izuku. And where are wings and fingers? Clockwork snapped her fingers. Knew I forgot something, be right back. Izuku swallowed at his older self was met by an older-looking dad. Izuku, what's going on? I don't know, Dad. Blame your grandkids. They're bigger problem children than I ever was. Older dad gave him a tired look. Okay, but at least my shenanigans didn't involve alternate timelines. There was a deep inhale. I understand everybody is probably confused, his voice echoed, immediately getting silence in response. But I promise an explanation is coming soon. Please just keep calm and civil, everything should be explained shortly. Strangely, every older doppelganger gave an affirmative to older Izuku. Excuse me. Izuku watched his older self and older dad go pale at the voice. This is all well and good, but is something wrong? Mom changed immediately as both men just stared, almost falling to their knees. Those little bastards are in so much trouble. His older self seemed to be holding back tears as he agreed with older dad. Wiping his eyes with his sleeve, older Zu forced a laugh before smiling. I'm sorry, but that will be explained when everything else is. Is there anything you can say now? The room seemed to dim to silence once more as older Izuku and older dad had a silent conversation. Older Izuku ended it with a tired sigh before turning to Mom. He took a deep breath before smiling as tears rolled down his face. I've missed you, Mom.